Really quickly before the video starts, what you're seeing right now is 5 months of work for me. The video is nearly half a day long and I'm not about to spend half a day skimming through the video for little petty mistakes. At this point, I just want the video to be done and out, so if it flickers here and there or the audio is slightly too quiet in this one area, I don't care. The video's done and there's no major issues, so it's fine for me. Apart from that, enjoy the video. Extremely quickly before the video itself starts, I know that this video took a long time to make. With the move to the new house and the whole scale of the video, it's been taking a lot to get back into the swing of making videos after the hiatus, and I apologize for that. Trust me, you are not gonna see another gap like this for a long time. Hopefully. However, with this long absence, I am now able to come back with a few gifts for you guys. The first of which being a granted janky, but mostly functional new site for the channel over on NeoCities. As of right now, the site is extremely fragile, however, as I learn more about making sites, I'll get to making it better and more functional. If you are a mobile user, I suggest using the link tree for now until further notice. Trust me, with this video now done with, I can actually get around to putting more time into it, and to, of course, learning how to fix all of the fucking jank that's in it. The site includes a variety of different features such as links to my many socials, an art book for all of the pieces I've dug more time into, a blog to keep up with any projects I'm working on or any life events. I swear I'll keep remembering to update it, and the site's magnum opus, the character database, where I'll be continuing to upload and update detailed data files about my various characters, especially when I get around to working on projects like Nox Vermis. Once again, the site is still very janky and fragile, however, I'll be constantly trying to fix and improve the site when I get the chance to. And for my second gift on TV, after some communication with my Patreons both on Patreon and Ko-Fi, all tiers have been halved in price and will remain that way indefinitely, as well as new discounts that will be available for each tier for both art commissions and the merch store, which, speaking of, for your third gift, we have a whole new merch site, as well as a whole new set of limited time merch themed after the new data files over on the NeoCities site, as well as some classic designs which will be staying forever. The whole site move is taking place since I personally don't really like the old site and its price systems and the limitations it has, so after the release of this video, for the next 3 weeks, there will be a 50% off sale on everything on the old site before it's taken down forever. You got that? You have 3 weeks to grab anything you can from there that you've been wanting to get. Because aside from the little lava lamp design, which I personally just wanted to turn into a little sticker pack, all the rest of them are going away. Like, permanently. You'll never be seeing any of these again. But then moving on to the new site, the new limited designs will be there for another 3 weeks after the closing of the first site, so 6 weeks at the release of this video, for the new limited designs before they will also be disappearing forever. So get some whilst you can. We have a variety of different designs. I'm sure there will be something there that you'll like. And if not, then stick around because I'm planning on putting a lot more onto that site. And of course, just one more final thing before we start. I just want to thank you guys for the amazing first year I've had on the channel. I wanted to try and get this video out before the 1 year mark, but obviously that didn't end up happening. So think of this video as a late birthday gift in a way. Enjoy this gift that I spent nearly 5 months of my life on. You guys asked, and now you shall receive in what is absolutely the longest video that I have ever made on the channel, topping both my Spookies video and the Shipwrecked video, and speaking of which, it looks like there's a little remake of a remake in the works, or specifically at least a remake of The Specimens, which I have my opinions on them. So it seems like most likely whenever that comes out, I'm gonna do a remake of that original video because I hate it so very much. That video is still my second most popular video on the channel, and I don't see why. I hate it. It's so bad. Stop watching that video immediately. And of course, to first of all acknowledge the fucking enormous elephant in the room, that being my absence. I moved. I moved houses. For the past 6 weeks, I've been, as well as just taking a break from my absolute overdrive workflow that I have, and virality on top of that, I've been packing stuff up and moving it to the new house, which, while my office isn't set up yet, I am going to be getting an office, and I might occasionally be able to do more IRL bits, or stuff with the webcam, or whatever you can do in an office. But with the move now concluded, I can actually get back into making videos, with the first one being the first 4 Silent Hill titles, talking about their gameplay, their development, my thoughts and feelings about each one, and of course, that is what has led to this god-awful timestamp you're seeing right now. Out of the way, let me introduce you all to my favorite series of all time. My tone might not indicate it enough, but this game is a very important piece of media to me, and it's almost like I've mentioned it in nearly every single one of my other videos, and I was bound to do a dive into it eventually. But in all seriousness, this series practically saved my life. I discovered Silent Hill during one of the biggest lows in my life, and I feel like I would not be as into the horror genre as I am now if I hadn't discovered it. I just want this video to be a massive homage to how much this series has inspired me in my own content, so buckle up, get some snacks, get a drink. We're gonna be in for a long return back as we travel deep into the town of Silent Hill. And I mean it when I say that I'm jam-packing this video full of everything that I can possibly find. Major spoiler warnings for the first 4 games, we're gonna be getting into everything. So a small bit of context before we get into Silent Hill itself, a short history on the horror game genre as a whole, if you will. The first ever recorded horror game, as much as I can find, dates us back to 1972 on the Magnavox Odyssey, which is also titled as the first commercial home console. With it came an overlay of a haunted house, which you would put on your TV, and the screen would light up certain parts of the overlay. Meanwhile, you had a set of cards that you would use along with it. You play as a detective trying to get all of your clue cards whilst trying not to get caught by the ghost, who is played by a second player. This ghost is hidden inside one of the clues on the overlay. And in today's context, it isn't all that scary anymore. Another really early game which is classified as a horror game is Space Invaders due to its quote-unquote frightening ambience and the sense of panic that it would bring to players. This is alongside my favorite early horror game, Sinistar, which would come out only a few years afterwards, which, while it isn't technically classed as a horror genre game, it is in fact classed as a multi-directional shooter.
Beware, I live. I hunger, coward.
You're gonna tell me that's not scary? You're gonna say this isn't scary as shit? But I'm gonna leave that for another video. Getting back into the path of the horror genre, games began to evolve, going from very rudimentary shapes and sounds to the very first 3D iteration of the horror genre. Alone in the Dark. You thought I was gonna say 3D Monster Maze, didn't you? No, 3D Monster Maze doesn't count. 3D Monster Maze is a 2D game giving off the illusion of 3D. You see this? This is 3D. This is a rendered 3D model right here. No, that's not 3D. That is 2D. That is 2D trying to be 3D. Alone in the Dark came out in 1992. In the game, you're once again set inside of a haunted mansion, solving puzzles and making your way through various ghosts, ghouls, and monsters, all the while balancing your limited inventory and health. Sound familiar? As well as being the first 3D game, if you don't count for the technicality that it was fixed camera angles that they could just project 3D characters onto into a 2D background. Maybe I shouldn't have been as harsh on 3D Monster Maze. This was also the start of the survival horror genre, heavily influencing the release of a game which I am sure a lot of you watching this video are very familiar with. That being Resident Evil. Coming out in 1996, being the year that Silent Hill also started production, Capcom's first ever Resident Evil was showered with praise much like with its inspiration, being counted as one of the highest selling games for the PlayStation, selling around 4 million copies by December of 1997. In the game, you play as Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine, 2 members of STARS, standing for the Special Tactics and Rescue Service. Much like with Alone in the Dark, we find ourselves in a mansion. This time, instead of ghosts and ghouls, it is overrun by zombies infected with the notorious T-virus. A virus which was made by the Umbrella Corporation, a biomedical company with a shady experimental scheme going on behind closed doors. Game's higher graphics for the time, fun gameplay mechanics, and amazing storyline led to its worldwide success, which only grows as the series continues. So it seems only logical that another company sees this success and wants a bit of that fortune too. And that's when Konami steps in. Silent Hill is a survival horror game series made and owned by Konami, and in no short sense at all, it has heavily influenced the horror game genre and media as a whole. I mean, I can say for certain that anyone watching this video has been in contact with the series in some form, whether it's references to the series itself, to the series soundtrack, because I know damn well y'all were around when Never Forgive Me, Never Forget Me was put over a screenshot of Titan from Megamind. The general design of the monsters, especially the one and only Pyramid Head, or the various symbols and quotes that the series has to offer. In my restless dream, I see that town, Silent Hill. You've heard it before. And while I won't be getting into the series' decline over the years because trust me, there is a heavy decline. I'll be getting to that in the second part of the series that I'm going to be making, where I go over all of the other games past Silent Hill 4. But while the view may change from person to person, I personally believe that the first 4 games are the ones worth talking about. And I know what you're thinking. What about PT? PT never came out. It doesn't count here. That thing is a fucking masterpiece and we still mourn its death with every passing day. But just for today, I'm going to be focusing on Silent Hills 1, 2, 3, and 4, going into their development, advertising, gameplay, lore, you get the point. I'm going to be going as in-depth as I possibly can and absolutely pouring my heart out about the franchise because with a series this good, it deserves to be the best video that I've ever made, and I want this video to just encapsulate everything that I love about this series and what made the first 4 so good in my opinion. The first Silent Hill game was released all the way back in 1999 for the original PlayStation, and was released, hear ye, a day before my birthday. I could have shared a birthday with Silent Hill. If only I came out a fucking day sooner! Team Silent is a group of people which I will be referring to quite a lot throughout the video, and they were responsible for the first 4 games which I'm going to be talking about today. And according to one of its members, the absolute GOAT himself, Akira Yamaoka, composer for all 4 games that we're going to be talking about today, Team Silent, at least for the first game, was made up of Konami members that had failed at other projects and originally were intended to leave the company before Silent Hill turned out to be a massive success. And originally, I was going to be putting down each and every single member of Team Silent here, as for most sources, they only mention 10 to 13 members. However, as I began to look closer, there were so many names that barely got their rightful credits. Some I couldn't even find any information on at all apart from their name in the credits. And very quickly, that original number of around 10 members turns into about 50 members of Team Silent just for Silent Hill 2 alone. And that number only increases throughout Silent Hills 3 and 4, and even now I wouldn't be surprised if more names went unmentioned. And while I would have listed off each member of Team Silent at the start of each segment to update you on who's left and who's joined the team for each game, one, that is far too many names to talk about for your guys' short attention span. I know that a majority of you watching this video only have me on as a background video whilst you're like, I don't know, playing Minecraft or some shit. And 2, a lot of these members leave and join the team throughout various titles, with only members Akira Yamaoka, Hiroyuki Owaku, and Masahiro Ito staying for a majority of the series, before a majority of the members scattered off to work in their own projects or joined other companies after the release of Silent Hill 4, and it's really hard to keep track of. If you want to go looking, there's various blog pages and wiki pages which detail who worked on what games and what they're doing now, etc, etc. However, it was these members which brought together the eerie town of Silent Hill and are the reasons why the game is as influential as it ended up being. For each game that I talk about today, I'm going to be starting off with the game's development, or any facts that I can find about the game's development, before moving on to the game's marketing and publishing to get you into the expectations that people at the time had. Before then delving into the game itself, going for its gameplay and story, before going into a more in-depth analysis to talk about the game's design, soundtracks, and whatever else will fit into that category. But I've held you here for long enough. It's time to delve into that isolated, fog-covered town that is Silent Hill. Development started for the game in 1996, after the release of Resident Evil. Konami saw how successful the game was and wanted to create something similar, wanting to create a game which would be just as successful over in the US. For the beginning of Silent Hill's development, Team Silent didn't really know how to proceed with the project itself, and slowly Konami began to lose faith in it and stepped a bit back from the project. However, because of this, and because a lot of the quality of other games at the time were to be desired, Team Silent gained a lot of artistic freedom for the game, and eventually the team decided to go along with the plans for a more psychological experience, introducing the game's overall vibe with messing with the player's fear of the unknown. And as I'll talk about when going in more depth about the first game, a lot of the development in the game, as well as being used for practical reasons, was stylized to mess with the idea that a lack of information is a lot scarier than knowing what's in the dark with you. The game was heavily inspired by Western literature and movies. In specifics, Kiichiro Toyama has said that he's been inspired by David Lynch, the director for Eraserhead, Twin Peaks, and the 1984 film adaptation of Dune. As well as this, during development, a member of Team Silent, Takayoshi Sato, started off in the team being locked into simple work like file sorting and font design. This was due to him being a younger employee than the rest of the team, meaning that he didn't have as much respect for him as the rest of the team had. However, after some 3D demos of the project and teaching some of the other members some really vital knowledge about 3D modeling, he went to the Konami higher-ups and basically said that if he was not credited for his work, which originally he was not, he would keep this knowledge from the other team members, if he was not assigned to a more fitting role such as 3D modeling. Which eventually they did, and he went on to be the main designer for a majority of the characters. However, they still wanted to try and control his actions by giving him a supervisor, which, in order to prevent this, Sato made the deal that he would create each and every single CGI cutscene by himself. And for the next 2.5 years, Sato slept and lived in the Team Silent office, rendering out the scenes on all 150 computers whenever the rest of the team would leave. So, the dedication for the game was definitely there. And while Silent Hill itself came out on the 24th of February 1999, which, talking about that, Silent Hill had multiple dates for its release. This is a pattern that we see for a lot of the series. The first was in America on the 24th of February, the second being Japan on the 4th of March, and finally to Europe on the 16th of July. We can instead start Silent Hill's first ever debut in May of 1998, at the Electronics Entertainment Expo, which, as some of you may know, has only recently been shut down in September of last year due to the decline in attendance after the pandemic. At the expo, Konami had set up a demo of the game for people to play. At the time of this demo, the game was said to be about 70% developed, however I cannot find a source for that. And looking through some videos of the demo itself, we can find things like the logo and menu to be different. The wheelchair is missing from the alley. We can also find footage of the Midwich Elementary School with various different camera angles, textures, and animations which would be changed at a later date. We were also given this trailer. The trailer itself shows us the game's characters, some chunks of gameplay and cutscenes, kind of settling us into the vibe of the town and the style that it has, without leaning too hard into the story itself, with the only text being, what is happening to Silent Hill, and Silent Hill will turn into hell. Ending us off with the car crash that starts the game off, a pretty atmospheric shot of Midwich Elementary School before a quick look at one of the game's bosses, the Splithead. It's short, it's simple, I like it. We also have a better look at the game's logo before it was changed to the font that we know it as today. The showcase at E3 was a big hit, gaining applause from the audience, and this convinced Konami to put some more effort towards the project and later showcase the project at the European Computer Trade Show in London, which garnered a similar reception. And then, the game was released. Around the same time, the game's demo was included in a demo disc for the official US PlayStation magazine and was even included as the art for one of the front pages in the next issue. And as we know now, the game was a major hit, selling over 2 million copies. The game's box art has a few separate variations for its regional counterparts, a theme which continues throughout the rest of the games. And it's quite common to see debates in the community on which covers are the best. And for the original Silent Hill, I personally really prefer the European cover art. Whilst the US cover art is iconic on its own, I just like the variations in the colors more. I don't know, I feel like the colors stand out a lot more, but at the same time somehow looks grimier than the other covers. The game was also then later ported into the Game Boy of all devices, where it became more of a graphic novel than anything, but I'll talk about that in the next video. For now, it's time to see for itself why the game was as successful as it was. After this incredible opening cutscene plays, we're treated to the game's main menu, with the only options available being Options and Start. The options are just normal options, however if you click a sequence of buttons, specifically L1, L2, R1, and R2, it opens up an extra menu, giving the player access to weapon color, blood color, view control, retreat turn, walk/run control, auto-aiming, view mode, and bullet adjust. With bullet adjust just adding an extra bullet for every time that you get a new ending. Each time that you find a new ending type, you can add an extra times onto the bullet adjust. Apart from that though, we can go ahead and start the game with our options being easy, normal, or hard, and we can start our experience with a short scene of Harry exiting his now crashed car and setting out into the fog-covered streets. After a quick loading screen, a droning ambience track plays overhead. Harry starts off the game by stating, "Cheryl? Where are you? Strange. It's quiet. Too quiet. This place is like a ghost town." Cheryl. We are then given control of Harry for a short moment before we catch sight of Cheryl.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
We're tasked with following Cheryl, and we eventually come across this alleyway. As we get deeper and deeper into it, however, we can begin to see that something definitely isn't right here, as the entrails of something unknown lies by our feet, and it doesn't take long for that infamous air raid siren to start whirring to life as the alley around us fades into darkness. Forcing Harry to pull out his lighter and use it to find our way through the darkness. On our path down the alley, we can find a turned over wheelchair, a bloodied up stretcher, and as the ambience picks up,
What is this? What's going on here?
Quickly, we are surrounded by unknown creatures, and escape as much as we try is futile. And no matter what we do, Harry is knocked out. However, we later awaken in a cafe, and we're not alone.
Was I dreaming?
How do you feel?
Oh, like I've been run over by a truck. But I'm all right, I guess.
Glad to hear it. You from around here? Why don't you tell me what happened?
Wait a second, I'm just a tourist. I came here for a vacation. I just got here. I don't know what happened. I'd like to find out myself.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen a little girl? Just turned 7 last month, short, black hair. My daughter.
Sorry. The only person I've seen in this town is you.
Where is everybody?
I'd tell you if I knew, believe me. But from what I can tell, something bizarre's going on. That's all I know. What's your name?
Harry. Harry Mason.
Sybil Bennett. I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over. The phones are all dead, and the radio too. I'm going back to call in some reinforcements. Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
My daughter. I've got to find her.
No way. It's dangerous out there.
In that case, I need to find her now. Cheryl's my little girl. I can't just leave her out there by herself.
Have you got a gun?
No.
Take this, and hope you don't have to use it. Now listen to me. Before you pull the trigger, know who you're shooting. And don't do it unless you have to. And don't go blasting me by mistake. Got it?
Yeah, thanks.
You do best to stay nearby. I'll be back with help as quick as I can.
Left alone in the cafe, we can have a look around, finding various health drinks, a flashlight, a map of Silent Hill, and a knife, all which will come in very handy to— What was that? Must have been the wind. We can also find our save station for the game where Harry states, "Someday someone may experience these bizarre events. Hopefully they will find my notes useful." Attempting to leave the cafe causes this radio on the table across the room to come to life, blasting static through the entire cafe.
What's that? Huh, radio. What's going on with that radio?
Turns out we're not the only one around as we encounter our first monster, the air screamer. Pulling out our gun, we can deliver a few shots to it before it falls to the ground.
This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
Now exiting the cafe, Harry decides that it's most logical to go looking for Cheryl in that alleyway we traveled to before, and while on our way there, it pays to do a bit of exploration. Silent Hill is a decently sized town, and we'll find various ammo boxes and health drinks waiting for us if we know where to look. Using our map, we can find our way over to that same alley from before, being careful to save our ammo by dodging various air screamers along the way, along with another enemy type titled Groaners. They resemble dogs and have the ability to leap at Harry. Traveling down that same alley from before, entrails still included, we can find that the path is blocked off. However, we can now find a few items of Cheryl's on the ground, specifically a note stating "to school," implying that we must look for Cheryl at the nearby school, Cheryl's notebook, and a metal pipe. But we've now got to get to the school. One small issue, however. All the ways to the school are gone. In no short sense of the word, all ways to get into Midwich as well as out of town are just gone. It leads to Fog Void, so we must instead go back to looking around town. And eventually we come across a note at the end of Matheson Street, and on the note we can read, Doghouse, Levin Street. And as you'd expect, taking a trip over to Levin Street, we can find the doghouse with a house key taped on the inside's roof. This key unlocks the door next to the doghouse, and once inside, we can save before taking a look around. And first of all, who the fuck locks a door in their own house? Unless that is a bathroom currently in use, which I fucking doubt, there's no need. We can also find that the town's power seems to be out, but at least they still have their Coca-Cola. Coming to the back of the house, we can find true horrors in the form of an empty fridge, as well as a door with 3 locks on it. Next to it is a map. Written on it, we can find 3 highlighted parts of town and the words "keys for Eclipse." And the logical thing to do is go looking around these locations for some kind of key. The first of which being in an alley, where behind a gate we can find a Groaner's head that just got absolutely fucking dunked, with the key of the woodman sat by it. Next up, getting to the end of Finney Street, we can find a police car just narrowly escaping the pit below, with the key of the lion waiting in its trunk. And finally, at the pit on Elroy Street, we come across a definitely not secure wooden board and get our third key, the key of the Scarecrow. With these 3 keys, we unlock the back door and, oh, it was not kidding when it said "keys for Eclipse." After exiting the back door, Silent Hill is shrouded in darkness once again as a haunting ambience begins to fill the streets. This time, however, instead of a lighter, we have the flashlight we found in the cafe. And now on the other side of the pits, we can make our way towards Midwich. But the tone is a lot different this time, and roaming the streets of Silent Hill in this even further hindered vision cones makes the approach of enemies a lot more threatening. It's safe to say that this new darkness brings a lot more horror to the town's environment. Eventually, however, we get to the front doors of Midwich and make our way inside. And yes, before anyone says anything, I know that Midwich was based on the school from Kindergarten Cop. Everyone knows this. Everyone knows this. Everyone points this out. Everyone knows this. And if you didn't, you know now. While entering Midwich, we can pick up a map on the way in, and immediately making our new goal clear, we can step out into the courtyard and find the school's clock tower. In it are 2 holes which accompany the plates Golden Sun and Silver Moon. And we must find these in order to enter the clock tower, as currently interacting with it will just inform us that it's locked and the hands are stuck at 10 AM. It's also in this courtyard where we can see one of the regional differences, that being with the monsters, the Mumblers, and the Grey Children. Grey Children are exclusive to the North American version of the game, whereas the Mumblers are seen in the European and Japanese versions of the game. The reason being that the censorships rejected the Grey Children for being too resemblant of children, which they're literally Grey Children. It's in the name, Grey Children. Nevertheless, they work the same way, and their main unique attack is that they will grab onto Harry if he gets too close. Exiting the courtyard, we can find a reception, inside of which are the notes of someone less fortunate than us. 10 AM, Alchemy Laboratory. Gold in an old man's palm. The future hidden in his fist. Exchange for Sage's water. 12. A place with songs and sound. A silver guidepost is untapped in lost tongues. Awakening at the ordained order. 5. Darkness that brings the choking heat. Flames render the silence, awakening the hungry beast. Open time's door to beck and pray. The order indicating that we need to head to the science classroom, the music room, and then the boiler room. Through another door, we can enter the teacher's lounge, which includes a questionable piece of art for a school, but hey, I'm not here to judge. And accompanying this in the main hallway is the nurse's office, which we can find a save in. Heading to the science classroom first, we can begin exploring the school. And you know you're playing a Silent Hill game when all the doors are either locked, blocked from the other side, or are just straight up broken. However, from our exploration, we can find another little monster that resides in the school, the Larval Stalker. And much like the name, they just kind of walk around and stare at you. I honestly think they're really cute, which makes it even sadder that if you run near them, they get scared and fall over, eventually fading away if they fall over too much. There isn't much to find on the first floor, so we must instead go up the stairs to the second floor, where we can first come across the music room. However, as of right now, we have no reason to be in here, and the piano mysteriously refuses to open despite it not even being locked. So instead, we must carry on until... And in opening the locker, we get... nothing? We get nothing? Nothing at all? Okay, I see how it is. Yeah, this cheap jump scare resulting in the death of a cat minding its own fucking cat business gives naff all. Yeah, okay. And I'll be fair. Maybe it did get me on my first playthrough, what about it? However, finally we can reach the science classroom, and in the middle of the table we find our golden sun, in the palm of a model of an old man's hand. How do we get it out, you may ask? Well, next to the classroom we can find a storage room, with some overly aggressive ambience for a room with nothing in it. Picking up the oddly ominous chemical, we can find it to be a highly concentrated hydrochloric acid. We can use it to dissolve away the hand and grab our golden sun. Inserting it into the clock tower passes the time to 12, meaning that we can now access the piano and, of course with it, one of the more infamous Silent Hill puzzles. See, listen here to a poem. A tale of birds without a voice. First flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, white wings flailing. Then came a silent dove, flying beyond the pelican as far as he could. A raven flies in, flying higher than the dove, just to show that he can. A swan glides in to find a peaceful spot next to another bird. Finally, out comes a crow, coming quickly to a stop, yawning and then napping. Who will show the way? Who will be the key? Who will lead to the silver reward? Now, if you guessed that the colors and positions of the birds corresponded to the order and position of the broken piano keys, then you would be correct, and we now grab our second emblem, our silver moon. Inserting it into the clock tower this time jumps the time to 5 PM. And we must now simply travel down into the boiler room and switch the thing on, raiding us into our first, without counting the opening, of many transitions into the other world. We come back to the clock tower to find that it's now unlocked, and upon entering we travel down a ladder into a very bunker-esque tunnel. That familiar air raid siren beginning to ring on in the background as we climb up a different ladder and enter the other world.
Where am I? Have I been here before? I don't remember this being here before.
The Otherworld is a world very similar to the real one, however the walls and basically everything else has been caked in this new fleshy and industrial design, and it's the look that the series is iconic for. Blood cakes basically about everything, and new enemies titled as creepers, no not that one, begin to roam the halls. The layout of the school remains vaguely the same, however some doors are now locked and new blockages prevent our travel, requiring us to find new routes around the school. Starting with the storage room, where we find a rubber ball. I guess if Harry wants to play spike ball later, he can. And since the other hallways are locked, we must travel through a new hall and 2 classrooms, picking up a picture card featuring 3 squares and a key along the way. We can find an alternate version of the infirmary, which luckily still includes a save, and making our way through the reception, we can find a... Hey, this place looks familiar. Questionable piece of art for a school. No, I can't put my finger on it. Using the strange picture card we found earlier, we can insert it into the door and open it to gain access to the other hallway. Once here, we can also find that the girls' bathrooms are now actually non-Euclidean sites that transport us between floors. However, the boys' bathroom is supplied with the most holiest of weaponry. We travel through another 2 classrooms, one of which includes 3 very stand-outish blue phones against the very grim environment. I'm sure they won't be important, motherfucker.
Daddy? Help me. Daddy? Where are you?
Cheryl!
Cheryl is in danger, but we don't know what from or still yet where she is. But after exiting these classrooms, we can gain access to the 2nd floor, where we begin another loop around, going through another 2 classrooms, finding more locked doors, and... Here we go again. And wouldn't you guess? Nothing again. Well, at least a cat didn't have to die for it this time. Well played, Team Silent. Well played. This jump scare right here genuinely gets me even after knowing that it's there. And just talking about a first playthrough, going through the build-up of, oh, it's just a cat, to thinking the game's gonna do the same thing again before suddenly this dead guy falls out the locker. It's pretty good, goddammit. However, we now have the key to the library reserve, and after going back around, we can unlock it to find some strange knocking noises once inside. Strange. In the next room over, we can find a book detailing a short section of a fairy tale. Hearing this, the hunter armed with bow and arrow said, "I will kill the lizard." But upon meeting his opponent, he held back, taunting. Who's afraid of a reptile? At this, the furious lizard hissed, "I'll swallow you up in a single bite." Then the huge creature attacked, jaws open wide. This was what the man wanted. Calmly drawing his bow, he shot into the lizard's gaping mouth. Effortlessly, the arrow flew, piercing the defenseless maw, and the lizard fell down dead. Keep this in the back of your mind. It's gonna be important later on. We can't get through the last 2 classrooms yet due to them being locked, so we must instead head up to the roof where, upon inspecting a drain pipe, we can find the key inside. Following the drainage tunnel, we can find a valve which, upon interacting with it, begins a flow of water. However, the flow is stopped by a small hole, And I will be so honest when saying that in my first playthrough, it took me far too long to figure out that you need to use the rubber ball to plug up the hole. But after doing so, the water flows the rest of the way, and the key will drain out into the courtyard, where we can go grab it and use it to unlock the last 2 classrooms, before finally being able to make our way down to the boiler room. Once here, we must solve another puzzle. Depending on which valve we turn, it will turn its side once and the other 2 times. Once both sides line up to make an opening, we can pass through, where we face our biggest trial yet. Inside stands our mighty foe, the Splithead, a giant lizard-like creature which, if we're not careful enough, could easily strike us dead. Starting off the battle, we must be careful to avoid getting headbutted by the creature while shooting back at it. After a while, the Splithead will stop and hiss before engaging in a new attack, where it, well, splits its head. In this moment, the shotgun is our best friend, and depending on whichever difficulty setting you're on, 1 to 6 shots from the shotgun into the monster's maw will kill it dead. Much like with that fairy tale. After waking up in the boiler room, the sound of church bells can be heard in the distance. On the floor, we pick up a key, and exiting out of the basement, we find ourselves back in the regular school once again, with the darkness now past. Our next task is to head to the Balkan Church, but just taking a moment to seep in the ambience. Silent Hill is good at being a scary fucking game, but what it's also good at is being a soothing one too. In between the many horrors and disgustingly grim and frightening environments, you get these serene, almost healing areas and zones where you genuinely feel like you just crawled out of hell and found the other side, even if it isn't truly over yet. Yes, you know that there's more to come, but just for right now, you're doing alright. And it's just so much nicer to be able to actually see outside. Exiting Midwich feels like a gift, being able to get back to the familiarity of the roads, dingy alleyways, and groaners. I take it back. Using the key we found in the boiler room, we can travel through a house similar to the doghouse before making our way up to the Balkan Church, where we can find who was over here ringing the bell.
Were you ringing that bell?
I've been expecting you. It was foretold by gyromancy.
What are you talking about?
I knew you'd come. You want the girl, right?
The girl? You're talking about Cheryl.
I see everything.
You know something. Tell me.
Stay back. Nothing is to be gained from floundering about at random. You must follow the path. The path of the hermit concealed by Flauros.
What? What are you talking about?
Here, the Flauros, a cage of peace. It can break through the walls of darkness and counteract the wrath of the underworld. These will help you. Make haste to the hospital before it's too late.
Wait! Don't go yet.
Of course there's a hospital. There always has to be a fucking hospital. Grab the Flauros and the key to the drawbridge before making our way over there, exiting out of Old Silent Hill and into Central Silent Hill. Except the bridge is down, and before we're able to cross it, we need to get into the bridge control room and lower it ourselves. Below this control room, we can find a drill, which, although we can't use it on our first run, can be used alongside a few other weapons such as a chainsaw and a katana in secondary playthroughs. After the bridge is down, we can move into the shopping district, also known as Central Silent Hill. And before heading over to the hospital, we can make a quick trip over to the police station and pick up some extra ammo and health items, and if you weren't already able to pick up the shotgun in Midwich, then it'll be here now. We can also find a report talking about the town's drug trafficking problem, specifically over a drug titled PTV. Product only available in select areas of Silent Hill. Raw material is White Claudia, a plant peculiar to the region. Manufactured here? Dealer equals manufacturer? Unfortunately, I didn't get any footage of this, however, because I kinda completely forgot about it. A trend which is not on its own for this playthrough. However, making our way over to the hospital, we travel past a few groaners before entering, and as always, the building is eerily empty. We can find a safe station near the door and can get started on exploring. Firstly, entering behind the reception to meet a new character.
Hold it! Stop! Don't shoot! Wait! I'm not here to fight. My name is Harry Mason. I'm in town on vacation.
Thank God, another human being.
Do you work here?
I'm Dr. Michael Kaufman. I work at this hospital.
So maybe you can tell me what's going on.
I really can't say. I was taking a nap in the staff room. When I woke up, it was like this. Everyone seems to have disappeared. And it's snowing out, this time of year. Something's gone seriously wrong. Did you see those monsters? Have you ever seen such aberrations? Ever even heard of such things? You and I both know creatures like that don't exist.
Yeah. Have you seen a little girl anywhere? I'm looking for my daughter. She's only 7, short, black hair.
She's missing. I'm sorry. But with all those monsters around, I highly doubt that she's... Sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you. Your wife, she's here with you?
She died 4 years ago. Now it's just me and my daughter.
I see. I'm sorry. Well, I'd better be going. I can't just sit around here doing nothing.
So long. Good luck out there.
We can find a few extra health items here, however nothing of anything really important. Taking a small detour around the blocked doors leading to the stairs, we can enter a main hall, and within it we can find a doctor's office containing a map of the basement and a key to said basement in the connected room. We'd also find a kitchen containing a health drink and an empty plastic bottle, which I totally remembered to grab on my playthrough, and an office containing a strange red liquid, which we can pick up with the plastic bottle, which once again I totally did. And since the elevator isn't currently working, we must go down into the basement, unlocking it with the key we found as a definitely not horror-inducing ambience begins to sound out. Once in the basement, we can start to come across a few creepers, and in one room can even find a generator to the rest of the building, which allows us to start using the elevators once turned on. Apart from that though, there isn't much down here to find, so we can now start exploring the upper floors. Starting off on floor 2, where we find that, the door doesn't open. So we must instead travel up to the 3rd floor where, this one doesn't open up either, but it's up to the 4th floor. Was that there before? We travel up to the 4th floor, where the overworld has taken over once again, and we're now forced to go hallway through hallway, being introduced to another new enemy, the puppet nurses. Hunchback nurses which have been taken over by a mind-controlling parasite. If they see us, then they'll make a sprint towards us, and their main form of attack is to just stab us. However, if there are multiple surrounding Harry, one will grab a hold of him whilst the others attack. In these starting hallways, mostly all of the doors are either broken or locked, and as we enter a new hallway, the old one locks behind us, making sure that we're unable to leave. However, once out of this loop, we are on the 3rd floor, and inside of a bathroom we can find a plate of turtle, part of a puzzle that will be coming up soon, as well as a storage room containing some ammo and health items alongside a pack of blood. Room 306, which contains the plate of cat, room 301 containing a locked birdcage with nothing in it, room 302 containing a safe station, shotgun cells, and an old but usable VRC TV, and room 304 containing a plate screwed to the wall alongside a health drink. Traveling down to floor 2, we can find a plate stating, the Grim Reaper's list. 35 Lydia Findlay, 60 Trevor F. White, 18 Albert Lords, 45 Roberta T. Morgan, and 38 Edward C. Briggs. In the nurse's center room, we can find our next puzzle, with a poem reading, clouds flowing over a hill, sky on a sunny day, tangerines that are bitter, lucky four-leaf clover, violets in the garden, dandelions along a path, unavoidable sleeping time, liquid flowing from a slashed wrist, and a door with multiple square holes in it, presumably where we'll be placing those plates we've been finding. In room 201, we find a lighter, which will come in handy later along with the disinfecting alcohol we find. And in room 204, we find, whatever that thing is. We can simply use our blood pack to divert the thing and grab the plate of Hatter. And if it's not yet clicking, we're finding various characters from Alice in Wonderland, including when we go down to the 1st floor and find first of all separate versions of the puppet nurses, the puppet doctors, who are slower but more damaging. We can travel back through the starting reception area and find a strange noise to be on the other side of the locked door, forcing us to instead check out the other half of the floor to find a cheap jump scare, along with some more ammo and health drinks, and finally of course the plate of Queen next to a save station. We can travel down into the basement after this, however there isn't much down there to find apart from a few nurses, and oh, wait a minute. Apart from this hammer though, there isn't anything down here, and so now we can travel back up to the plate puzzle floor and take a look at that poem again. The 8 segments can be read like a 12-hour clock, and going in a clockwise direction, we're able to insert our plates depending on the corresponding color in the poem that matches. Once on the other side, we find a key to the basement storage room, and inside we find some ammo, and a sliding shelf which reveals a secret area to a very slim door, behind which is a grate in the floor covered in vines. In order to get rid of them, we pour disinfecting alcohol on them and light them up, which allows us to get into the hallway hidden underneath it. The hallway looks a lot different than the rest of the hospital, however we can still find nurses on the other side. Fighting through them, we grab a VCR tape before getting a pretty strange sight.
What's this? Looks like someone's been here.
We can use the key we find here to get into that room with the strange noise behind it, and beyond the door we can find yet another person in this madness.
Finally, someone else who's okay.
Who are you?
My name's Lisa Garland. What's yours?
Harry Mason.
Harry, tell me what's happening here. Where is everybody? I must have gotten knocked out. When I came to, everyone was gone. It's awful.
So you don't know anything either. Great. I just don't get it. It's like this is all some kind of bad dream.
Yeah, a living nightmare.
Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair, 7 years old?
A 7-year-old girl. What, she's your daughter?
Yes.
A 7-year-old girl. I can't say that I have. I was unconscious all this time. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Do you know anything about all that weird stuff in the basement?
No? Why? Is there something down there?
You don't know? Don't you work here?
We're under strict orders never to enter the basement storeroom. So I really don't know. What did you say was down there?
Well, it's... Damn! My head.
What's wrong? Harry? Harry, let me help you. Harry?
Was I dreaming?
You were too late.
It's you.
Yes, Dahlia Gillespie.
Tell me everything you know. What's going on?
Darkness. The town is being devoured by darkness. Strength must overcome petty desire, childish sleep talk. I knew this day would come.
What are you talking about? I don't understand a word of this.
Believe the evidence of your eyes. The other church in this town, that is your destination. This is beyond my abilities. Only you can stop it now. Have you not seen the crest marked on the ground all over town?
So that's what I saw in the schoolyard. What does it mean?
It is the mark of Samael. Don't let it be completed.
Hey, wait!
After passing out, we awaken back in the normal hospital and we can leave to go towards the antique store that we saw Alessa enter a while back. Once there, we of course don't find anything except a bunch of course, antiques and some ammo. However, after looking closer, we're able to push aside a cupboard and reveal yet another secret passage.
What's this?
Harry!
Sybil?
I'm glad you're okay. I shouldn't have left you. Things are worse than I thought. It's nuts.
What are you doing here? I thought you left town.
I saw you go in here, so I followed you. I couldn't get out. All the roads out of town are blocked. Cars have completely stopped running. The phones and radios are still out too.
What about my daughter? Did you see her?
I did see a girl.
Was it Cheryl?
I only caught a glimpse of her through the fog. I went after her, but she vanished. I don't know about your daughter, but...
And you just let her go? Where was it?
On Bachman Road. She was heading towards the lake. Now don't get excited. It wasn't like she ran off exactly. There was no place for her to go. The road has been obliterated.
What? So then Cheryl...
It was like she was walking on thin air.
Hmm?
What about you? Anything?
Yeah, I met this bizarre woman. Her name's Dahlia Gillespie. Do you know her?
Dahlia Gillespie. No. And?
She said something about the town being devoured by darkness. Gibberish like that. Any idea what it means?
Darkness devouring the town? Must be on drugs. They sell them to the tourists. The Force still can't figure out who's behind it. None of our leads have panned out, and the investigation is stalled.
What could drug trafficking have to do with all this?
I really don't know. But maybe that's the darkness she was talking about. That's all I can think of. What's this?
Just discovered it. Maybe there's something back there.
Let's have a look.
Wait. We don't know what's back there. I'd better check it out first.
I'm a cop. I should go.
No, I'm going.
All right. I'll cover you from here. Be careful. If anything looks fishy, get back here on the double.
Okay. Sybil,
Yeah?
do you know anything about... well, like some other world? It's like some kind of bad dream.
What are you talking about?
I'm not quite sure. I try to make sense of it, but then my mind goes blank. Everything's dark there, and I hear sirens in the distance. I met this nurse, Lisa. It's like I was there, but not really. It's all a blur, like some kind of hallucination, you know?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry.
Oh. I was just wondering. Never mind.
Harry. You're tired.
Yeah, maybe.
After traveling down the passage, we find both an axe and a strange shrine of sorts before it brings itself to light.
What the?
Harry? Are you okay? Harry? Harry?
Where am I?
Harry,
Lisa? Then I'm in the hospital?
you were having a bad dream.
Was I? Hey, you don't look too good. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Nothing you need to worry about.
Well, if you're sure. Lisa, do you know a woman named Dahlia Gillespie?
Oh yeah, that crazy Gillespie lady. She's kind of famous around here. She never sees anybody, so I don't know that much about her. But I heard her kid died in a fire, and supposedly she's been crazy ever since.
Well, she says the town is being devoured by the darkness. Do you have any idea what she's talking about?
The town devoured by the darkness. Yes, I think I do. Before this place was turned into a resort, the townspeople here were on the quiet side. Everybody followed some kind of queer religion. Weird occult stuff, black magic, that kind of thing. As young people moved away, the people figured they'd been summoned by the gods. Evidently, things like that used to happen around here all the time. Before the resort, there really wasn't anything else out here. Everyone was so flipped out, you gotta blame it on something. Then a lot of new people came in and everybody clammed up about it.
A cult?
Last time I heard anything about it was, gosh, years ago. When several people connected with developing the town died in accidents. People said it was a curse. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm rambling. I'll shut up.
Was that another dream? Did I pass out again?
After another talk with Lisa, we learn a lot about the history of the town. In specifics, the story of the Gillespie family and what happened to them and this strange cult that's surrounding the town. However, we'll learn more on that later on. As of right now, we're back in the Otherworld, and exiting the antique shop reveals that the whole town has been shrouded in the otherworldly nature, and we must make a dash through countless monsters, including a whole new monster in the form of the Rompers, jumping enemies which will tackle us down if given the chance. A new variation of the Air Screamer, the Night Flutters, which are basically the same but act more aggressive and relentless, and very similarly, the Groaner's new variation, the Wormheads, which once again are just more aggressive and relentless. After running around for a bit, we can find our way into a broken down mall, one of which seems to be aware of our presence and taunts us with Cheryl.
Daddy, help me. See? Where are you?
Cheryl!
Passing by this reminder of why we're here, we can go upstairs and explore the upper level of the mall. However, not long afterwards, the floor falls beneath us and forces us into the most annoying fucking boss this whole game has. I'm not even gonna give it the benefit of us watching its fucking cutscene. If there are no Twin Feeler haters on Earth, I am dead, because I fucking hate this boss fight. It's not necessarily annoying in the way that it is hard to kill. It's a pretty easy boss to kill respectfully. It just gives me barely any warning for when it's about to crawl at the floor, and half the time I lose the opportunity to shoot it. Mainly because of Harry's slow ass taking so long to turn around that by the time I'm facing it, it's already in the ground again. The design is pretty cool, don't get me wrong, I love the little bug guy, but ooh, I fucking hate him. I hate him so much when he moves. It's also in this boss fight that we can pick up the hunting rifle, which I totally didn't forget about and definitely grabbed, you gotta believe me.
Harry!
Glad you're okay.
Thank God you came back. I was scared to be here all alone.
I'm here now. I was worried too. I'm real happy to see you. Lisa, can you tell me how to get to the lake?
The lake? You take Bachman Road.
The road's blocked.
Well, that's the only way out there.
Are you sure? There's gotta be another way.
Wait! I just remembered something!
What?
There's a waterworks over by my old elementary school. It's been abandoned for years. There's an underground tunnel out there used for inspections or something. I remember hearing it runs all the way to the lake.
Really? You think I can get to the lake from there?
I've never been down in there myself, so I'm not positive. Besides, it's all fenced off to keep people out.
If there's a chance, I've got to try.
Harry, don't go! I don't want to be alone. It's so scary, I can't stand it.
How about coming with me? This may not be the safest place in the world either. I can't promise you anything, but I'll do my best to protect you.
No, somehow I feel I'm not supposed to leave this place. Oh, Harry, I'm so scared, and I'm cold.
Look, just wait here a little longer. I'll be back as soon as I find my daughter.
Harry?
However, apart from that interaction, there isn't anything left for us here, and we must go over to that water system that Lisa mentioned. One small issue, however. The twin feeler from before turns out to have only been the first form of a much greater boss, the Float Stinger. However, luckily this fight is a lot more enjoyable as there is now a sound cue before its ranged attack, and if we simply stand far enough away, we can avoid its stinging melee attack. It's just a lot more enjoyable than its larval form. But with enough bullets, the Float Stinger dies and Silent Hill is retransported back into the regular fog world. Meaning that we can now travel back to Old Silent Hill and break open a lock to get into the sewers. The sewers are probably the most cramped feeling area of the game, with slim hallways and mostly being confined to run along the walls. The area does not give you a lot of movement, which makes the new monster of the area, the Hanged Scratchers, a lot more scary. We can get to exploring the area, coming across a locked gate and various ammo and health items, along with various signs of destruction, before finding this little sealed off area which gains us access to a sewer gate key, map, and a save station, as well as having this daunting ambience that makes it seem like something big is lurking. We can use the sewer gate key on- they're on the- oh, they're on the roof now? They're on the fucking roof. We can quickly run on over to that locked gate and use our sewer key to travel over to the ladder, leading us up to the second floor of the sewers, where after a long detour through multiple gates, we can find another key in the water. We've been ambushed by a group of Hanged Scratchers, and unless we want to waste time and resources trying to fight them all, our only choice is to run back out the way that we came in. And getting to the ladder, we can exit out of the sewers and enter into the resort section of Silent Hill. However, this definitely isn't going to be a vacation for us, as a quick look around we can find a map and begin looking for where Cheryl might have gone off to. Starting off by looking around the various establishments in the area, eventually coming across a place named Indian Runner, which is currently locked by a 4-digit code. A code which we can find by firstly going over to Annie's bar, where we run into a familiar face.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I guess so. But I'm beat. I thought I was a goner there. So how'd it go? Did you find a way out?
No, not yet. How about you?
Zip. But it's too soon to give up. This craziness can't go on forever. A military rescue squad should be here any time now. If they come through the town, we're home free.
I hope so.
I better get going. This isn't the time to stand around flapping our gums.
Do you know a girl called Alessa?
No.
We've saved Kaufman, however, he doesn't have any extra information for us. He did, however, leave behind a few items, specifically a key to a nearby motel and a receipt with a 4-digit code on it, which we can use to enter Indian Runner, which, once inside, we can find to be filled with various boxes and packages, and on the counter we can find a journal of a previous worker, who gives us a little more insight into what was going on here before all of this started going off. August 20th. He came by. I handed over the package that the woman left here. September 12th. He showed up at Norman's too. Don't want to be involved with the likes of them anymore, but I'm getting creeped out even more than before. Thought of leaving town, but I'm afraid of what will happen if I do. In specifics, this worker, or the Indian Runner establishment as a whole, was involved in this town's call and in some way or form is carrying and supplying these strange packages for them. Either way, we can now travel over to room 3 of the motel, where inside we can push over a shelf to reveal a key under the floorboard, one which we unfortunately cannot grab. How do we get it then? Well, going over to the hotel's proprietor's room, we can discover a newspaper article talking about the town's involvement in PTV drug. Investigation stalled. PTV dealers still at large. Suspicious deaths continue. Like the anti-drug mayor, a narcotics officer dies of a sudden heart failure of unknown origin, which we can also find to be inside of the safe in Indian Runner. In this same room, we can find a magnet which we can use to get the key under the floorboards, and traveling over to the motel's garage reveals a motorcycle, which we can now unlock with our key.
Give me that.
What is this?
That's none of your business. Instead of messing with that, how about coming up with a way to get out of here? You shouldn't be hanging around here goofing off. What do you think you're doing? You want to get yourself killed? Get out of here.
Okay, take it easy.
Unless you want to die, keep your mind on business. Got it?
Kaufman begins to act suspicious, and it's very logical to put together that Kaufman is almost certainly involved in this trafficking scheme. However, with that little side story out of the way, we can make our way back over to the west side of the resort area. However, not without the town forming back into its otherworld counterpart first.
What's this? Oh. Oh. Huh?
We're able to travel past these garages and down to where a boat can be found. On the inside, we can find Sybil, who seems concerned about our sudden disappearance earlier.
Sybil,
Harry!
how did you get back here?
I followed the sewer. Were you the one who cut the fence?
Yeah. I'm glad you made it. I was worried about you.
You were worried? Where did you disappear to? Never mind. I want to know what's going on here. What is with this town?
This may sound really off the wall, but listen to me. You've got to believe me. I haven't gone crazy and I'm not fooling around. At first, I thought I was losing my mind, but now I know I'm not. It's not me. This whole town. It's being invaded by the other world. By a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life. Little by little, the invasion is spreading, trying to swallow up everything in darkness. I think I'm finally beginning to understand what that lady was talking about.
Harry, hold on a minute. I don't get it.
Look, I don't understand it all myself. I guess I can't explain it.
Well, what's making this happen?
I don't know that either. But I do know Cheryl is there.
There?
Under whoever created this darkness. Cheryl is somewhere and she needs my help.
Harry, this whole thing's been a major blow to you. You need to rest.
Sybil,
The demon is awakening, spreading those wings.
Dahlia Gillespie.
Was it not as I said? I see it all now. Yes, everything. Hungry for sacrifice, the demon will swallow up the land. I knew this day would come. And what's more, the task is almost finished. There's only 2 left. To seal this town to the abyss, the mark of Samael. When it is completed, all is lost. Even in daytime, darkness will cover the sun. The dead will walk, and martyrs will burn in the fires of hell. Everyone will die.
So what am I supposed to do? I've got to save Cheryl.
It is simple. Stop the demon. The demon taking that child's form. Stop it before your daughter becomes a sacrifice. Before it is too late. Stop it! Stop it!
What do I do?
Go to the lighthouse on the lake. And to the center of the amusement park. Make haste. You are the only hope.
Look, Harry. I really don't get what's going on. But if there's a chance we can save your daughter, I'm in. I'll check out the amusement park. You go to the lighthouse.
Sybil, thanks.
You will need to use it.
Use what?
The flowers. Only with that can you stop it.
What about Sybil?
Tasked with traveling down to the lighthouse, we do just that, running past various wormheads, rompers, and night floaters along the way. Once at the lighthouse, we travel up to the top, just in time to find Alessa planting another seal of Samael.
Wait! Damn, I was too late.
We were too late to stop her and must now return back to the boat, where we find out that Sybil hasn't returned yet. And with our concern only growing, we decide to go and check up on her by heading down to the amusement park ourselves. However, since the road is out, we must travel back down into another shorter section of the sewers to get over there. Sybil has been attacked by something, and it's up to us to go looking for her. This section of the sewers is a lot easier to travel through, however it's still overrun with the same creepers and hanged scratchers as last time. And after a quick run through, we're able to get back up and into the amusement park, which, honestly, with its empty void-like look, being scattered with fast-moving rides with no passengers that we can't access, it makes it a lot scarier than you would think it would be in concept. Most of the areas are either blocked off with bloody barbed wire or are just caved in, however we're able to save at the ice cream house before entering the carousel. Sybil has been taken over by some kind of parasite, and their actions now will affect the ending of the game. Depending on whether or not we collected that red liquid in the hospital, we can either use it on Sybil and bring her back from the parasite,
Sybil! Wake up! Snap out of it! Sybil!
Harry, what happened?
Shh! Don't talk. I'll take care of you.
Harry, why did they take your daughter? Why her?
I'm not sure myself. But, you know, Cheryl isn't my biological daughter. I actually haven't told her yet. She probably already knows anyway, though. We found her abandoned on the side of the highway. Nobody knew where she came from. We didn't have any kids of our own. My wife was sick, and it didn't look like she was getting any better. So we took Cheryl in.
So in that case...
there might be some connection between Cheryl and this town.
So what do you do now?
Cheryl is my daughter. I will save her no matter what.
or if we didn't, then we must kill Sybil instead.
I figured you'd show. Hold it right there. I don't know who you are or what you're trying to do, and I don't care. Just one thing. Let Cheryl go. That's all I ask. What? Damn! Huh? What is this? Where's Cheryl? Give me back my daughter.
We meet at last, Alessa.
Dahlia Gillespie? Where's Cheryl? Where is she?
Alessa. This is the end of your little game.
Mama?
Huh? Could she be...
You've been a ghastly little pest, haven't you, Alessa? I was careless, thinking you couldn't escape from our spell. But Mommy didn't know how much you'd grown. That's why I couldn't catch you all by myself. But what a pity, yes? Now you're half indebted to this man for his help.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Alessa, my dear little girl, there is one thing left I need you to do for me.
No! Get away from me!
Bad girl. Everything is ready. Let's go home now.
What's going on here?
Harry.
Lisa. What happened? Where's Alessa and Dahlia?
Harry, listen. Something you said before has been bothering me. I just can't get it out of my head.
What is it, Lisa?
So I went to look in the basement, even though I was scared as hell. Like you said, there were these creepy rooms, but nothing really unusual down there. But while I was down there, I got this weird feeling. Like I'd been there before. Like something happened there, but I can't quite remember somehow. What was it?
Harry, help me. I'm so scared. I can't take this.
It's only a temporary thing. You're in shock from when you were knocked out. Don't fret about it. You'll remember after a while.
No. You don't understand.
Wait! Where do you think you're going?
The cutscene bugged out for me, but Lisa gets up and runs out of the room. Trying to follow her brings us into the final section of the game. Nowhere.
I'm being summoned. What happened in this town? What could be making things like this? I have a feeling if I take the elevator down, I'll find it. Cheryl.
Nowhere is a nightmarish mishmash of everything that we've been through so far. Alchemilla Hospital, Midwich, other buildings from the town, however mostly taking place in the different floors of the hospital. Puzzles from before that had no previous purpose and are spruced back to life. There's now a key in the birdcage, a new tap with a key stuck inside, an unfunctioning clock in the antique store, and that Grim Reaper's list are now important clues. Starting off firstly, however, we make our way down to the basement, which is now a classroom from Midwich with a single desk. While here, we grab both a screwdriver and a pair of pliers, using the pliers to pull out the key from the tap. The key itself is labeled as the Key of Ophiel. This key can be used on one of the many doors with engraving put into them. Ophiel, Haggith, Phaleg, many engraved doors surround nowhere, and we must find their various keys in order to unlock them. Ophiel brings us to another hallway with the Grim Reaper's list on it. Reading it once again, the Grim Reaper's list. 35 Lydia Findlay, 60 Trevor F. White, 18 Albert Lords, 45 Roberta T. Morgan, and 38 Edward C. Briggs. At the end of the hallway, we can also find a hint. Names engraved on a lithograph, the Grim Reaper's list. Yes, the head count is set, young and old, lined up in order of age. Then the pathway opens, awaiting them, the frenzied uproar, the feast of death. To solve the puzzle, we must order the names by age, youngest to oldest, and grab the first letter of each, giving us the word alert. Putting it into the door unlocks it, and nearby we can find a room containing a bunch of pictures of zodiac signs, with various numbers beneath them. And I'm gonna be so honest when I say that this puzzle took me fucking forever. The numbers correspond to the amount of limbs that the sign has, and it gives us the code 648. Inputting the code gets us the Stone of Time, which we can insert into the broken clock, and once it smashes open its glass, we can grab the Key of Haggith. Going through the Grim Reaper's puzzle door, we can enter the morgue and grab the Amulet of Solomon, one of a group of important items we'll be needing to grab here. However, we are interrupted before we can get back to the main hallway.
Harry?
Lisa, what's the matter with you?
I get it now. Why I'm still alive even though everyone else is dead. I'm not the only one who's still walking around. I'm the same as them. I just hadn't noticed it before.
Lisa.
Stay by me, Harry. Please. I'm so scared. Help me. Save me from them. Please. Harry?
Lisa?
Lisa realizes that she's been dead the whole time, and with her realization, the overworld is finally able to bring her back to death. Lisa is a very tragic character, however, we still have more to learn about her. Re-entering this room again after the cutscene allows us to read Lisa's journal. Ask doctor to let me quit being in charge of that patient. It's too weird. Still alive, but with wounds that won't heal. Told the doctor I quit. Won't work at that hospital anymore. The room is filled with insects, even with doors and windows shut. They get in to spite me. To the hospital. Feeling bad. Need to throw up. But nothing comes out. Vomiting only bile. Blood and pus flow from the bathroom faucet. I try to stop it, but it won't turn off. Need a drug. Help me. Lisa was Alessa's nurse during her time in the hospital. While Lisa may not have remembered it at first, she was the only nurse able to travel down into that room in the basement, and so her presence being so vivid in this other world makes a lot of sense. However, we can talk more on that later, and for now, we continue by traveling over to the Haggith door. We can unlock it to find the elevator, and traveling up to the second floor gains us access to a camera and a room with a screwed-on plate. Using our screwdriver reveals an electrified key, which we can't grab just yet. First we must go down to the other hallway and find the gun shop from the mall. Now with a few different items such as the Ring of Contract and the Crest of Mercury. And now going up to the third floor we can find a shrine, accompanied by 2 paintings. Taking pictures of said paintings make them begin to glow, strange symbols. These symbols must be translated onto the pin grids that are on either side of their respective door. To the right we can find an office, which includes health items and the white Claudia used to make PTV, as well as a newspaper from 7 years ago, which only appears in the European and Japanese versions of the games. However, it's oddly, nobody knows the conditions of it to spawn. The conditions for it to spawn are just unknown. It's just kind of a case of it's either there or it's not. Same thing. Investigation stalled. PTV dealer still at large. Suspicious deaths continue. First, the anti-drug mayor, now a narcotics officer, dies from a sudden heart failure of unknown cause. Are there others? It's pretty old. Fire broke out in town. 6 homes destroyed. Charred body of Alessa Gillespie, 7 found in aftermath. Cause of fire currently under investigation. Investigation so source is basement of Gillespie home. Blaze now believed caused by malfunction of antiquated boiler. The date of the blaze. It's the same day we found Cheryl. However, even with its strange requirements for spawning in, we begin to put together that Cheryl is definitely in some shape, way, or form connected to this town, and Alessa, and this fire is at the middle of it all. Going into the left door now reveals a room containing the key to the birdcage. Opening it up, we can grab the key of Phaleg, which leads us into another hallway. This time containing a kitchen, with the fridge now placed in the middle of the room. In the fridge, we can take out the dagger of Melchior. However, we must make sure to put together the chains on the fridge using the ring, or else a bloodsucker will burst out of the fridge and kill Harry. We can also enter the storage room, which contains jelly beans? Who the fuck put the key of Belfour in a bag of jelly beans? I mean, it's one good use for jelly beans, I guess. Connected to the storage room, we can find that room with the VCR TV in from the hospital, and playing the tape reveals a small interview with Lisa.
What is it? Still has an unusually high fever. Eyes don't open. Getting a pulse, but just barely breathing. Her skin is all charred. Even when I change the bandages, the blood and pus just start oozing through. Why? What is keeping that child alive? I can't stand it any longer. I won't tell a soul. Promise. So please.
Lisa is distraught at Alessa's situation. She doesn't want to keep her alive. If anything, she doesn't even know how Alessa is still alive. However, while it's not explicitly stated in the game, it's found that Lisa during her time looking after Alessa was being blackmailed by Kaufman with the use of the PTV drug. I mean, it's kind of hinted at in the journal, but it's like very vaguely hinted at. Lisa, being addicted to the drug, had no choice but to continue looking after Alessa, even though it tore her up to be doing so. However, with the key of Belfour, we can open up the door to the generator and turn it off, using an unlocked door to travel back up to the room with the electrified key, which now isn't electrified, meaning we can grab it, giving us the key of Aratron, our final key for the game, which we can use to open up Alessa's old hospital room.
Everything is going according to plan, sheltered in the womb.
But it's not done yet. Half the soul is lost. That is why the seed lies dormant.
And what soul remains captured in that husk is buried deep down in the subconscious.
Are you trying to say it won't work? That wasn't our agreement.
No, these are just stalling tactics. If we lend a hand, we will be able to get power. Never fear, the promise shall not be broken.
But the power we could draw now will be very weak. Almost nothing. Unless we get the other half of the soul.
We'll use a magical spell. Feeling this child's pain, it's sure to come.
But that will take time.
After the fire, Alessa's soul was split in two, and it seems that she has some kind of power that the cult wants to harness. However, cannot do so until the two halves are brought back together. We pick up the disc of Ouroboros, and finally we go into the graffitied up attic to pick up the Ankh. Giving us all of the final items that we need. Traveling through our final door, we reach Alessa's old bedroom. We save one last time before approaching a door, with slots for each and every item we've collected inside of nowhere. Thou possess them to guide thy spirit. Evoke 5 rights and veil thy fate. After inserting each of the items, we get our final pieces to put together everything that's been happening in Silent Hill.
Come along.
No, I don't want to.
Do what Mommy tells you now. I just want you to lend me a teeny bit of your power. That's all.
No. I don't want to do it.
It will make everyone happy, and it's for your own good, too.
Oh, but Mommy, I just want to be with you. Just 2 of us. Please understand.
Oh, yes, I see. Maybe Mommy has been wrong.
Mommy!
Why didn't I see this before? There's no reason to wait. Herein lies the mother's womb, containing the power to create life. I could have done it all myself.
Mommy?
Alessa, having some kind of power, is being used by the cult, specifically her mother, Dahlia, to birth God, quote-unquote. Which, obviously, Alessa doesn't want to do that, and she just wants to have a normal life with her mother. Descending down into the abyss below us, our actions so far come together to give us 4 different scenarios. Starting off with the worst possible ending, not the bad plus ending, but just the bad ending, and the ending that I definitely didn't get.
Dahlia.
Well. To think you'd make it this far.
Where's Cheryl? What have you done to her?
What are you talking about? You've seen her many times, restored to her former self.
I'm in no mood for jokes.
Don't you see? She's right there.
That's absurd.
You are the only one who thinks so.
Why? Why are you doing this?
It's been a long 7 years. For the 7 years since that terrible day, Alessa has been kept alive, suffering a fate worse than death. Alessa has been trapped in an endless nightmare from which she never awakens. He has been nurtured by that nightmare, waiting for the day to be born. That day has finally come. The time is nigh. Everyone will be released from pain and suffering. Our salvation is at hand. This is the day of reckoning, when all our sorrows will be washed away, when we return to the true paradise. My daughter will be the Mother of God. It's awakening. It's awake. Now no one can interfere.
Cheryl!
Give up. That person no longer exists. This is a god descended among us to reach out and save us!
If we fail to complete Kaufman's side story and kill Sybil, Alessa and Cheryl merge to create the incubator, whilst killing Dahlia. And the incubator is a boss which I got softlocked at, as I didn't have enough bullets to kill them, and since I didn't find the rifle but I had rifle bullets, the game was never able to go into its softlock prevention, where the boss will just end if we run around for a few minutes after running out of all of our bullets. However, the boss mainly just consists of shooting at the incubator whilst avoiding its lightning attacks. In the bad ending, we kill the incubator and it's shown to us that everything that we just went through was all in Harry's head as he slowly bleeds out to death in his car after the crash.
Daddy.
Cheryl!
Thank you, Daddy. Goodbye.
Cheryl? Can't be. Can't leave like this. This can't be happening. Cheryl? Cheryl!
In the Bad Plus ending, however, where we fail to do Kaufman's side story but save Sybil,
I was shocked to realize the talisman of Metatron was being used. In spite of the lost soul returning at last. Just a little longer and all would have been for naught. It's all because of that man. We must be thankful to him. Even though Alessa has been stopped, his little girl has to go. What a pity.
Freeze! What in the devil's name?
Dahlia.
Harry. Go.
The incubator is still formed, however after beating it, Sybil slaps us out of our grief and tells us to get out of here as the overworld begins to crumble around us. However, coming into the good ending, which, while we don't know which one specifically is the canon ending, it's just known that either or could be classed as canon as they both line up with Silent Hill 3. It's just kind of up to you to decide whichever one you think is canon, whichever one you like more. Like, I mean this, nobody in Team Silent has like ever specified which one of the good endings is canon. The novelization of the first game uses specifically the Good Plus ending, however it's written by somebody who wasn't originally involved in the original making of Silent Hill 9099. So, but it's up to you, it's whatever, it's up to you. In the good ending, we kill Sybil, however we complete Kaufman's side quest.
Quit screwing around. Return things to how they were before.
Kaufman!
Did I ask for this? Nobody uses me. You won't get away with this.
Your road is over. We don't need you anymore. What do you think you could accomplish by coming here?
My, aren't we getting cocky? Bet you can't see this.
A gloviness! I thought I got rid of that!
All I had to do was plant it somewhere for you to find. You all, well, it kept you busy. Ha! You're easy. And there's more where this came from.
Stop it!
Huh? What the?
Kaufman shows up throwing that same liquid that we used to save Sybil out of the incubator, which in turn causes it to instead transform into the incubus instead. A design which, holy shit, looks cool as fuck. The incubus works almost exactly the same as the incubator, but instead now it has red lightning. We must simply avoid these attacks, with simply being a very light term here, and shoot at the incubus to defeat it, and finally conquer Silent Hill. And of course, the only difference with the Good Plus ending is that we save Sybil and then this time she joins us in running out of Silent Hill. The reason why the good endings are canon will become more clear when I get to talking about Silent Hill 3, however, before we get to analyzing what all of this was, there's one more ending that I need to talk about. If during a second playthrough, the player uses a channeling stone in 5 different locations, with the last one being at the top of the lighthouse, we get a unique ending.
What?
Sorry.
Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair.
That's right, nearly all of the Silent Hill games have their own joke ending, and Silent Hill 1999 is the start of the UFO endings, a common theme which shows up again in the other titles. However, apart from the fact that aliens might be real in the Silent Hill universe, let's get to analyzing. So, what was all of that? Being the first game in the series, and unfortunately by extension the most underrated, Silent Hill 1999 does an amazing job at introducing us to the series. The grim environments and the purely sickening details put into each and every single one of them are iconic for the time and still are now. Like, when I say that the town's designers literally thought about the way that the wind would move throughout the town, there was a lot of thought put into the game. And just focusing on the textures of the environments alone, I feel like I would either get tetanus or some other sickly disease just by being around the town. And it all just really hammers home Alessa's struggles and agonies literally coming to life in the form of this other world and the monsters that inhabit it. There are 3 main layers to Silent Hill: the fog world, which is mostly the same as the real world except carrying its various monsters, the otherworld, which is the true manifestation of Alessa's powers over the town and the many symbolisms and recreations of her trauma carried by it, and nowhere, the deepest point of the town and the true inner psyche of Alessa. Alessa's powers are that of a psychic origin, and each part of the town carries certain manifestations of her memories, her fears, and the pain that fire 7 years ago caused her, all of them coming together to make what is literally a living hell. I mean, even the true final boss, the Incubus, is based off of Baphomet. However, going back to that fire 7 years ago, Alessa's powers, through all of the many emotions that she would have been feeling, allowed her to cause the malfunction of the basement's boiler, preventing this cult, known as the Order, from performing their act of using Alessa as a vessel to birth God. However, in the process of this, she got caught up in the fire and it left her bedridden for about 7 years, with Lisa Garland being blackmailed into watching over her with the use of the town's PTV drug, and due to her addiction, she was made to keep her alive until Harry would eventually come back to the town with Alessa's missing half, Cheryl. A missing half which was split from her on the night of the fire, one which made her powers significantly weaker to be without. The monsters, buildings, and various events of the town all correlate to these events of Alessa's childhood, and just overall Alessa's views on the world. For example, while she was alive, Alessa was afraid and disgusted of bugs and worms, leading to the various bug-themed enemies like the Twin Feeler and the Wormheads. The Mumblers and the Grey Children are representative of Alessa's classmates, who would often bully her for her affiliation to her mother and the cult and her psychic powers, and just overall, everything in the town was made that way for a reason, and every single little detail Team Silent has put into the game is to reflect Alessa's story. And all of it is accompanied by an absolutely gut-wrenchingly terrifying soundtrack. Ambience which really makes the difference between, oh, this is pretty scary, and I don't want to be here anymore, the stairs are screaming at me. Tracks which you could place over probably any other media on Earth and it would make it an absolutely terrifying experience. Tracks which so many people just know about without actually playing the games because that's how iconic they are. Whether or not you've actually played or know about Silent Hill, you've definitely heard some of the tracks that play throughout its runtime at least once or twice. But at the same time, this horror is accompanied by these melancholic and peaceful tracks which in certain parts of the game, especially when coming out of places like Midwich and the hospital, give the game a very creepy, comfy feel to it. And this feeling is definitely more exemplified in Silent Hill 2. It's just like I said before, we've just gone through hell and came out the other side. And while it might not be fully over, this small space of time between the environments of hellish industrial grime and fearing every corner we turn around just makes those moments that much more attachable to. We really do just feel like somebody who's seen the horrors of this other world and lived. And just as it's good as making parts of the game that much more calming, it's just as much of a double-edged sword when you have to go and enter the next section of the game. And all of that comfort is ripped out of you just to repeat the process again. Just overall, for the first game in the series, it's a really great way to grab players and just situate them into the style of the series and just bringing it back to a gameplay standpoint. The game is just enjoyable to play. The puzzles can be actually difficult at times, which makes it that much more enjoyable to solve them. And although Harry may be a bit slow to control, it gives off the intentional vibe that we really are just playing as a dad looking for his daughter and not some trained combat soldier. Harry is literally just a guy. And this definitely shines through even more in the character designs themselves. Sybil, Lisa, Harry, and just all of the cast feel like fleshed out characters with their own motives and reasons for being in Silent Hill. And while I would go in on a full in-depth analysis of all of the characters themselves, I feel like I'm gonna save that for its own separate series. But honestly, for a first game and an introduction into the series, I could not have asked for anything better. Every single inch of this game feels like it was planned out to invoke the feelings of dread, fear, and paranoia, and oppositely, comfort. Even down to just the game's camera angles, which I would often find myself backtracking just to see again. Even the background story about the PTV drug and various references and secrets just all fit the game's vibe, and not once did anything feel out of place. Even an amusement park felt just as grimy and disgusting and horrible to be in as the basement of a grisly abandoned hospital. And I just feel like Team Silent was the only group that could have made this game happen, and it's obvious now why so many games take inspiration from it. I mean, just talking about games that I've mentioned on the channel already, Lost in Vivo, Psychopomp, Spookies, and probably even more all in some way have inspirations to Silent Hill. And the first game, I feel, doesn't get enough credit for this. While, yeah, it's the original, I feel like Silent Hills 2 and 3 became much more popular than 1999, and by extension are hyped up way more than the game that set the bar and started the series, even though without it they wouldn't have even existed in the first place. The dedication that Team Silent had for this first game is a baseline for the rest of the series to follow, and although for better or for worse, certain parts of the game are taken, changed, and reused in the others, spawning new monsters, plot points, and characters, it all wouldn't have been possible if this first game didn't come out as good as it did. But with the first game out of the way, let's jump into the next game in the series. Immediately after the release of the first game, Team Silent begins development on a second game in the series, Silent Hill 2 for the PlayStation 2. From the game's director, Takayoshi Sato, yes, that same Sato from the first game who worked on all the CG cutscenes, the second game was heavily inspired by the book Crime and Punishment written by Fyodor oh my god, Fyodor Dostoevsky in 1866. The book follows the feelings of guilt and the mental and moral issues faced by its main character, Rodion Raskolnikov, as he tries to justify to himself his plans of killing an old pawnbroker in order to use her money to get himself out of his poor financial situation, believing that his actions would be justifiable if he then went on to use that money for good deeds. However, after committing to his actions, the book then follows his decline into paranoia and regret of his actions as the once justified thoughts crumble before him. And we're gonna see a lot of that being used throughout the game. The reasons for making a sequel were both from a creative standpoint and from a financial one, due to the success of the first game. However, we'll come to find out the story of the second game is somewhat disconnected from the first, instead choosing to swap out a whole new cast and focusing in on the characters themselves and their stories, as well as the effects that Silent Hill has on them, rather than the actions of the Order and Alessa, and all the while keeping in comments from the first game to improve the series and give players what they wanted out of the first game. They even chose to start developing the plot first this time instead of the environments like they did in the first game, since they already had a pretty good grasp of the style that they wanted for the town of Silent Hill itself. Lots of details were later improved, such as the fog and lighting systems, and as we'll see when we get to the gameplay itself, even things like the camera angles were meticulously placed to make the player feel exactly like Team Silent wanted them to. For the game's art style, the team took a lot of inspirations from David Cronenberg, director of Shivers, Scanners, and The Fly, David Fincher, director of Alien Free, Fight Club, and Seven. There's also, you'd never guess it, David Lynch. His inspirations are continuing past the first game. There was also Alfred Hitchcock, you know, the director of the Psycho film. Like, the Psycho film that gets referenced all the fucking time, alongside his other really influential films such as The Birds and Vertigo. And of course, the film that everyone always talks about when analyzing Silent Hill 2, Jacob's Ladder, directed by Adrian Lyne. I mean, it's even on the wiki page for Jacob's Ladder. Imagine being so infamous for taking inspiration from something that you end up on that inspiration's wiki page. Like, hello? For artists directly, we have Francis Bacon, Rembrandt, and Andrew Waif, who are all inspirations for Silent Hill 2 style, alongside other inspirations that we've already mentioned for the first game. The works of Daijiro Morohashi and Junji Ito were parts of Silent Hill 2's artistic style too. I'm going to be delving into the game's soundtrack later on in the analysis. All you need to know right now is that Akira Yamaoka continues to work on the series, and for the second game in particular, he worked on the game's soundtrack at his own house, using a bunch of different methods that he uses for his tracks, a lot of them we get to learn about in the behind-the-scenes documentary that was made for the second game's release. If you want to go and watch that after this video to learn more about Silent Hill 2's development specifically, I heavily suggest it. I'll kid you not when I say that I found it through a VR chat recreation of Silent Hill 2 and I sat there and watched the whole fucking thing. Moving on to the game's advertising and release, and speaking of that little documentary I just mentioned, the release for Silent Hill 2 happened once again on 3 different dates: September 25th, 2001 for America, September 27th for Japan, and November 23rd for Europe, the European release being the only one containing that making of documentary. And for cover arts, I gotta give the American release the credit for this one. However, it's really closely tied with the Japanese release art. I really like the look of the 9 save squares, which, as we'll come to learn, is one of the series' iconic symbols. However, with the American release art, I just feel like it's a lot more eye-catching, and coming from someone who's a big fan of the Saw series and that grimy look that it has, the look of the box is something that I like a lot. The European art might have worked more for me if it was still in the OG PlayStation due to it being a more square-like ratio. However, on the new case design, it just looks empty. A little bit later after its release, an Xbox port was made for the game, coming out in December 18th, 2001 for America, February 22nd, 2002 for Japan, and jumping 8 months later to October 14th, 2002 for Europe. This extended version also came with the game's DLC scenario, Born from a Wish, which I will also be going over after we're done with the main game since it's not that long and I don't see a lot of people talking about it enough. These extended version of the games had their own little subtitles, those being Restless Dreams for the American version, Saigo no Uta translating to Poem of the Last Moment for the Japanese version, and Inner Fears for the European version. And bear with me here, because I have the most information about Silent Hill 2's development over any of the other ones, and Konami just really liked re-releasing Silent Hill 2 specifically. This extended version was then reported back to the PlayStation under the subtitle The Director's Cut in Europe. However, not in America, where it was instead just put under the collection of greatest hits, which, for those who are unfamiliar, is just when high-selling games are re-released at a discounted price for the PlayStation. At least to the best of my knowledge, I spent a lot of my time being absolutely ass at Tony Hawk's Pro Skater for the original Xbox, okay? There was also a PC port that was released in December of 2002, and this was then modded into the Enhanced Edition mod, which just fixed a whole array of issues that the original port had. And speaking of issues, open your ears, don't make this mistake. The Silent Hill collection, just the regular collection, was made for the PlayStation and contained 2, 3, and 4, and it was fine. It was just a re-release. It was just the regular games put into one disc, released in 2006. Great year, by the way. I'm not biased at all. However, say hello to probably one of the most hated versions of Silent Hill 2, the Silent Hill HD Collection, which is one of the only games that I actually physically own aside from Homecoming, but I'll get to my opinions of that thing in the next part that I make. The Silent Hill HD Collection released in 2012 and was a remastered HD version of Silent Hills 2 and 3, and contained the Born from a Wish DLC, which was ported for both the PlayStation 3 and the Xbox 360. And let's just say that it wasn't so great. During this port, it said that some of the files for the original Silent Hill 2 was lost and had to be remade, but just come on! And then cutting back to now, we have the remake to look forward to, so hopefully that ends up coming out well. I'll probably end up making a video about it when it comes out. On top of that, there's the upcoming film adaptation Return to Silent Hill, which, looking at the other films, the bar is extremely low. Swapping over to how the game was advertised, we have a few different trailers to look at, and honestly, I didn't even know how many there was originally. Starting off with the trailer which, from what I could find, was released alongside the same European release, which had the making of documentary in it. Now, I'm not going to play the whole thing purely because it's 6 minutes of mostly CGI cutscenes we're going to be looking at anyway. However, I do want to show off this alternative version of the game's main theme of Laura, since it's never used anywhere else.
I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost? So, what about Laura? We've got to find her.
you confusing me with someone else? I'm not your Mary.
Just put the gun to their head and...
What's that letter?
You be careful too.
Aren't you Maria?
Why didn't you try to save me?
It doesn't matter who I am.
You didn't love Mary anyway.
My name is Maria.
I was just joking.
Why didn't you try to save me? So stay with me.
For the Tokyo Game Show of 2000, there were separate trailers for both the spring and autumn parts of the event. Starting off with the autumn version, a lot like with the previous trailer, I'm not going to show the whole thing, however the first 2 minutes provide a pretty good experience of the trailer.
In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
The trailer then goes on to show various characters and of course our main antagonist, Pyramid Head, as well as a few more interactions between the characters and James. However, I feel like those first 2 minutes work really well at just showing off the unease that the game has. We then have the spring version.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful.
Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But...
Yes?
Please promise you'll take me again, James.
This town, there's something wrong with it.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I?
Is it dangerous? I'm looking for someone. Eddie, be careful.
James, you be careful too.
Anyway! What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there.
Killing a person ain't no big deal.
Didn't you say she died?
And I gotta say, out of all of the trailers for Silent Hill 2, this one has to be my favorite. The harsh contrast between the screeching, panic-inducing game footage alongside the various in-game interactions makes this trailer just that much more impactful. I'll be honest when I say that during my research, this trailer genuinely took me by surprise. After the Tokyo Game Show, we're then taken back to E3 for the 2001 panel, where we got this trailer.
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel? You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there. I'm not your Mary. Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James.
to their head.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me.
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Well, yeah? Why not?
Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life.
Like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
This trailer shows off a lot of different scenes that we don't get to see in the other trailers, as well as some gameplay of the combat system. Mary is shown some more, and we get a full look at Pyramid Head. After the game was released, we have a few different regional variations of advertisements, starting off with the American variation.
You promised you'd take me there again someday. James! To your special place. Silent Hill.
Silent Hill 2. Rated M for mature. For PlayStation 2 from Konami.
A lot like with the original, we are shown some various shots of gameplay and scenes, however this time things are a lot more vague, even with the added dialogue from Mary. We also have the UK variation.
See? I'm real.
And I don't know what it is with old 2000s UK ads, especially ones of horror media or somehow very closely linked, PSAs, but they always have this grungy look to them without fail, and I feel like it honestly really fits the vibe of that grungy industrial style that makes me like Silent Hill so much. If I'm being honest, I'm pretty sure that it was Silent Hill itself that got me into liking that area of style and theming so much. So, tick that off of the list of things Silent Hill introduced me to. And finally, the Japanese trailer for the Xbox port of the game.
Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
Much like with the others, it's short, however it gets the point across that we're in for a scary ride. I'm pretty sure it's just because of the time, or just because of the recording quality itself, but this one is a lot more condensed than the other ads, but somehow I feel like that makes it scarier. But apart from that, it's time to get back into the gameplay and see why number 2 is one of the fan favorites in the series.
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real.
Mary, could you really be in this town?
In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
This time, instead of being a dad searching for his daughter, we are a man searching for his dead wife. Dead wife. Apparently, we received a letter from her, and now James is fully convinced that she's still alive somehow and waiting for us at Silent Hill. So, grabbing the map from our car, we begin to trek into town. A trek that we might not be alone for. At the bottom of this hill, however, we can find a well containing a red square. In the first game, we saved by writing down our story. In the second, we saved by staring at the almighty red cube. Just normal things. And we make our way into the town's graveyard, where we meet the first ever person here.
Excuse me,
I'm sorry. I
No,
was
it's
just...
okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but...
Is it dangerous?
Maybe. And it's not just the fog, either.
Okay, I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone.
Who is it?
Someone... very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry. It's not your problem.
I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
Angela is also searching for someone and much like us has been brought to the town, however warns us that something isn't right about this place. But of course, ignoring her advice, we carry on down the road past various scrap sites, a ranch, and just overall a bunch of dumped items that make the edge of town seem very unpleasant to be passing through. Until we eventually get into town, with the first major sight being a trail of blood turning around the corner. With no other leads, we choose to follow after the figure, and after another quick save, we approach upon a scrapyard, at the end of which we find, you guessed it, another malfunctioning radio. As it turns out, the figure we saw was in fact our first monster of the game, the lying figure. Monsters meant to resemble a person with their arm stuck inside of a skin suit? More on that later. However, their main ways of attacking us is the vomit they'll spray out of their mouths at us, and if we knock them down without fully killing them off, they will begin to wriggle around on the floor, where they can run off to get back up again.
Oh yeah. This thing broken? What the? I'd better take it anyway. I might need it.
Mary is quite possibly still alive, and we have more proof to say that she's here. So we exit the scrapyard, bloody footprints trailing behind us, and begin to try and find some way to get to Rosewater Park, our quote-unquote special place. And as we begin to explore the town, getting used to its layout and either choosing to avoid or fight the monsters now roaming about, speaking of, the creepers are still here, and they are just as annoying as they were in the first game. And as we explore, we may come across a variety of different points of importance, the first of which being a body on the floor, surrounded by various notes. Putting them all together reads, "I'm going to write everything that I've learned so far. Maybe that will help you out somehow. If you're reading this, it probably means I'm already dead. I saw those demons. They were there, I'm certain. But my friend says that he didn't see anything. If that's true, does that mean that what I saw was an illusion? But whether that demon that ate human beings was real, or whether it was some kind of hallucination that my mind dreamed up, one thing I know for sure is that I'm beyond all hope. It seems that they're attracted to light. It's why people who need light to see are their natural prey. They also react strongly to sound. If you want to go on living, you'd better off just sitting in the dark and staying quiet. But even that probably won't save you. If you're going to try and fight them, the most important thing is to relax. It's dangerous to fire a gun whilst you're all crazy with fear. Take good aim and then squeeze the trigger, and don't forget to finish them off. I think most of those creatures can be killed even if they are tougher than people. Run away. Whoever this person was took notes in order to help out whoever would come along after them, and alongside just explaining a bit about how the monsters act and work, mainly how they react to light and sound, we also write down quite an important note that I'll come back to a little bit later for the analysis. I saw those demons, they were there, I'm certain, but my friend says he didn't see anything. As always, keep it in the back of your mind for later. On our exploration, we can come across a motorhome, inside of which we can find a note stating, "I'll wait at Bar Neely's." And of course, heading over there, we can find a map highlighting both the same motorhome and a question mark at the end of an alleyway and a path going through the nearby apartments into Rosewater Park. In the same room, we can find a covered up window where we can read the message, "There was a hole here. It's gone now." Which has quite the symbolic meaning. Going over to that alley with the question mark, we can find a dead body at the end of the alleyway. On the body, we grab a key to the apartment, and once at the apartments, we can use this key to unlock the outer gate and make our way inside, starting with the Woodside Apartments. After entering, we can make a note that it is drastically darker inside the apartments. However, after picking up a map of the area, we can also note that the door to the first floor is locked, and we must instead start our search for a way through on the second floor, where we find the apartment to be a very cramped place with little to no room to maneuver around the monsters, meaning that we must fight our way through almost every single one of our encounters here. Though, after a bit of searching through the dark, we enter room 205, where we find ourselves a flashlight attached to a dressed up mannequin, and after proceeding to grab said flashlight, we find that the mannequin had brought a friend over. This is our second new monster of the game, title of Mannequin, genius, I know. They will stand still until approached, and much like the lying figures, will wriggle about if not fully killed. But with the flashlight now in hand, we can see our way around a lot easier, and can make our way over to room 208, making note of a jammed rubber chute along the way. In room 208, we can find an old grandfather clock in a side room. Interacting with it shows us that the front is locked, however on the side of the clock is written, "The scars from the past will remove the nail that stops time." And at the other end of the room, we can find 3 names: Henry, Mildred, and Scott, with various lines accompanying them. Outside of this little side room, we can also find a memo hinting to this next puzzle. 3 needles stand at 3 different heights, the fat, the tall, and the thin. From slow to fast, they move to the right. Scott rests not on 3, but 15. However, since the front of the clock is currently locked, we can't yet solve the puzzle and must instead make our way to the 3rd floor, where we can first of all enter this encounter.
Ow! Hey, wait! Damn it.
Someone better tell their kid to mind their own fucking business! However, loss of important key aside, we have to go over to first of all room 301, where we can find a solution to all of our problems in the form of a handgun, and secondly... Oh wait. That's it? Well then I guess we gotta go down to the 2nd floor where... Curse you, Team Silent. Passing by this first encounter with this strange triangular figure, we re-enter room 208 and inside find a corpse of unknown origin, and a key to room 202 beside it. And of course, it's at room 202 where we find our clock key inside of a very stressful cutscene.
Huh?
The room is full of bugs and cages, possibly being a small notion back to the first game and Alessa's hatred for bugs. I mean, after dealing with the creepers, I can see why. But with the clock key now with us, we are able to solve the clock puzzle by putting the time to 9 hours, 10 minutes, and 15 seconds. The names Scott, Mildred, and Henry refer to the seconds, minutes, and hours on the clock. Scott rests not at 3, but 15, being one of the indicators, as well as the little scratch marks next to the names on the wall, being the arrow's positioning. Once this puzzle is solved, we can now push the clock aside and enter room 209, where once inside we find nothing, actually. Inside the room we can just grab a few items and save up. The real reason why this room is important is that it now grants us access to that back staircase, where we can now access the rest of the other floors. Starting with going back up to that 3rd floor where we can go grab that key that little girl kicked away from us previously, but not before. Oh my god, get a fucking room! This first cutscene was actually the start of a bug that would occur for me with a few other cutscenes where the audio would start stacking on top of each other. Luckily, it doesn't happen too much, and the audio still somewhat lines up with the other ones, but god did it freak me out this first time. We encounter that same stronger looking monster from before, and of course, as a lot of you may know, this is James's main pursuer, Pyramid Head, and we'll be seeing him a lot. In this scene, we find him catching up with 2 mannequin monsters before fleeing after being shot multiple times by James. After coming out of hiding, there isn't much to find here apart from a key to the courtyard, which we can pick up alongside the key to the fire escape by finding the previously kicked key next to the metal bars. And with the 2nd and 3rd floor now mostly completed, we can travel down to the 1st floor via the staircase next to room 305, where the rooms will be locked. However, we can grab a box of canned juice here. It's important, I swear. Before finally using the new staircase key from room 209 to go to that other part of the 1st floor. And in this hallway, we can enter room 101 to find another new character. In room 101, a corpse is found inside of the fridge, and investigating the sound of vomiting, yes, I hate it just as much as you do.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what?
I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here.
My name's James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie. Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill anybody.
You're not friends with that red pyramid thing, are you?
Red pyramid thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Honest. But I did see some weird looking monsters. They scared the hell out of me, so I ran in here.
Well, I guess this place isn't too safe either. What happened here anyway?
I told you, I don't know. I'm not even from this town. I just...
You too, huh? Something just brought you here, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, whatever it is, I think you better get out of here soon.
Yeah, you're right. What about you?
I'll leave as soon as I'm done here. Eddie, be careful.
James, you be careful too.
This interaction doesn't provide us with much, but Eddie is the first example of a character that hasn't come to Silent Hill to look for someone. And in the nearby room of room 104, we can find a short sightseeing brochure for Silent Hill. Welcome to Silent Hill. Silent Hill, a quiet little lakeside resort town. We're happy to have you. Take some time out of your busy schedules and enjoy a nice restful vacation here. Row after row of quaint old houses, a gorgeous mountain landscape, and a lake which shows different sides of its beauty with the passing of the day. From sunrise to late afternoons to sunset. Silent Hill will move you and fill you with a feeling of deep peace. I hope your time here will be pleasant and your memories will last forever. Editor Roger Woodmark. Outside of this hallway, we can use our other key to enter the courtyard where we can find an empty pool housing 3 lying figures around a stroller, inside of which we can find a snake coin, part of an upcoming puzzle. And finally, to finish off Woodside, we can go back to that jammed rubbish chute and throw our canned juice down it to unblock it. Coming down to the bottom of the chute, we can find that the bag has been torn open, revealing a coin of an old man and a newspaper article. The police announced today that Walter Sullivan, who was arrested on the 18th of this month for the brutal murder of Billy Locane and his sister Miriam, committed suicide in his jail cell early on the morning of the 22nd. According to the police statement, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing his carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was dead from blood loss, the spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan's from his hometown of Pleasant River said he didn't seem like the type of guy who would kill kids. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me. The monster, the red devil, forgive me, I did it but it wasn't me. The schoolmate then added, I guess, now that I think about it, he was kinda crazy. Walter Sullivan is a character that isn't all that important for now, but will be coming back up later on in the video. And I mean way later in the video, so keep him in the far back of your mind until then. After grabbing the coin, however, Woodside Apartments is now completely finished, and we can use our fire escape key to enter the neighboring apartment, Blue Creek. Stepping into Blue Creek, the ambience deepens further, and inside of this first room, we can come across a safe. The code currently unknown to us. But it's until... Just get it over with. Inside of the toilet we find a wallet. Inside contains the code to the safe, and opening it up gives us quite a large amount of handgun bullets. Exiting out of this room, we can find Blue Creek to be a lot smaller than Woodside. And taking a look down the hallway, we can find room 209's door. Locked, but with a note left behind reading, Dear Tim, I have to run an errand so I'm going out. I left the house key with Uncle David. You know where he lives, don't you? The key is in the room near the first floor staircase. I'll be back as soon as I can, so please watch the place whilst I'm gone. And since there isn't anything else left to do on the second floor, we can travel down to the first floor and enter room 105, where we find our next puzzle in the form of a dresser with 5 circle-shaped indents in it. However, we still have one more coin to grab before we can solve this, so we instead travel up to room 107 to reunite with Angela, who is contemplating taking her own life.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela.
Angela, okay. I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, is what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
Are you afraid? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
Not yet. She's not anywhere.
Did she live in this apartment building?
I don't know.
So, all you know is she lived in this town.
What did you say?
How do you know that?
Well, I just figured, 'cause this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah.
Am I right?
I'm so tired.
So, why did you come to this town anyway?
I'm sorry. Did you find the person you're looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she's here.
She's dead?
Don't worry. I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
I've got to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure. No problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been bad. Please, don't.
After this interaction, we are left with the knife, and we also come across our third coin, the prisoner coin, which means we can now go back to that circular puzzle drawer, and upon interacting with it, it gives us a hint. And while I haven't mentioned it yet, Silent Hill of course has various puzzle difficulties. These mostly differ in the hint notes left, but sometimes the answer will be slightly different. For this entire video, I've been on the normal difficulty and will continue to be on the normal difficulty, but I just wanted to point out that things might be a little bit different depending on the difficulty that you choose, and I definitely didn't forget to mention it until now. But the hint for the puzzle reads as follows. 3 bright coins in 5 holes be. At one end sits the seducer of she. The wind from behind the woman doth play. The formless one, null, lies furthest from there. The old one beside for serpents is not. 'Tis to the prisoner's left that he doth rot. For the solution, we can put the prisoner in the middle with the blank space to her right, the old man to her left, and the snake to the farthest right away from either of the other two. Unlocking the drawer reveals the key to room 209, and upon unlocking the door and entering room 209, we can begin to hear strange whispering inside it. And for quite a while, it was completely unknown what the whispers said. However, now there is quite a lot of confidence that the whispering at least says, "See my wife, come home and do some laundry." And then either load some laundry to escape and maybe take her to the car so it takes some space. Or do some laundry, do some neatening, and then continue to record some tapes of sayings. Or alternatively, some people hear it saying Tomb of Saints. And I personally think it says, "See my dead wife, I'll come home, load some laundry to escape, and maybe take her to the car so it takes some space," for reasons that we'll learn about later on. However, wrapping around the apartment's balcony, we can get to room 208, where we can grab an apartment stairway key and finally make our way up to room 307, where we come face to face with our pursuer, and enter our first fight with Pyramid Head. The fight isn't that hard to beat, and mainly consists of traveling from corner to corner, shooting at Pyramid Head whilst he slowly approaches us. We just have to make sure not to get too close to him. And after a while, the air raid sirens will boot up, and Pyramid Head will go down the nearby flooded staircase and let the water out, allowing us to finally leave the apartments and re-enter the streets of Silent Hill. And after a short walk, we can come across that same kid from before.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here, anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
This girl, much like with Cheryl in the first game, is in a lot of danger being in this town. However, her running away from us now seems to be more out of rebellion and a distaste for James rather than her being possessed or used by Alessa, since Alessa is now free due to the actions of the first game's endings. However, her importance will become more clear later on as she has some pretty valuable information for us. We must, however, continue on as we make our way to Rosewater Park, expecting to find Mary here at the docks.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Feel how warm I am?
You're really not Mary.
I told you, I'm Maria.
Sorry. I was confused.
Where are you going?
I'm looking for Mary. Have you seen her?
Didn't you say she died?
Oh yeah, 3 years ago. But I got a letter from her. She says she was waiting in our special place.
And that's here? Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place?
Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake? I wonder if it's still there.
The Lakeview Hotel? Yeah, it's still there. So, the hotel was your special place, huh? I'll bet it was. Don't get so mad. I was just joking. Anyway, it's not that way. It's this way.
You're coming with me?
You were gonna just leave me?
No, but...
With all these monsters around?
No, I just...
I'm all alone here. Everyone else is gone. I look like Mary, don't I? You loved her, right? Huh, or maybe you hated her.
Don't be ridiculous.
So it's okay?
Yeah, fine.
Instead of Mary, we find Maria, a person who is almost an exact copy of Mary. Even their names, Mary, Maria, sound alike. We must escort Maria, eventually finding our way upon a diner across from Pete's Bolorama, where we can pick up a few health items and a better melee weapon lodged inside of a broken down car, before going over to Pete's itself. However, Maria is not keen to follow us inside, stating that she hates bowling. Inside, we can hear voices talking, eventually putting it together that this is where the girl ran off to and is now in the other room talking to Eddie.
So what'd you do? Robbery? Murder?
Nah, nothing like that.
Huh, you're just a gutless fatso.
What'd you have to say that for?
I thought you said the cops were after you.
No, I just ran because I was scared. I don't know what the cops are doing.
But if you did something bad, why don't you just say you were sorry? Well, I guess I run away a lot too.
It's no good. They wouldn't listen. Nobody will ever forgive me. Did you find the lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
Eddie?
Oh, you're...
James. We met in the apartment building?
Yeah, I remember, but...
Are you alone here, Eddie?
No.
go after her.
Huh? Laura? But why?
Laura. Is that her name?
That's what she said.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Forget you.
Best line in the whole game.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
And still the biggest mystery here is how the fuck did Eddie get a pizza? Another mystery that will stay unsolved until later on. We run out after Laura and find Maria out of breath, explaining that she got away, and going around to a nearby alleyway, Maria shows us that Laura went through a small crack between the buildings that we are definitely not going to be able to fit through. So instead, since the surrounding road is blocked, we travel through Heaven's Night, a specific dance club that Maria just happens to work at, and therefore she's able to let us through. And coming to the road, we see Laura enter the... Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Brookhaven Hospital. Because there just couldn't have been a game we outwon. We have to go in to look for Laura, and upon entering, we can already tell that this hospital is gonna be a hell of a lot scarier than Alchemilla, just based on how much darker it is walking into it. In Alchemilla, the fog still made the Fog World variant a little bit brighter, but here in Brookhaven, it already stands broken and abandoned, filled with darkness. To start things off on the first floor, we can enter the reception to find a save point and a journal of some of the hospital's patients. Jack Davis. He has attempted suicide 3 times in the past for reasons unknown. Although he is normally a model patient who follows doctors' and nurses' orders, he must be watched closely due to his past pattern of sudden and violent suicide attempts. Joseph Barkin. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. Joshua Lewis. History of hospitalization as well as numerous assault, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex and has a tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution necessary. As well as a note in a neighboring room stating, "The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven like him to the other side." The other side perhaps may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher or even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind, but to him, there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? Something else is written by hand. I got key from Joseph. It's probably the key to that box. And of course this key is placed next to the note, giving us the purple bowl key. Apart from that though, the rest of the first floor is locked, and apart from a few health items, there is nothing for us here right now. So for the time being, we can travel up to the second floor and encounter a new monster type. One which, much like Pyramid Head, is iconic for the series. And I'm of course talking about the bubble-headed nurses. Once again, working similarly to other monsters we've faced so far, except they now have melee weapons of their own. That being the metal pipe that they carry. Their movements are especially twitchy, and it's one of the details that while being in all of the monsters designed so far in some form is just especially creepy on the nurses. On the second floor, we have access to both the male and female locker rooms. In the men's locker room, we can find a coat left behind with a key inside it, and in the female locker room, we can firstly find a teddy bear.
Ow!
What's wrong?
I just pricked myself.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
This item will come in handy later on, and secondly, I think you know what time it is. However, apart from that, our only other door is leading into the treatment room hallway, in which we can firstly enter an examining room to find an imprinted note on some carbon paper, which reads, "I know it. I know the number of the box. It can't help him anymore. The button key doesn't scare me. So nobody can stop who I am. I don't know who I am is who I am is." This code may differ between runs or difficulty, but either way this will be useful to us. Continuing down the hallway fighting for some nurses, we get to room M2, where we can find a lapis eye key. M3 where we find a nurse and some health items, M6 where we can grab more health items. It's a hospital. There's gonna be a lot of health items. And Maria, can you back up a bit? While escorting Maria, she has a tendency to teleport, often ending up being more scary than the monsters when she just apparates in front of you. Apart from that though, we can lead her up to the first floor, where we can find more health items and a lock on this floor's hallway. And to find the code, we must use the key we grabbed in the men's locker room and go down to the doctor's lounge and discover the code to be 7335, maybe different depending on the difficulty. Using that to get to the third floor hallway, we're able to enter rooms S3, where Maria decides right now is the perfect time for a quick snooze, and it's not like there's killer monsters right outside this door, Maria. I don't care if you have a hangover, we gotta get the fuck out of here. Next to her, however, we can grab another key, this time leading to the roof. However, for now we can continue down the hallway and firstly enter a bathroom with vibrant green liquid pooling toward the drain pipe. We can't reach down into it, however, so we carry on to rooms S11 where we grab more health and have a save point, and S14 which contains the fabled box we've been hearing about. With it is a message on the wall. Louise, I'll take care of you forever. It's my destiny. And with what we've gathered so far, we're able to unlock the box's keypad lock, its main lock, and one of its number locks, with the carbon note from earlier. We just need to find another code, which we can probably find by going up to the roof. However, once up there, the only thing that we can find is a diary. One from a patient. One which reads, May 9th. Rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here. Nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. May 10th. Still raining. Talked with the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic. Weak. Not everyone can be strong. May 11th. Rain again. The meds made me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? May 12th. Rain as usual. I don't want to cause any more trouble for anyone, but I'm a bother either way. Can it really be such a sin to run instead of fight? Some people may say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. It may be selfish, but that's what I want. It's too hard like this. It's just too hard. May 13th. It's clear outside. The doctors told me I've been released. But I've got to go home. And after a bit of walking around on the roof, we can find that we're not alone here. We've been knocked down into the special treatment zone, and next to one of the rooms we can read a note left behind. If Joseph looks calm, he can be taken out of his cell. Inside of the room we can find it to be a padded cell, with a message written in blood on the wall. Turn, turn, turn the numbers. Better not forget them. So I'll write them down here. The other one, my secret name. This code is the last thing that we needed to unlock the box, and on the inside we can find pieces of hair. Yeah, that seems about right. Combining the piece of hair with the needle we got from the teddy bear, we can use them both as a makeshift fishing rod to grab a key out of a drain pipe in that one bathroom with the green liquid. This key is of course the key to the elevator, and using it allows us to travel down to the first floor hallway, where we begin our first overworld encounter for this game. As the walls begin to look withered and grim, we quickly look for the remaining rooms on the first floor, eventually finding Laura.
Laura?
Huh? You know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big fat blabbermouth.
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already... I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I? Wait! There's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
Huh?
I want to go get it. Is that okay?
Yes.
Come on, hurry up.
Is it in there?
Yeah, in the back.
What are you doing, Laura?
It's further back, in the desk.
Laura! What are you doing?
Ha ha, I tricked you.
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Do ya? What's the magic word?
Laura?
Okay, I guess I won't open it. I think I'll just leave you like this.
You snotty little brat! Open up!
Why, you...
Laura?
You hurt me!
Laura locks us in this room, which contains 2 new monsters exclusive to the hospital, name of... Flesh Lips? I see you, Team Silent. Much like with the Pyramid Head fight, in order to win here, our best bet is to try and stay as far away as we can and shoot as often as we can, with the shotgun being our best friend here. Except there's now 2 monsters instead of 1, and it makes it a bit harder, especially when halfway through the fight, a secret 3rd Flesh Lips comes down from the roof. But after beating them all, the air raid siren blasts once again, and we suddenly faint, entering a small cutscene with James being wheeled via a stretcher back to the 1st floor hallway. Except we're now in the other world entirely. It's a bloodied up, rusty style taking over the hospital, with there being the added style choice of having a lot of the hospital look as if it's been contained or quarantined off by plastic and fabric. And of course, with our task still being to find Laura and get out of here, we begin to try and find our way out, starting with the 1st floor hallway rooms, which sadly only contain more healing items. The rest of the floor is locked off to us, but luckily we still have access to the elevator, using it to travel up to the 2nd floor and begin our search again, with rooms M6 containing a dry cell battery and a key to the basement storage room. Beside it is a note. I was locked up inside the basement's basement. It was so small and dark, and I was so afraid I dropped my precious ring. But I will never, ever go back there. M4 containing 2 nurses and some health and ammo, and a large room at the end of the hallway containing a fridge with an oh so heavy door that we just can't seem to get open. And since the rest of the floor is locked off, much like with the 1st, we can once again enter the elevator and go up to the 3rd floor, where we can first of all find this combo 2D 3D art piece of a woman on the door with her arms held outward, and find that room's S11 contains some bullets and a note. She's an angel no one knows. Only I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins she devours them. Sin and sinner alike, she saves me. She is an angel. S3 contains not Maria, but instead the pill bottles she presumably left behind, which prompts James to think that Maria is also sick. This floor is different, however, as we still have access to the rest of it, meaning that we can travel down to the basement, and additionally the basement's basement by pushing aside a cupboard we find down there.
James!
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I just...
Then stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me. So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but... she ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
Down in the basement, we find one of 2 rings, and with Maria now with us, we can work together to open up the fridge and find the second ring.
What was that? You can't open it?
Yeah, Maria, give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
Using both of the rings on the woman door allows us to enter a secret staircase, one which includes this note. I took the director's key, the one to the museum. I hid it behind the praying woman when we went out for the day trip. I picked it up, but I did not steal it. I'm not a criminal. And at the bottom of the staircase, it leads us down to a long widening hallway, one which Pyramid Head begins chasing us down. And unluckily for us, Maria happens to be a bit too late to get away.
Open up!
James!
No! Maria!
We failed to keep Maria safe, and now we're back on our own. However, we're not without a trail, as after exiting the elevator, we can enter the director's office and find a key to the exit, and a map pointing us to a location back in town, and a circle at Rosewater Park accompanying it is the text, "He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There is a letter and a wrench." And of course, beginning to go over to that first location after leaving the hospital allows us to find that the whole town is stuck in its otherworldly variant, and the nurses now roam free alongside the other monsters. To get to the location marked for us, we can take a shortcut through a tunnel, one which includes the Mandarin monsters, long-armed monsters which attack us through the floors they hang from. Once we arrived at the marked location, we do indeed find a wrench, along with another note. Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. Part of that abyss is in the old society. The key to the society is in the park, at the foot of the praying woman, inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew, but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now no one dares to approach that place. If you do not wish to stop James, I pray the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. If we also choose to go to Neely's bar again after exiting the hospital, a new note will have appeared, next to the original whole note. If you really want to see Mary, you should just die. But you might be heading to a different place than Mary, James. And if you put together the different capitalized letters, you get "I need you, Mary, be real." Just highlighting James's desperation and wanting to see his wife again. However, with the wrench now with us, we go over to the park and collect the key to the Historical Society. And after traversing down a long road, we get to the Historical Society and enter it to find, of course, it's just as abandoned as anywhere else. However, our pursuer's presence is still lurking around in the form of a painting. Entering the other rooms reveals a massive hole in the wall, along with a long staircase leading down. I told you it was long. At the bottom of the staircase, we encounter the office in Toluca Prison. A few lying figures can be found here, however, we are much more interested in the hole leading even further down. The holes here are similarly symbolic, much like Harry's entrance into nowhere. Each hole we jump down, and the further we get into the earth, the deeper we are getting into James's psyche. At the bottom of this first hole, however, we find ourselves stuck at the bottom of a well, with no exit in sight. That is until we note that one part of the wall is different than the others, and subsequently can be knocked down to reveal a door out of here. On the other side, we find more lying figures in a flooded hall, with the only way forward being another hole down. Except the gate covering it is locked, and so we must instead enter a small padded room, or at least a fabric-lined room, to pick up a key. However, after picking up the key, our flashlight runs out of battery, and in order to get out, since the door seemingly won't let us out, we must use the dry cell battery we got from the hospital and... Oh god, the room's filled with bugs, isn't it? Yeah, it's filled with bugs. As we turn on our light, however, the door begins working again, and after brute force guessing the code, we're able to unlock the gate and fall even further down into the earth, fully entering the prison of our mind. Come on, it's right there, how could I not?
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head. Pow.
You killed him?
But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie.
I was just joking, James.
He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie?
In all seriousness, Toluca Prison has some of my favorite ambience in the whole game, for one particular reason. Toluca Prison feels like the most suffocatingly dreadful area in the whole game. While yes, the apartments are cramped, and yes, I'm just biased to say that the hospitals are scary, Toluca Prison seems just so much darker to me. One, because yes, it's physically darker than the other two, but the ambient presence of the prison and the fact that we are so incredibly far underground, especially by the end of the area, and just the puzzles and the events that are present here just make it one of my favorite areas of the game to be in. Eddie is seemingly losing it in this place, but for now that isn't too much of a concern to us. Right now, we can explore this room to find a tablet of Gluttonous Pig, and you guessed it, this will be useful in our next puzzle. And now there is a lot to explore here, however we can start off by passing through this lower hall of the cell to find a little wax doll, before looping around the other hallways in an anti-clockwise pattern to find a large empty room in the center of which is a large gallows. On it is a mural of 2 pyramid heads and a man hanging. Below this is 3 slots, presumably for the tablets we're looking for since we could so far insert the Gluttonous Pig tablet. Coming back out into the main hallway, we can go into the other cell hallway and find the tablet of the Oppressor, and coming back into the hallway we started in, we can quickly enter the bathrooms to find the tablet of the Seductress. Before going back to the gallows, however, we can enter this area off to the left of our map and find a lighter, and something I should have gotten in the first game, that being the rifle. It's also here that we can find our way down further, however it is blocked off by metal, and so we must first of all go back and insert the other 2 tablets into the gallows, and after this, a horseshoe appears on the door handle back out, and you would never guess what to do with this. But if you combine the wax doll, the lighter, and the horseshoe together, we're able to make a makeshift handle for the piece of metal blocking our path, which somehow makes the canned juice seem more reasonable. But after jumping down this hole and then a few more holes, we find ourselves at the very bottom. We have our only way forward now being to go back up via an elevator. And as you can probably guess, it's a long way up. What did you expect? We're going down. Of course we're going down. We're going down even further. At the bottom, we enter the labyrinth. Yes, you heard me. A fucking labyrinth. Luckily, the labyrinth isn't anything too maze-like, since we can at least still make a map of the area ourselves. By starting off the area, we know that one of the doorways is blocked by wires and needs to be cut open before we can proceed. Secondly, hello? He's just wandering about now? Turns out this area is called Pyramid Head's lair, for fitting reasons, and in the middle of this little circle, we can find our own sword much like Pyramid Head's. And it is strong as fuck. However, it makes James slow as bricks, so it's not all that useful. Through the other passageway, we're able to enter a second flooded area, where on the other side we come across an oh so totally difficult puzzle with meaning and trial. It would be such a shame if I could solve it on complete accident. Oh, would you look at that? Going down a staircase, we get a strange sight.
You're alive! Maria, I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
Maria? That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then...
James, what are you talking about?
Just before. Don't you remember?
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So, you're Maria?
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars.
Okay. Stay right there. I'll be there soon.
Walking back from that interaction, we can find the wire cutters we needed lodged into an electrical box. And of course, taking them with us, we need to use them to cut the wires, and after a more actually maze-like section, we make it to a long hallway, where we can hear Angela call out.
Daddy, please don't!
Coming to see what's happening, we encounter Angela being attacked by her own monster, name of Abstract Daddy. And I'll talk a bit more on Angela and the symbolism of this fight when I actually get around to making a series about the characters themselves, but as you would expect, Abstract Daddy is Angela's own manifestation of her father. Manifestations are monsters, events, and environments brought to or just summoned to a person by the town of Silent Hill itself. Since Alessa is no longer here, the town is running itself, and it's been implied by multiple notes and characters that most of the time, we don't see the same Silent Hill as others. Yes, there are times where separate worlds collide, but for the most part, Silent Hill is personalized for you. And Abstract Daddy is one of these personalizations, much like what the nurses and Pyramid Heads are to James. But much like with the other boss fights, we just stand far away and shoot at Abstract Daddy until Angela helps us out to finish the job.
Are you okay? Angela, relax.
Don't order me around!
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing.
No, that's not true at all.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like you always did. You only care about yourself anyway. You disgusting pig.
Angela.
Don't touch me! You make me sick. You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes. She was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
That's ridiculous. I never.
Angela is a very interesting character, and this boss fight reveals a lot about her and her story. But I want to dedicate a whole separate video for her, so continuing on, we encounter our next puzzle, the Hanged Men. In one room we find a bunch of, well, hanged men, and in the other room just the nooses on their own. Accompanying these rooms are a pair of notes. Dead men swinging in a tree. How many dead men do you see? Tongue turned blue and face gone gray, watch them as they twist and sway. The first one killed the butcher man, then cooked him in the frying pan, served him to his hungry guests, and gave them seconds on request. The next one, with his smile and sweets, stole poor children off the streets. To men who dressed unsavory, he sold them into slavery. Breaking into home at night, the thief he had a nasty fright, filled his foolish head with ale, woke in the morn in the county jail. The artist, with his daunting skill, tried his hand at painting bills, but caught in rain he wasn't done, when the ink he'd used did start to run. With promises of great return, taking gold he did not earn, bundled it up out of sight, quietly slipped off into night. 3 houses did ashes burn, the sheriff with no place to turn did spy a stranger in his town, locked him up and beat him down. Dead men swinging in a tree, how many dead men do you see? 6 feet long and 6 men wide, round their necks the noose be tied. And only the sinless one can help you here. Mistakenly pull on a criminal's rope, and your reward will be returned to you in a shape most wondrously strange. And by that, it means if we mess up the puzzle here, a bunch of lying figures will spawn in the hallway. However, the correct answer here is the arsonist. The sheriff with no place to turn did spy a stranger in his town. The sheriff locked up a random person with no evidence of their actions, and therefore the arsonist is the innocent man. We pull on the arsonist's rope and are given a key to the next area, where we find Maria again. But this time, it's not a very happy reunion.
Maria? Maria?
Maria, no! What happened to you? Why? Why?
Mary.
Maria has died. Again. But we must continue on finding a graveyard with multiple gravestones with the names of various important characters on their headstones. James, Angela, Eddie, Walter Sullivan, keep remembering his name, Miriam Kay, and a gravestone with a message. This felon drank one last ale before he was executed, and laid here to his eternal rest. Which may or may not be connected to a nearby newspaper which could be found in the hallway before the Abstract Daddy fight, which can be restored to read, "The body of a man later identified as Thomas Orozco, lumberjack aged 39, was discovered in the middle of his room lying face up. The probable cause of death was multiple stab wounds to the front of the neck and the left side of his torso by a sharp-edged weapon. The estimated time of death was somewhere between 11 p.m. and 12:30 midnight. Due to signs of a struggle in the room and the lack of a murder weapon, police are considering this a homicide, and have opened a murder investigation. Furthermore, given the fact that the cash in the room was untouched and Mr. Orozco had a history of drunkenness and violence, the police suspect that the motive was not robbery but some sort of crime of passion. Jumping down our open grave, however, lends us one more interaction with Eddie, after traversing through a long hallway with the fog only growing as we traverse from our overworld to his.
Eddie? What are you doing? What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you. Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And the corpse can't laugh. From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that.
Eddie, have you gone nuts?
I knew it. You too. You're just like him, James.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James!
Eddie has fully lost it, and I'll have to be honest when I say that as much as I love Eddie's character and the symbolism that this fight's environment has, the fight itself is horrible to say the least. While the other fights so far have been similar, yes, but bearable due to the boss's purely melee fight set, Eddie's ranged attack makes this fight just a case of how much can you tank bullets and how many medkits did you save. Because in just a few shots, Eddie moves off to another room, and after another quick cutscene, which, might I say, implies some important lore stuff for later,
Do you know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on, spit on, just because of the way you look, after you've been laughed at your whole friggin' life. That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. He's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee.
You think it's okay to kill people? You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people. Don't you know that?
Let's party!
We simply go back to tanking each other's bullets before Eddie drops dead.
Eddie? Eddie? I killed a human being. A human being. Mary. Did you really die 3 years ago?
This freezer environment is one of my favorites in the game. It's just a shame that the gameplay couldn't really hold up to it. However, exiting the freezer allows us to exit the labyrinth, now being on the docks opposite from the hotel. We take a boat over to it, and much like with Midwich in the first game, this short section on the boat just feels extremely relieving after the long time in the labyrinth. After a while of traveling on the boat, we make it to our final location in the game, the Lakeview Hotel. Everything that we have gone through so far has led us here, and upon entering, we are greeted with a map of the hotel. On the third floor, the note "Waiting for you" is written, at room 312. And making our way into the main hall, we can visit the reception for another note. Mr. James Sunderland. The videotape you forgot here is being kept in the office on the first floor. And behind the desk, we can grab the key to room 312. We can also enter the restaurant area of the same floor, picking up a fish key and finding out that Laura somehow made it all the way over here.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did.
You're here to find Mary, aren't you, James? Well, have you?
No. Is that why you're here too?
She's here, isn't she? If you know where she is, tell me. I'm tired of walking.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
What letter?
Wanna read it? But don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She was our nurse. I took it from her locker.
My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James. I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please, give him a chance. It's true he may be a little surly sometimes and he doesn't laugh much, but underneath he's a really sweet person. Laura, I love you like my own daughter. If things had worked out differently, I was hoping to adopt you. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend forever, Mary.
Laura, how old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
So, Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. That's why I'm here. Maybe you'll get it if you see the other letter. The one, Mary. Huh? I must have dropped it.
Laura!
I gotta find it.
Laura!
One thing that can be noted after receiving this letter is that the original letter from Mary is now blank. However, after exiting the room, we can find that the abstract daddies have returned and are now regular monsters to be encountered. But with the rest of the first floor being locked, aside from a storage room with some ammo in it, our next choice is to go downstairs into the basement, where we can find a locked bar and a can of paint thinner in the elevator that we unfortunately can't use yet. So using the stairs, we take a look at the second floor, finding a cloakroom which holds a briefcase which can be unlocked with the fish key. Inside, we can find the key to room 204, and in the neighboring reading room, we can also find some ammo. Going over to the hotel rooms themselves, we can unlock room 204 and find both a key to the employee elevator and a locked suitcase, locked by a 4-letter code, which I was very mature about when discovering its possibilities. Next to the suitcase, we can find a photo of the suitcase lock with paint covering up its code. We can reveal its code by using the paint thinner we found earlier, and inputting that into the suitcase gives us a Cinderella-themed music box. And going back down into the main hall, we can now take note of the massive wooden device in the middle of the hall, inside of which contains 3 different slots for the music box to be placed. Each of them have their own small note hinting to what order they should be placed in, relating to Cinderella, Snow White, and the Little Mermaid. And for our next music box, we can simply go back out the front of the hotel, and on one of the fountains we find a Little Mermaid music box. However, for our last music box, the Snow White music box, we have to go back up to the 2nd floor and unlock the room to the employee elevator, which isn't very happy with us trying to use it. Turns out when the elevator says max weight limit 1 person, it means exactly 1 person, so we must get rid of all of our items in a nearby cupboard, devoiding us of all of our protection and safety before traveling down to the 1st floor, and traversing the employee-only zone, grabbing a map to fit. In this area, we can enter a pantry which contains our final music box, the Snow White music box. We can then go to the office and pick up our lost tape and a can opener, and oh my god, that is some good box stacking. At the back of this same hallway, we can find a room containing some ammo. However, apart from that, we have this floor cleared out, and we can travel downstairs, avoid some mannequins, and picking up another key for the bar from the boiler, before re-entering back into the rest of the hotel through said bar after opening up a can of light bulbs and inserting it into a lamp, since James simply won't be able to use the key otherwise. Once back in the hotel, though, we can go and grab our stuff again and insert the music boxes into their correct order, corresponding to their story. With this final key, we can unlock the gate blocking us from entering the 3rd floor and enter room 312. Mary is still nowhere in sight. However, we can play the tape on the room's VCR player.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James.
Mary.
So there you are, James. Did you get the letter? Did you find Mary? If not, let's get going already, okay?
Laura. Mary's gone. She's dead.
Liar, that's a lie!
No, that's not true.
She died because she was sick?
No, I killed her.
You killer! Why'd you do it? I hate you! I want her back! Give her back to me! I knew it! You didn't care about her! I hate you, James! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. The Mary you know isn't here. Laura, I'm sorry.
James, where are you? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Please come to me. Do you hate me? Is that why you won't come? James!
That voice!
James! Please hurry! Are you lost? I'm near. I'm waiting nearby, James. Please. I want to see you, James. Can't you hear me? James. Please, James. 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 James.
It turns out that the real reason of Mary's death wasn't the disease she carried, but instead by James's own actions. And now that this realization has hit us, the hotel begins to wither away before our very eyes. The hotel turns waterlogged and mold-ridden as our path is now limited as doors begin to block themselves off. Our only option is to begin making our way to the roof, with the little hope that we have that Mary may still be here. While on our way to the roof, we can come across an old recording of one of James's conversations with a doctor.
Mary's going to die? You must be joking.
I'm very sorry.
But you're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. How can you just let her die?
Please, calm down. As her doctor, I promise I'll do what I can. But there's still no effective treatment for her condition.
How long does she have?
I'm afraid I'm not sure. 3 years at most. Perhaps 6 months. It's impossible to say with certainty.
However, apart from that, we traverse our way between doors that should not lead to each other, taking the elevator to a flooded basement and finding a suspicious amount of health drinks before finding our last interaction with Angela.
For you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you. Oh. I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela, that's wrong.
No, don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James, give me back that knife.
No, I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No, I'd never kill myself. It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too. For me, it's always like this.
We've lost another person here as Angela presumably takes her own life by walking into the fire. After this interaction though, we're able to make it up to a hallway that was previously blocked off by a shutter as the decay of the building becomes more and more apparent, with police tape even covering some doorways. And as the familiar metal meshing makes itself apparent, we enter a room with 9 save states, with one interpretation being 1 square for each monster in the game, with only 1 square left to be filled. Entering the large doorway, we see quite a sight.
Stop! Leave her alone! Leave us both the hell alone!
I was weak. That's why I needed you. Needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now. I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
Maria is brought back one more time just to be killed off again, and James comes to the realization that his manifestations here have all been to bring him out of his guilt, with the second Pyramid Head being now existent because of the death of Eddie, symbolizing that Pyramid Head is only apparent to punish James for the murders he has committed. However, starting the fight is once again very similar to both the first Pyramid Head fight plus the Flesh Lips fight, having to combine both into one to win the fight. James has gotten over his guilt and therefore has earned his freedom from his pursuer. And after collecting an egg from each and inserting them into the door, we can enter a long hallway to hear a conversation between James and Mary.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look, I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here! Leave me alone already! I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James, wait. Please don't go. Stay with me. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please, James. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not going to die. Help me.
After this, however, we finally make it up to the roof and find where Mary had been waiting for us.
Mary?
Wrong again. Mary's dead. You killed her.
Maria? Maria, I'm done with you.
What do you mean? But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. That's what you wanted.
Now I understand. The problem is, you're not Mary.
No, James. I won't let you. I'll never let you have your Mary back.
James rejects this fake version of Mary and in turn has to fight this twisted form of her. Her fight is once again similar to the others, except she's a lot more powerful and we have to be very cautious to avoid her moth swarm attack. Apart from that though, staying away from her and using the rifle should do the trick, and depending on the player's actions so far, we can once again get a few different endings. Starting off with the ending that most people get for their first playthrough.
Mary?
James.
Forgive me.
I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No. That's not the whole truth. You also said that you didn't want to die. The truth is, part of me hated you for taking away my life.
You killed me, and you're suffering for it. It's enough, James.
Mary?
James. In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. Waiting for you to come to see me. But you never do. And so I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you. Something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that. But I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here, waiting for you. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about
is how unfair it all is. The doctor came today. He told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this may be my last chance. I think you know what I mean. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I've missed you terribly. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Whenever you come see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me, or maybe I just disgust you. I'm sorry about that. When I first learned that I was going to die, I just didn't want to accept it. I was so angry all the time, and I struck out at everyone I loved most. Especially you, James. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. I'll always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. We had some wonderful years together. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill, I am so sorry for what I did to you, did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James. James, you made me happy.
The in-water ending is probably the most hard-hitting one, at least for me, with James choosing to take his own life by driving his car into the lake. And the amazing voice acting on Monica Taylor Horgan just makes it that much more saddening to listen to. And all of that to the jump cut to loud rock music. It's amazing. I love it. In order to get the ending, the player must in some amount keep their health low if James is injured, just never heal him. Examine the knife that Angela gives us, or read the patient diary on Brookhaven's roof and the second message to James in the Neely's bar, and in Lakeview Hotel, listen to the headphones in the hallway conversation. Alternatively, the player might get the leave ending instead.
Mary?
When will you ever stop making that mistake? Mary is dead. You killed her.
Maria? It's you. But I don't need you anymore.
What? You must be joking. But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. That's what you wanted. I'm different than Mary. How can you throw me away?
I understand now. It's time to end this nightmare.
No! I won't let you. You deserve to die too, James.
Mary?
James.
Forgive me.
I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No. That's not true. You also said you didn't want to die. The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
James, if that were true, then why do you look so sad?
Mary?
James. Please. Please do something for me. Go on with your life.
This ending has a slightly lighter tone to it, with James leaving Silent Hill with Laura to go live a happier life. To get the leave ending, the player must keep their health high, frequently healing James if injured, check Mary's photo and letter, don't spend too much time with Maria, and in Lakeview Hotel, listen to the headphones in the hallway conversation. In this ending, we show that James still cares about Mary, however, wants to live.
James, I've been waiting.
Mary. I'm sorry it took so long.
Didn't you want to see me?
Yes, I wanted to see you. Even an illusion of you. That's why I came here.
It's not true, is it? You killed me.
I couldn't watch you suffer.
Don't make excuses, James. I know I was a burden on you. You must have hated me. That's why you got rid of me.
It's true. I may have had some of those feelings. It was a long 3 years. I was tired.
That's why you needed this Maria person? James, do you really think I could ever forgive you for what you did? You killed Mary again?
That wasn't Mary. Mary's gone. That was just something Maria? Maria?
What, James?
I want you. I want you with me.
Are you sure?
Come on. Let's get out of here.
What about Mary?
It's okay. I have you. You'd better do something about that cough.
James leaves town with Maria, however it seems to be that it's implied that Maria too will end up becoming sick like Mary did. In order to get the Maria ending, the player must keep their health high, showing that James wants to live, don't bump into Maria frequently and make sure that she keeps up with you, spend a lot of time with Maria and protect her from monsters, follow her commands, and visit her when she's sick in Brookhaven Hospital. And when Maria dies in the labyrinth, attempt to re-enter the room. In the Lakeview Hotel, do not listen to the headphones in the hallway conversation. After playing for the game at least one time, however, the player can find a note in the apartments, titled as Searching for Another Conclusion, with an equal chance for 3 different endings to be hinted at it in any playthrough. The first note, reading The Road to Tomorrow, being the clue for the Leave ending. The first step to a healthy life is to avoid illness. That may sound obvious, but it's also very important. Instead of working to heal yourself after you're sick, it's better to avoid getting sick in the first place. Also, you have to maintain a positive, optimistic outlook on life. It's no use worrying over things that have happened in the past. You got to get outside and play in the fresh air once in a while instead of just sitting inside and reading difficult books. A second note, being a clue for the Maria ending, how to be a happy couple. Do you really love her? In sickness and in health? If you truly love her, then you must act. It all depends on how hard you fight for her. Whatever happens, don't give up. Always try just one more time. Even though there may be hard times, never turn to another woman. And if it comes to it, you must be willing to protect her with her very life. After all, true love means a willing to sacrifice. Be true to your heart, and with luck, things will work out in the end. And finally, the hint for the in water ending, choosing death. When life is filled with nothing but despair, some people choose to end it all. I once chose that path for myself as well. At the time, I felt I had no other choices. After I made my decision, it became the only thing binding me to this world. Sometimes I would cry to myself whilst thinking of the past, but mostly all I did was plan over and over again on how and when I was going to kill myself. I did stupid, dangerous things. I figured it didn't matter since I was going to die anyway, so I went out of my way to invite disaster. I stopped talking to people, and it didn't bother me even when friendships grew distant. But of course, this wouldn't be Silent Hill without some extra endings. Starting off with the Rebirth ending, where throughout the game, the player collects specific books and relics to resurrect the real Mary.
James.
Maria, I'm finished with you.
What? But I'm what you wanted. Mary's dead. Don't you understand? She's not coming back. But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. I'll never hurt you like she did. So why don't you want me?
Because you are not Mary. Without Mary, I just can't go on.
Oh, James. Come on, James. You must be joking.
Mary, you look so peaceful. Forgive me for waking you. But without you, I just can't go on. I can't live without you, Mary. This town, Silent Hill, the old gods haven't left this place. And they still grant power to those who venerate them. Power to defy even death. Ah, Mary.
The dog ending, where after completing all previously talked about endings, you can grab a key from a dog house and use it to unlock the observation room at the hotel.
お前の仕業だったのか?
And finally, the UFO ending, where we use a blue gem in 3 separate areas, much like in the first game. Silent Hill 2 has even more endings than the first, and to add even more onto all of that, we still have the additional Born from a Wish DLC, a short prequel to the main game where we play as Maria herself.
When I woke up, I was all alone. Everyone's gone. Is it because of those monsters? What do I do now? Do I fight and live? Or do those monsters get me? I don't have any reason to go on living. But I'm scared to die. I'm so afraid of pain. Should I run away? I want to find somebody. I don't like being alone. But is there anyone left alive?
In this first cutscene, we learn that we are once again looking for someone. But this time, instead of anyone specific, Maria just doesn't want to be alone. And starting off in Maria's room at Heaven's Night, we can pick up some health items before going to the front of the building to find a meat cleaver stuck in the bar, which will come in handy since as of right now, we only have a revolver with 1 bullet on us, bringing into question what Maria was contemplating before now. But apart from that, we can exit Heaven's Night and get on with exploring the small western chunk of South Vale that we're confined to. Fuck. One thing which is really curious and will come into question in the analysis is that Maria sees some of the same monsters that James does, as we can run into the lying figures as we go around town. Eventually, as we run about, we'll come across Munson Street, where following a trail of blood leads us to the Baldwin Mansion. A dead guy and 2 lying figures remain out front, so we must quickly get inside where we can find the mansion to be in a state of disarray. The mansion definitely hasn't seen some love in a good few years, as cobweb and dust run rampant here. Starting to take to exploring this place, we can take note of a sealed-off fireplace before heading upstairs, to which we find another face, or the voice around here.
Is somebody there? Open up.
Hello?
Stop it. You're disturbing me.
Thank God. I finally found somebody. Can you open the door?
No.
But why?
Is it really necessary for me to answer all your tedious questions?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. I want to be alone. Other people just irritate me.
I just want to see another human face. Do you know what's happening in this town? There's no one here. Just monsters.
Yes, I know. But so what? It has nothing to do with me. No one here means there's no one to disturb me.
You want to be alone in this insane asylum?
Yes, exactly. But how can you say that it's this town that's insane? Perhaps it's we who are insane. Both of us. Hopelessly insane. Are you satisfied? Would you leave me alone?
My name is Maria. What's your name?
Ernest.
Hemingway?
Baldwin.
Ernest? I'll be back.
Ernest won't let us in, and so we must continue exploring the mansion. However, currently going to the rest of the upstairs leads us to a dead end. However, we can grab a white board before instead going back downstairs where a loud thud reveals the sealed up staircase to now be knocked open. A ladder hidden underneath. Taking the ladder up brings us to this small secret garden, which houses a tombstone. Next to the tombstone we can find the black and red boards, and putting all three together reads, "When the white breath is found, I shall dedicate this thing. O spirit of the mist, grant his fortune eternal. When the crimson words are found, I shall dedicate this thing. O you gods deep in slumber, grant his fortune eternal. When the dark grail is found, I shall dedicate this thing. You who deny death, grant his fortune eternal." And in order to beat the puzzle and get the key stuck in the tombstone, we must align the boards together to block any view of the back of the headstone. After doing so, the acacia key lodged in the stone pops out, allowing us to unlock the rest of the upstairs, where we can find a little girl's room, which contains a lighter, something which will be useful to us when going up to the attic. Since it's too dark to see anything, we must light up the attic using a nearby candle, and after doing so we're able to find a birthday card under a chair, and upon leaving the attic,
Give it to my daddy.
from what we can assume, Amy Baldwin, daughter of Ernest Baldwin, fell to her death at some point in the past, probably leading to Ernest's actions now of hiding himself away. Either way, we go to bring the card back to Ernest only to find that he's not in the room he was previously in, and we must delve even further into the mansion to find him. Following the path of the mansion, we eventually find Ernest's new location inside of a small library. A book is left out nearby. I have the strongest trust, you can even call it faith, in the miracle called Resurrection of the Dead. Upon the hill where the light descended, the beast intoned his song. With words of blood, drops of mist, and the vessel of night, the grave became an open field. The people wept in fear and joy at the reunion. But my faith in the salvation of Zutralpaba did not waver. It is also spoken of in the ancient legends. The original worshippers did not believe that death was the end, but that it was simply the path by which the deceased returned to nature. They also believed the process was reversible. There is also a note written underneath it. Blood equals red, mist equals white, night equals black. In this same room, we can confront Ernest about the card.
Do you know a little girl named Amy?
Why do you ask me that?
This letter. To my dearest daddy. It's from a girl named Amy Baldwin. Your daddy?
Yes. Where'd you find that?
Up in the attic.
Oh. What a fool. Now, when it's too late, I finally understand why. Why she was there. Why she was holding that empty envelope when she fell.
Ernest. Amy. She isn't... I'm sorry. I'm sorry I reminded you.
No need to apologize. You didn't remind me. I've never forgotten. Maria, some things we forget, and some things we can never forget. It's funny, I'm not sure which one is sadder. It's been 10 years, but I still...
Ernest, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
No, it's fine. Maria, that letter.
I'll leave it here.
Thanks. Maria? So you must be... That's why you could see me.
Huh?
So perhaps that means that I can hope for a miracle as well.
What do you mean?
In the apartment next door, there's a bottle containing a white liquid. I don't know exactly where it is, but I know it's in there somewhere. I must have it.
You... want me to get it for you?
Please.
Why don't you just get it yourself?
If I could, believe me, I would. But
White?
I'll open the stairway door.
Ernest, do you really believe it will work?
I don't know.
Well, that's okay. I don't mind fighting for an impossible cause. Anyway, it beats just giving up and doing nothing.
Maria, thank you.
Ernest is still deeply troubled by the death of Amy, and from what we can piece together, Ernest is trying to bring Amy back from the dead through resurrection. And to finish off the ritual, we need to head to the apartments. taking a secret tunnel underground to get there. And on the way, we find another memorial for Amy. Amy Baldwin. She was loved too much by God. 7 years was not enough time. Of course, at the apartment, we enter the first floor of Blue Creek, and on top of the coin puzzle drawer, we find the white chrism and bring it back to Ernest.
Thank you, Maria. That's the only item I couldn't get myself. By the time I found out about it, I could no longer leave this house. So long.
Yes, but Will...
Maria, the gods are here. You know it too. You were born in this town.
I'm not sure God is the right word.
Do you believe in fate?
Not really.
That's fine then.
Ernest, can I open this?
This is a dead end. There's nothing beyond here.
I know. So, what if I had said I believed in fate?
That James. He's a bad man.
James... Yes. I know.
He's looking for the you that isn't you.
Because he's kind? Do you know something?
Yes. Maria, you're...
Anyway, that's just what you think. You don't really know anything. That's fine.
Okay.
James.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend? My name is Maria.
It can be presumed here, especially when looking at the text outside of the secret tunnel stating the mansion to be haunted, that Ernest's presence here is that of a ghostly one, bringing back up the possibility that the town's manifestations can be linked to the locations themselves, as well as just the people that were drawn here. We learned a lot about Maria and the way manifestations work in the town, but I think it's about time we get into the analysis. Silent Hill 2 is a fan favorite of the series, and it's very clear to see why. It takes aspects of the first game and amps them up even more. It's grimier, it's darker, and it delves a lot further into the powers that the town itself holds. And even the symbolism that Team Silent is able to portray here is cranked up to a 10. Nearly everything in the game is to reflect the characters' actions and stories, and I will be making a series in the future delving into the characters individually. Specifically to talk about what their own Silent Hills and other worlds might have looked like, because, interestingly enough, the second title evolves the manifestations of Alessa into being manifestations of the individual's trauma and actions themselves. Those who are brought to Silent Hill are mostly those with previous histories of some violent or dark action. James killing Mary, Angela killing her father, and Eddie killing his bully, and the multiple other people. And a dog. Eddie's probably the worst case for this. Either way, these people are called to Silent Hill for some kind of purpose, to get over the guilt of their actions or to just learn some kind of lesson about what they have done and to move on. And this is expanded on later in the series in Downpour with the full circle effect, where if a person fails to realize the lesson they're meant to learn, they become stuck in this purgatory, endless, limbo-like state. This effect also prevents people affected from Silent Hill's abilities and manifestations to leave the town until this realization is met, whether it be by roadblocks, void pits, or whatever else it may use, but more on that on the second part of this video. That's Downpour stuff. However, this effect is still present in Silent Hill 2, with doors locking and closing on their own, certain rooms and passageways being inaccessible until we complete really specific tasks, and even in the Maria ending, James fails to get over Mary and decides to stick with Maria, a near-perfect clone of Mary who is implied to also be sick during this ending, looping the process again. And speaking of Maria, in this second game it is shown for definite that the town is able to manifest full people with their own thoughts and feelings. We see this in Silent Hill 1 with Cheryl being a manifested half of Alessa and the child that is given to Harry in the good endings, but I feel like Maria is just a way better example of this manifestation effect. She is a near-perfect clone of what James is looking for. Mary. Except this version of Mary is more of what James wanted from Mary. Healthier, outgoing, and Maria is the town's way of trying to trick James off of his path and relentlessly punishes him by making him witness her death multiple times. I mean, even Maria says, "I'm not your Mary."
Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
However, still contains some of Mary's memories like the hotel, Laura, and while Maria isn't Mary, she is very similar. Even the names. Mary. Maria. And just to note on Laura and some of the other characters' manifestations before I forget, it's unclear, but much like with Maria, it's possible that Laura may also be a manifestation of the town. I mean, how could she possibly be making it around town this fast? How did she even get here in the first place, and at the very least, why would she be here otherwise? However, arguments against Laura being a manifestation is that characters like Eddie can see her, meanwhile none of the other characters is even in the same room as Maria. However, that contradicts what we'll end up finding about Cheryl and the baby that Harry gets, as well as other people can see them. But maybe that's just because they were connected to Alessa directly, I don't know. I'm not a theory channel, I'm not built for this. I'm just meant to tell you guys if I like the game or not. And then there's also the question of if Eddie's pizza is his version of Maria, but that's beside the point. Speaking of other manifestations, I feel like the monsters in Silent Hill 2 are both better and worse than the first game. Don't get me wrong, Masahiro Ito absolutely popped off with these designs, having their different symbolisms now relating to James's various views on Mary and his questionable desires. However, I feel where the monsters fall short in Silent Hill 2 is their gameplay. The monsters can all be dealt with the same way, and I never felt a need to run away from any of the regular monsters like I did in Silent Hill 1. I don't have to swerve out of the way or worry about a monster leaping at me or them suddenly being on the roof. They all just feel like lumbering, slow creatures that, while may look scary, aren't actually a real threat. With the only monster actually being a threat to me being Abstract Daddy, but that's just because that's just a slightly weakened boss. But that's even same with the bosses. They all just involve standing far away and shooting, with Mary being the only real change to that. Being the only boss to actually have a ranged attack, unlike in 1 where the bosses can travel underground, shoot projectiles at you, and require you to hit specific weak points. However, where monsters fall kind of short, the game makes up for it in its writing, environmental designs, world building, and while some puzzles have kind of outlandish solutions, much like with the first game, it makes the puzzles all the more better feeling when you finally solve them due to their difficulty. And just touching on the writing for a second, or better yet, how the writing is portrayed by the characters themselves. For the HD remaster in the HD collection, there were new voice lines and voice actors, and the opinion may vary from person to person, but I personally prefer the old voice actors, which, yes, is a very popular opinion to have. I can say for definite, I do not like the new voice actors. But even when it comes to the old voice lines themselves, there's two different views that I can see both sides of. The first being that, yes, the old voice lines sound a bit off, but that might be intentional to make the setting more unnerving, or to show that the characters are at the brinks of their own desperate situations, and you're probably not gonna act normal, quote-unquote, after seeing what the characters have been through. And in the case of certain scenes, this works really well, especially with characters like Maria and the scene in the labyrinth. Also really quick, I think it's really neat that this scene is shot to make it look like both Maria and James are separately stuck behind bars to show off James being trapped in his guilt still. Just thought that was really cool. However, on the other end of the spectrum, part of me thinks that some of the jank on the voice lines is just that. Janky voice lines. And do I wish they were a bit better?
Let's party! This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
You, James. You take it.
Thanks.
Yes, but it brings that little bit more of charm to the game, that having everything be perfect would leave it without. It's just a small reminder that Team Silent poured their hearts out to this game with what they had, and it's fair to see why people love this game and call it their favorite. Because, good lord, when the lines hit just right, they hit right. All I have to say is that Bloober Team better not fuck their shit up in the remake, or you guys will be fucking hearing about it. Silent Hill 2 is a near perfect addition to the franchise, and I'd say that it is a worthy follow-up to 1999. And just before we close out 2 and move on to 3, I just want to comment once again on the amazing work done by Akira Yamaoka in this edition. Yes, I might be bringing it up a lot, but while 3 may be my favorite, I cannot deny that the tracks present in 2 are the most iconic and probably take up a large majority of my favorites out of the whole series. Much like with 1999, these claustrophobic, dingy, murky, and even occasionally calming environments are only amplified by their various ambiences and soundscapes, which wouldn't have been possible without Yamaoka's talent. Out of all of the games, Silent Hill 2 is the exact definition of creepy comfy, where being able to breathe out in the street again and just take in certain rooms throughout the town in a surreal wave of relaxation just adds so much more attachment to the game and its charm. But without further ado, let's move on to the next game in the series. Now, when I call Silent Hill 2 the fan favorite of the series, or at least one of the fan favorites, there's usually a divide between Silent Hills 2 and 3 specifically. And me personally, I'm more of a fan of Silent Hill 3. Any specific reason? I just like it more. Don't get me wrong, 2 is an amazing part of the franchise. I love seeing the delve into the more individual psychological effects and the reasons why each characters end up at Silent Hill. But the atmosphere, soundtrack, story, and just overall vibe of the third game just speaks to me a lot more. In the third installment, we take a little step back and go back to the story of the Order, and the game is a lot closer to a sequel of the first game rather than a continuation of 2. Development started as usual after the release of the second game, and originally Silent Hill 3 was going to be a rail shooter, and not the game that it turned out to be. Since at first Silent Hill 2 wasn't selling like Konami wanted, and fans had lots of criticisms about the second title. This plan was later executed in another spin-off title, Silent Hill the Arcade. However, I'll talk about that more in the next part. Almost all of the development that was made during this time, that being from September 2001 to September of 2002, were scrapped before the team swapped over to developing Silent Hill 3 as we know it now. However, this loss of time and budget meant that Silent Hill 3 had to be developed from scratch in less than 9 months. And I'll be honest in saying that this definitely had an impact on at least one segment of the game. Once again, inspirations for the game continued with Jacob's Ladder, as well as the works of Stephen King, The Shining, Carrie, Shawshank Redemption. However, since the development time was so short, there isn't much information that I can find about it. If anyone watching this has some more knowledge about number 3's development, additionally number 4, since I couldn't find much about number 4 either, I would love to hear about it in the comments as well as anything else that you can find. Honestly, I love learning more about this series, and whilst making this video, I've learned even more that I just didn't know about, and I would love to learn even more somehow. However, moving on to publication and advertisements, Silent Hill 3 had 4 main trailers from what I could find, starting off with its first ever appearance at E3 in 2002.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear.
Sins will be judged and punishment exacted. We pray for your forgiveness. You who lead us to eternity.
They have come to witness the beginning, the rebirth of paradise, despoiled by mankind.
What are you talking about?
Don't you know? Your power is needed. Remember me, and your true self as well. Also, that which you must become. The one who will lead us to paradise with blood-stained hands.
When am I going to wake up?
still feel like I'm dreaming.
More like a nightmare, I'd say.
This trailer essentially crams together all of the things that the trailers for 2 had, but combines them all into one trailer. We have the cutscenes, the gameplay, actual combat scenes, interactions between characters, and of course, the banger of a main theme that is You're Not Here. I'll talk about it more a little later on, but if I were to categorize Akira Yamaoka's work on Silent Hill into 2 different categories, especially with Silent Hills 2 and 3, it would be the most gut-wrenching, unnerving soundtrack that has ever graced my ears, made me feel like my bones had been chilled into the fucking Ice Age, and Indie 2000 Alt Rock. Don't get me wrong, the soundtrack for Silent Hill 3 has its eerie moments, and it's definitely just as good as the second game. However, it absolutely shows off the different atmospheres between James's character and story and Heather's, but I'll get more into that a little bit later. Our next trailer appeared at the Tokyo Game Show in autumn of 2002.
Where am I?
Dad, it's me. Yeah. Sorry I didn't call sooner. Yeah, I guess I was. Anyway, I'm coming home now. Oh, I didn't get that thing you asked me to. Okay. Okay, I will. I love you too, Dad. Hey, wait! What's going on? Where is everybody? Those weird monsters?
They have come to witness the beginning. The rebirth of paradise, despoiled by mankind.
Started raining. Are you sleeping?
I'm awake.
You cold?
Get the hell away from me!
The trailer is very similar to the first. It shows a variety of different parts of the games, showing us that there's going to be some of more of those religious themes of the Order, and that there's going to be a lot of the other world shown in this title. We also have the trailer shown for the Gamers Day exhibition in the same year, which is a lot shorter than the other trailers. This trailer follows along more with the main theme of the game, along with showing us some more environments that we haven't seen in the other trailers yet. And finally, we have the trailer shown for E3 in 2003, and bear with me here because this trailer is the longest one. However, it really shows off the atmosphere that the game has, and it honestly has to be one of my favorites out of all of the trailers that we'll be seeing today. Once again, Akira Yamaoka's work on this title shows through with the track I Want Love. Silent Hill 3 has a lot of my favorite vocal tracks in it from the franchise, and it really is the start of the vocal tracks. There is one in the original Silent Hill, however there is nowhere near as many as in Silent Hill 3 and beyond. And that also unfortunately means that some of my favorites are in Homecoming. But this trailer really gets to show off the track and really generates the atmosphere of Silent Hill 3 in a way that the other trailers don't really do. Silent Hill 3 released in, surprisingly, Europe first, on the 23rd of May 2003, with Japan following up on the 3rd of July, and finally America on the 5th of August. We also then know that it was ported into both the OG and HD collections, where unlike the second game, it was left mostly intact, and there was also a port made for Windows. Going back to the topic of the case cover art, it's honestly gonna be a tie between the European cover art and the Japanese cover art. On the one hand, I love the grunge of the European cover art, however, I feel like the Japanese cover art carries on that eye-catching nature that the second game's American cover art had. There's a lot of use of red in the game, especially with the very fleshy look of the Otherworld, and I feel like this cover art fits that more. But without further ado, let's see why this iteration is my personal favorite in the franchise. Starting off the game, we are almost immediately put into gameplay at the Lakeview Amusement Park, one of the locations from the first title. In this first location, we can look around noting that the area already looks pretty otherworldly, and our only points of interaction are the two Robbie the Rabbit mascot suits that are laid about. We can't access anything else in this first area due to the massive holes in the ground, so instead we can continue through the gate into the Souvenir Avenue. And in a quick cut to chase, we are swarmed by multiple enemies. And even though we do have a variety of weapons on us, it's best to just run away from them. The soundscape here is loud, with the many monsters trying to chase us down, however they eventually lead us up to the top of one of the park's coasters. The control room is locked, so our only option is to continue on the tracks, where we must be careful not to let ourselves fall. And as a light begins to come into view,
What a nightmare.
Dad, it's me. Yeah. Sorry I didn't call sooner. Yeah, I guess I was. Anyway, I'm coming home now. Oh, I didn't get that thing you asked me to. Okay. Okay, I will. I love you too, Dad.
Heather, I need to speak with you. My name is Douglas Cartland. I'm a detective.
A detective? Really? Well, nice talking to you.
Hold on. There's someone that wants to meet you. Just let me have an hour. No, half an hour of your time.
My daddy always told me not to talk to strangers.
This is very important. It's about your birth.
I'm not interested. Are you still following me? Do I have to scream?
Sorry. I'll wait here.
as it would turn out, that whole entire first sequence was only a nightmare, and now in the real world we find ourselves in a mall. Specifically right now, a mall bathroom, as we try to find a way to avoid talking to Douglas. But firstly, something in the mirror seems to catch our eye. Heather will make notes about this strange symbol throughout the entire game, however I'll talk about that more in the analysis. This strange symbol is our new save point for the game, and after using it we can take a quick look around the bathroom, eventually deciding that the window is our best option out of here. However, since both ways out are blocked off, we're forced to re-enter the mall through a back door. And the problem of blocked doors has never been so apparent. Eventually, though, we can find our way back into the mall, where we find one of the stores to still be enterable.
Stay back! Get the hell away from me! What the hell is this thing?
This is the Closer, our first real monster encounter. The Closers are long-ranged enemies that resemble the Mandarin monsters from the second title. And as we'll find to be a trend for this game, it's a lot better to just run from them and keep a long distance rather than actually fight them. Heather kills the Closer, however, and we can find a dead guy on the other end of the store, along with some ammo for our new handgun. And entering back into the staff-only hallways, we find some more locked doors, eventually finding a very familiar poster on the wall, alongside a map of the mall itself. After picking it up, we can enter a stairwell and make our way up to the second floor. And immediately I want to point out the major tonal changes in the monsters between Silent Hill 2 and 3. When encountering a monster in Silent Hill 2, they feel clunky, slow, and barely a threat once you figure out how to deal with them. And while yes, this is good at exemplifying James and his own personal views on those around him, it doesn't make for a very scary experience. This changes in 3. Coming up into the second floor, we encounter another enemy type, the non-bodies. Monsters which come in various sizes throughout the title, however right now we only have to deal with these smaller variants. Except, they work in packs now. Even for this first encounter, where we only have to deal with one of them, they are a immediate outlay of the monsters in Silent Hill 2, at least for gameplay. The non-bodies will leap at Heather, and if found in a group, will act as a pack, oftentimes surrounding Heather and making it difficult to fight back if not dealt with properly. And while symbolism may be a bit lost on these creatures specifically, more on that later on, the panic-inducing tracks which often play while in a monster encounter, especially without the announcing guide of the radio, makes the monsters seem so much more threatening here. But after getting past this non-body, we can make it down the longer hallway to come across a storage room, containing yet another monster. One which happens to be one of my personal all-time favorites, the Doublehead. Not to be confused with the Splithead. The Doubleheads are very similar to the Groaners of the first game, where they will run around and leap at Heather if spotted. However, something unique to this title is the use of beef jerky. Yes, you heard me right. Certain monsters in Silent Hill 3 can be distracted using beef jerky, giving Heather enough time to avoid an encounter altogether by not starting one in the first place, with the Doublehead being the one to introduce this. And distraction is a really good alternative for the Doublehead, since Team Silent deemed it necessary to make you feel like you're shooting an actual fucking dog when fighting back against them. Much like with the non-bodies, the Doubleheads will also work like a pack, alerting others nearby to Heather's presence by howling if you're spotted by one. Apart from this Doublehead and the beef jerky, however, there's nothing else for us in the storage room, and we can continue down the main hallway to yet another storage room at the bottom of the hall, where we can find a save point along with a key at the back of the room. Only problem is that the key is too far under a pallet for us to grab, requiring us to go and find something to grab it with, since Heather is clearly too unbothered to move a few boxes out of the way. And to find this object, we must go back to the crossroad we left the non-body at and go the other way into one of the mall's public halls, where after passing a few closers and a stall locked via a padlock, we can enter a bakery, inside of which we get a truly iconic line. It sure is Heather. In this bakery, we can find ourselves a pair of tongs, which we can use to pull out the key from under the pallet in the storage room and use said key to open up the other locked store, which turns out to be a bookstore. Much like with the other stores, it's been left mostly untouched, apart from someone leaving the entire Shakespeare anthology set on the ground. At the back of the store, a keypad is preventing us from traveling further, and taking a closer look at the Shakespeare books, we can find writing on their spines. Connecting this writing together by putting them back up on the shelf reveals the code needed to unlock the door at the back. And on the other side, we meet another character for this title.
Hey, wait, what's going on? Where is everybody? Those
weird monsters?
They've come to witness the beginning. The rebirth of paradise, despoiled by mankind.
What are you talking about?
Don't you know? Your power is needed.
How should I know?
I am Claudia.
So what?
Remember me, and your true self as well. Also, that which you must become. The one who will lead us to paradise with blood-stained hands.
Claudia, right? Did you do all this?
It was the hand of God.
Wait! I don't get it. What does she want me to remember?
In this scene, the presence of the Order is hinted at. I mean, I couldn't think of any other reason why some kooky bitch would be talking about gods in a Silent Hill title. There isn't much for us in this hallway we're left in, so instead we follow after Claudia, eventually coming to an elevator, inside of which we are reunited with a familiar item. The radio makes its return for the third game, however even with its static guidance, the eerie tracks that accompany monster encounters remain throughout the game.
Is this a dream? It's gotta be. Not even a kid could believe in this. But when am I going to wake up?
And almost immediately into our journey, we are booted back into the otherworld, its flashy and rusted familiarity boosted forward once again. Outside of the elevator, we are introduced to the Doubleheads working as a pack, and in these claustrophobic halls, avoiding lunging enemies becomes a lot more panic-inducing. After rattling a lot more locked doors, we can eventually find ourselves in an infirmary, stocked with some health items and a save point. Outside of this room, we can also enter one of the mall's main hallways, where behind some closers we can travel down a shorter hallway to get into a storage room, inside of which contains a note. Warning: when leaving the room, be sure to turn off the lights. It will be obvious if they are not switched off. And of course, after scavenging the room for items, we turn off the light to reveal a flashlight on one of the shelves, now being able to actually see our way around this place. Next to the storage room, we can enter another bathroom to witness a very familiar scene.
Ugh, forget it. This is way too gross. Who would even think of doing something so disgusting?
And of course, this is a reference to the second title and James's actions in the apartment. We can also find some bleach here. Down at the bottom of this hall, we can evade a closer and a doublehead to get inside of another clothing store, inside of which we grab a clothes hanger and a bulletproof vest before noting the noise of something falling over. And I will be so honest in saying that this part took me so much longer than it should have because the map doesn't exactly mark this area as a door. But after backtracking a bit, we can enter a store with a collapsed roof at the back of it, next to which is a ladder that Heather just can't reach. That is, of course, until we use the clothes hanger to pull the ladder down and climb up to get to the second floor. At the top of the ladder, we can begin to hear the sound of static from around the corner. Coming to its source, we find a group of TVs. Going around the corner from the TVs, we enter a jewelry store where we can find a wall. No, you know, I shouldn't be surprised anymore. I shouldn't be surprised at this anymore. The door at the back leads to a hallway looping around the rest of the floor, which includes a singular closer and 2 locked doors. Going down the escalators leads to the void, so we must instead travel upstairs into a restaurant containing... Oh. That is a whole beast on the table. What is this? Barbecued dog? Who the hell would make something like this? Furthermore, who the hell would eat it? There's something in the dog's stomach. The rest of the floor is locked beside a bathroom with nothing in it and a door with a crescent moon plastered on it. Piling up the 300th day and night from beyond the door, cries of pain are heard. And the final destination has become real, though not a blessed beginning. So we can instead use the key we grabbed to unlock the door in the closer hallway and find it to lead to a fast food place, where we can grab another weapon in the form of a steel pipe. And out front, another big open section of the mall where we can find a storage section containing some detergent. And I'm starting to see a pattern here, Team Silent. Next to this little room, we can find a hallway blocked off by bugs. However, after observation, we can also find a bucket in the room. Crazy, I know. Turning off the ventilation for the hallway, we can mix the detergent and bleach to make a toxic gas. After this, we can turn the ventilation back on, clearing out the gas and re-entering the room reveals the bugs to now be dead, allowing us to pass through. The hallway has a lot more locked doors, who would have guessed, however we can find another storage room, containing some ammo and beef jerky. At the end of the hall, we pass through a room containing a closer to get to another section of the mall which, oh god, contains one of the most ear-splitting monsters in the whole series. The Pendulum Monster. Pendulum monsters will hover around Heather and make the worst fucking noise known to man. If I had to chalk up what monster makes Silent Hill 3 so panic-inducing for me personally, it's these guys. Quickly making ourselves heavily distanced from these guys, we can enter a sports store. Quote unquote, I don't know what kind of fucked up sports are being played here, but I don't want any part in it. In this room, however, we can find both a save state and a vice which we can use to crack open the walnut, revealing a strange jewel which we can insert into the crescent moon door. On the other side, we find a big empty room containing nothing but a long ladder, leading down under the mall. The Split Worm is our first boss encounter for the game, and compared to Silent Hill 2, I'd call it a solid boss fight. The worm will often traverse through the many open passages in the arena, and it's up to us to avoid getting stunned by its slam attack or headbutted by it if we stand in front of it for too long. The best way to deal with it is to shoot at it from an angle and avoid it if it's passing through, but after enough bullets, it falls.
It's the shopping mall just like before.
The split worm isn't too difficult of a fight, however, it at least beats standing in one place the whole time. Since the mall is now back to its normal state, we can begin to make our leave, passing by our location from the start of the game after waking up a Happy Burger. And actually checking out the Happy Burger rewards us with a save and some health and ammo items.
Heather,
It's you.
what just happened?
You must be one of them.
What did I do? And what do you mean by one of them?
You're in on this with that Claudia, aren't you?
Claudia? What about her? She asked me to find you, that's all.
So you are one of them.
Claudia did all that? Look, I was just hired to find you. I'm not on anybody's side. I don't know anything about this. Why don't you start by telling me what happened here? And that monster. What the hell was that?
I don't know any more than you do. All I know is that things are getting really screwy around here, and I got a weird feeling it's got something to do with me. Maybe you're just an innocent bystander, but I can't feel sorry for you because you dragged me into this. You know, if you hadn't found me...
What are you talking about? What's so special about you anyway?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be so confused, would I? But I know there's something. Something I've been running from and forgot for a long time. How did I remember that?
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Where are you going?
I'm taking the subway home.
What should I do?
Hell if I know.
Turning the corner, we enter the station's concourse, where we can find ourselves both a map of the subway and an old newspaper article about an incident occurring at said station. Fatal accident at Hazel Street. At about 11 p.m. on the 4th, a man waiting on the platform at the Hazel Street station fell into the tracks and was decapitated by the arriving St. Renata College-bound train. The victim died instantly. While police have not yet determined whether the death was an accident or suicide, witnesses report that the victim did not look inebriated and seemed to jump off the platform deliberately. The victim's identity is still unknown. He was approximately 40 years old, 5 foot 10 inches tall, and was wearing a black jacket. The station mentioned in this paper is also a station that we're able to visit a little later on. However, for now, our goal is to find our train home. And to start off our search, we can travel on down to the floor below, where after saving, we pass by a group of phones, which although have just rung, are now conveniently broken. Carrying on, we eventually make our way onto the northern section of Platform 3, which should contain the train home. However, one is not here currently. For a little fun, informative segment about Heather, she loves to jump off any ledge she gets remotely near, and unfortunately, when jumping onto a train platform, it has some pretty fast consequences. Train wreck aside, we can rush on over to platforms 1 and 2 combined via mesh grating, where a group of doubleheads is there to greet us. And down 2 separate set of stairs, we can either find a body covered in various newspapers. Is someone sleeping here? All this red stuff around here is blood. This guy is not sleeping. Why am I not the least bit surprised? I think that nightmare has numbed my senses a little. Or a nutcracker, which would have been handy to have in the mall, where the nut was. The walnut. Back on the top floor, we can use the nutcracker to not crack a nut, but instead unscrew a nut. One which is keeping the chain on the gate that we needed to pass through. And past the gate, we can enter a southern section of Platform 2, where on a stationary train car we find... Oh yeah. It's that time again. After picking up the shotgun, we hear a noise outside, and going to investigate, we find a new enemy type named of Insane Cancer. Large bulky enemies which have a lot of health, and even with the temptation of your newfound shotgun, are better to just ignore and avoid rather than fight and waste bullets on. Ignoring him and wrapping around to the other set of stairs, we can travel onto both platforms 3 and 4. However, on 4 you'll only find double heads awaiting for you. Although, if we were to enter platform 4 via its stairs connecting to the concourse, you can find a magazine about the occult laying about. The souls of those who have died suddenly by suicide or accident don't realize they're dead. Sometimes they stay put and haunt that particular place. These spirits have lost their human senses and memories and can only keep replaying the pain and sadness of the moment they died. The pain can get so bad that they turn to humans for salvation, or they begrudge humans their lives. At such times they can possess humans. Places known as famous suicide spots or high accident areas are often to blame. You should be careful when approaching such locations, especially on the day or at the time the death occurred. That is, if you don't want it to happen to you too. And to finish off the story, we can continue onto platform 4, where from here we enter this encounter. If we don't act fast and get back up onto the platform, we are once again run over by a train. Coming back to our current objective, however, we'll instead go to the eastern section of platform 3, where it's very, very tempting. Once the train has arrived, however, we are informed that only the door at the back of the train is open, and getting over there we can finally begin our ride home. But of course it's not going to be so easy, and the train itself is also infested by various enemies, which we must make our way past. Slowly fighting our way towards the front of the train, where once there, the train will have made it to its destination and we can get out, leaving the station and finding ourselves in the sewers. And oh dear god, the pendulums are back! Quickly proceeding to book it through the various monsters, we can find a room containing our map of the area and a mall next to a scarily bloodied up locker. Not mall. Mall. Very clear difference here, and I'm not gonna question it. Continuing through the blue door, we can hurry down a few hallways, eventually getting to a room containing a generator, one which currently is in need of fuel in order to pump out the water currently stopping us from proceeding. And conveniently, in the next room over, a heater containing kerosene can be found. All we need is a container to transport it to the generator, which we can find in the form of an empty wine bottle lying around in the halls of the sewer. Using the bottle, we fill it up with kerosene and bring it to the generator, now using it to empty the room and use the ladder to get down. Once at the bottom, we can find a set of stairs. Taking them up leads us to another section of the sewers, where after— oh god damn it, Heather, why do you feel the need to jump off of any escalated ledge? We can enter a room containing a few cautionary signs and some notes that Heather literally just can't be bothered reading. On the other room, a bridge can be found, however currently trying to cross it only results in death. So instead, we must go and search the other rooms in the area, eventually finding a hairdryer in the rubbish room. I'm gonna give you one more chance. You couldn't have made it like a fucking car battery or something? You're just gonna keep leading into the fact that we have a female protagonist here. Anyway, with the hairdryer, we can plug it into the wall and throw the dryer into the water, killing the beast that resides in there. On the other side, we traverse through a few more rooms, eventually getting our route back up to the surface at a construction site, with our only way forward being to enter the building currently under construction. Inside, we can find the building to be left trashed, with empty bottles and random rubbish and boxes thrown around wherever. There isn't much to find on the first floor, so we can instead head upstairs past the locked second floor to the third, where it's still inaccessible, but this time we're left with a sign. The third level ceiling has crumbled. For safety's sake, entry's forbidden, forcing us to go past the fourth floor since it is the floor that is currently crumbled, to the fifth floor, where multiple holes can be found surrounding a squatter's hideout, leaving a 2-story drop to be less than desirable. On one of the walls, however, we can find a part of it to look different, and breaking it down reveals a guy stuck in the wall carrying a silencer, which can be used to of course silence either our handgun or our... Checking out the hideout fully, we can use a mattress nearby by pushing it down one of the holes, allowing us to safely jump down to the third floor. Here, we can exit the building by going through a hole in the wall leading us to— oh god, get away! Running past the horrible abominations that pendulums are, we can use the scaffolding to enter a neighboring office center, specifically the offices of Storefront Posables, a mannequin company, because we all know how much we love those after the second game. And in these offices there isn't much to find, but we can find ourselves a storage room, where after picking up some ammo from the other end of the room, one of the mannequin heads miraculously falls off, pouring blood all around the surrounding area. Apart from this though, there isn't anything else in these offices, and we can exit into the main hall of the third floor, running across the hallway past some double heads into Monica's dance studio. The room to our left is enterable but only contains a few enemies and nothing more, so we can instead find ourselves entering the office in front of us, where we can find a map of the building along with a save point and a desk with a drawer that won't open, forcing us to go and look for a way to open it up. At the end of the hallway, we can also find a locker room containing some health items before having to go and check out the other floors, since the other office on this floor is locked. And while evading the many double heads, we can also take note of one of the elevator doors in this floor being slightly open. Taking to the stairs, we can find floors 1, 2, 4, and 6 to be blocked off, forcing us to enter the 5th floor, where we can begin by entering the Gallery of Fine Arts, where we can find that one of the paintings is missing. One which is ominously named Flame Purifies All. Continuing down the hall, we can find ourselves a screwdriver, and at the end of the hall find a storage room with a katana waiting for us. A weapon which is most definitely the best one out of the game for melee standards. Exiting the gallery and entering the offices of KMN Auto Parts, we can sneak through some numb bodies and get to an office containing a car jack. And now with the items necessary, we can go back to the unopenable desk, prying it open with the screwdriver to reveal a rope, one which can be used after widening the gap in the elevator doors with the car jack and climbing down the rope to get to the 2nd floor, where we can first of all find a save point on the vending machine before finding a typo at the Green Ridge Mental Health Clinic, which also happens to be locked, so we have to instead enter Echo Interior Designs, where after observing a few greatly decorated rooms, we can find a bathroom, where Team Silent gives us a extremely subtle hint as to what we need to interact with.
I knew it.
Did she do this too?
And just like the old flashback of Harry mentioned, the offices are transformed into their otherworldly variant, much like in the mall. And now with this new twisted environment, we can begin to explore again, with our first major difference now being the new Slurper enemy, which along with the pendulums makes the list for worst sounds ever made. The Slurper will try to drag Heather down to their height to deal more damage, and much like with the monsters of Silent Hill 2, will slither around if not fully dealt with, making them much more of an issue to actually fight than to just run from. But now after the transformation to the other world, the mental health clinic is now accessible, and entering it will find a dying plant along with a short note. Find the Holy One. Kill her? Next to a photo of Heather. After saving, we enter the back room and find yet another new member of the cast.
Heather. That's what you're called now, isn't it?
And who are you?
The name's Vincent. Don't forget it, okay? I'm on your side.
So you say. But how do I know you're not with her?
Her? You mean Claudia? Please don't lump me together with her. She was totally brainwashed by that crazy old hag. Well, I guess crazy old hag is a bit harsh. She is your mother, after all.
My mother? What do you mean?
You don't remember? Ah, so Harry didn't tell you anything. I guess he hid the truth to keep you on his side, eh? That figures. He's a pretty sneaky guy.
Don't talk about my dad like that!
Sorry. I apologize. Please, calm down.
How do you know my father anyway?
I know everything. I know about your past, too.
Then tell me what's going on.
You don't know even that?
That's why I'm asking. If you know everything, then tell me how I can put an end to this.
Not yet. Why not enjoy yourself a bit longer?
Enjoy? I feel like I'm going crazy. Does this place get to you at all?
It gets to me, all right. I find it most fascinating. Wait! I'm not finished talking!
I knew you were on her side.
How do you figure?
There's something wrong with you, too.
After putting two and two together, we find that Harry from the first game is Heather's dad. Presumably, Heather is the child that Harry was given at the end of the good endings, and of course, Harry has not told her anything about her origins. Continuing on, however, we can grab a bottle of Oxidol from a cabinet, with a note nearby connecting to its use. When you pour diluted hydrogen peroxide onto manganese dioxide, oxygen is produced. Although oxygen will not burn on its own, it will help other things to burn. We can now exit the clinic and run past the Slurper and some doubleheads to find one of the elevators to now be functioning. Entering it, we take it down to the first floor, where after grabbing some meat and ammo from the Last Drop Cafe, we find our way out to now be blocked by a large monster named of Glutton. In front of it is a children's book that can be read. Once upon a time, there was a monster living at the gates of a village. It was a very scary and very bad monster. It would catch people and crunch them up with its big teeth. The villagers were afraid of the monster, and no one would dare approach the gates. Everyone was stuck inside the village. When the king heard about this, he summoned his knights. The knights eagerly rode out to defeat the monster. Ha! Take that! Their swords slashed and their spears flashed, but the monster wouldn't die. The monster tossed the knights into its mouth one by one, horses and all. What was the king to do? He fretted and fussed and paced the floor, but could think of no solution. Soon after, the village priestess came to the castle. She was a very kind and good person. The king asked her to defeat the monster guarding the gates. The book's torn. The rest is missing. I remember reading this a long time ago. I think I borrowed it from someone. I don't remember how it ended though. Grr. Didn't I read the story through to the end? The buttons to the 3rd and 4th floor don't work, so instead we cut up to the 5th floor, where the path to the Gallery of Fine Arts is blocked off, forcing us to return to KMN Auto Parts, where we must traverse a long hallway now scattered with various slurpers. Along the way, coming across a room with a few handgun bullets and a matchbox next to an ashtray, which when interacted with prompts Heather to mention that she had quit smoking for good. At the end of the hall, we can take note of a wheelchair blocked off by a glass plane, which upon interacting with it, Heather states, "There's a big sheet of glass in the way. It doesn't break when I hit it, so maybe it's not glass after all. I don't know why, but the world on the other side is calling." After coming out of this hall, however, we can finally re-enter the Gallery of Fine Arts to find that the missing photo from before is now returned, with a bucket lying underneath it. A new addition to the caption is also given. "Flame purifies all. By these remains may a person find the road to paradise." And combining the meat, oxidol, and matchbox into the bucket, we can set the meat on fire, subsequently burning the painting also, revealing an entrance to... Ew. Down the stairs we can find another part of the fairy tale. The priestess accepted the king's request and went to the village gates, but when she saw the monster, she tried to convince it with words instead of killing it. "Shut up you, I'm gonna eat you up." The monster didn't listen to a word the priestess said, but she kept trying to convince the monster to give up. It's wrong to eat people, you know? The monster grew very angry at this and attacked her, killing her with a single mighty blow. And away onto the 4th floor, which, much like KMN Auto Parts, now consists of a long hallway wrapping around the whole floor, with slurpers patrolling every corner. In this hall, however, we can find a room containing a grated off bed, on it being health and ammo. However, once approached, a slurper will emerge from under the bed, and I will admit that this got me much more than it should have, seeing as this is a trick also used with the many vans in the second title. Continuing down the hall, we can also enter a room containing various silver coins, which we can pick one up and use at the vending machine at the back of the room. Not before reading the text on the wall next to it, however. "Thus one's life turns to riches. What was a bag of silver coins is now the number in a book. Yet fate hath no price." Ah, but do people know this? Out from the can comes a key, one which can be used to unlock the life insurance offices on the 1st floor. So heading back down there, we enter to find, of course, another long hallway with slurpers. But at the end of the hall, we can find a room containing the last part of the fairy tale. The king and his people shed tears at the death of the kind priestess. God took pity upon them and, granting their wishes, healed the priestess. The priestess opened her eyes just as she had done every morning of her life. She went once more to the monster's lair. "Fool, you wish to die again? No, this time it's your turn." The priestess had come to defeat the monster once and for all. As the priestess was very, very kind, she felt sad about this task. But it had to be done. Swords and spears won't work, arrows and bullets will just bounce off. "You can't kill me," the monster laughed. But the priestess used neither sword nor spear. She chanted but a single spell. "Fu fui ego eris." Do you know what happened then? The monster let out a huge cry, and then died and vanished. Thus, the villagers were able to use their gates once more. Everyone lavished their gratitude upon the priestess, and they all lived happily ever after.
Tu fui ego eris. Weird writing. What was that?
Yeah, just say the magical spell out loud whilst you're in a nightmare world. Great idea, Heather. And a great idea it is, as after going back to investigate the strange sound, we find Glutton to no longer be blocking the way out, and we can finally leave the office building. And after a brief moment of walking through the dark city street and through an alleyway, we arrive home at last to the Daisy Villa apartments. Inspecting our house key, we find ourselves to be living in apartment 102. And after a quick save and passing by a few neighboring apartments, we make our way inside.
Dad, I'm home. Listen, something really crazy's going on. I think we should... Dad? Dad?
No! 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 Did you do this?
You're late.
But why? Why?
Revenge for 17 years ago, for one thing. If not for him, our dream would have come true. And then he took you away from us.
I'll get you for this!
There is another reason. To fill your heart with hatred. It must be this way. One day you'll understand why.
No, I'll never understand!
You must try to remember me, and your true self as well. You will birth a god, and build an eternal paradise. He's the one who killed your father. I merely gave the order. So, what will you do? I'll be waiting where all begins. In the town of Silent Hill.
Our next fight in the game is the missionary boss fight, and compared to all of the other boss fights we've had so far, this one has to take the cake for the best. The missionary will constantly charge at Heather, making it hard to just stand in one place and shoot at it. And even when shot at, it will defend our shots no problem, forcing us to either get behind him or shoot him mid-attack in order to actually do any damage. And once on the floor, we must get up close to get some kicks in whilst it's down. And even after bullying him in the corner for half the fight, it still put up a pretty good one. And even when I thought the fight would be over, it kept fighting. But movement and avoiding this thing's attacks is a must, and even with my stock of health supplies, I still find myself scared that this thing could easily wipe me clean of my supplies. Out of all of the bosses so far, Missionary is probably the most fun to go against, and beating it felt genuinely relieving. After beating the fight, however, we're brought back into another cutscene.
I don't know what to say.
Then don't say anything. I'm fine, so just get out of here and leave me alone already!
Calm down.
Calm down? How am I supposed to do that? My father is dead! He's murdered! Get out! This is all your fault! If it weren't for
you!
Sorry.
Then go!
If it'll make you feel better, I will. Is he okay like this?
What else can I do? There's no one here to give him a decent burial. I'm sorry, Dad.
What do you do now?
I'm going to Silent Hill.
What's in Silent Hill?
I don't know.
Do you think it's safe?
Of course it isn't. I don't know what kind of hell is waiting for me there, but I've got no other choice. I don't care about God or paradise. If that's what she believes, then fine. But she won't get away with what she did. When I find her, I'll kill her myself.
Revenge doesn't solve anything.
Maybe not, but that's what I'm going to do.
How are you gonna get there?
None of your business.
I'll give you a ride.
I don't need your help.
Yeah, but it's too far to walk. Besides, I'm partly responsible for this. I'll bring the car around back. Come by and we'll finish saying goodbye.
You know, you might die too.
That's fine. Nobody's gonna cry over my grave.
Interacting with Harry's body gives us a short insight from Heather. I'll find that woman and I'll make her pay. I promise I will. I wonder if my dad would be mad at me for thinking that way. Apart from that, we can take a quick look around the house. However, there isn't much important here apart from a few character building interactions and a taser in Heather's room. A very short-range weapon, which is a very high-risk, high-reward situation. We can also interact with the chair Harry died on. Dad? Why did you have to die? You told me you were the strongest man in the world. Liar. And of course, finally, we can leave the apartments to meet up with Douglas, where the game catches the player up on both what's been inferred to us and some storytelling from the first game's events.
I just met some guy named Vincent.
Vincent?
He's a friend of yours, right?
I'm not sure.
He said when we get to Silent Hill to look for a guy named Leonard, and he gave me this map. What do you want to do?
We can't trust him, but we've got no other choice.
Here, take this too.
What's this?
Your father was holding it. Started raining. Are you sleeping?
I'm awake.
You cold? What's the deal with Silent Hill anyway? It used to be a nice, quiet little town. But now...
You've been there?
Once. On a missing persons case. Never did find him. But I'll tell you, that's one screwed up town. My line of work, you hear a lot of nasty rumors.
I was born and raised there.
Sorry. I didn't mean to offend you.
No offense taken.
Anyway, I thought you grew up in Portland. What's wrong? Feeling sick?
My head's pounding like the worst hangover ever.
Maybe you're car sick.
No. I'm just trying to remember. My childhood. Something terrible happened in Silent Hill 17 years ago. A woman named Dahlia. She tried to summon the ancient god of the town. She offered up her very own daughter.
That's crazy.
Maybe so, but it worked. The girl gave birth to a god. You see, that girl had special powers.
Powers?
Her classmates called her a witch. She could make things happen with her mind. She could kill people just by wishing for it. But in the end, that god was killed by a single person. My father, Harry Mason. I guess it wasn't much of a god if it could be killed by a human being. But I think Claudia's trying to do the same thing again. And I've been chosen as the sacrifice.
You've got some kind of power in you too?
After the god was killed, the girl reappeared. She was holding a baby in her arms. Before she died, she gave the baby to my father. He loved me just like I was his very own daughter. Even though he didn't know who or what I was. It was so sudden. I never had a chance to tell you how happy you made me.
I'm gonna head for that Leonard guy's house. You check out the hospital. You got the map, right?
Yeah,
You gonna be okay alone?
I'm not a child, you know. Are you sure it's not you who's afraid to be alone?
You're right. I am afraid. I'm 50-something years old. never seen nothing like this. Still feel like I'm dreaming.
More like a nightmare, I'd say.
Yeah. I want to wake up and have a smoke already. Meet me back here when you're finished looking around the hospital. Okay?
Roger.
What? Huh? Huh? When was the hospital involved in any of this? Who said we had to go there? And just with our luck too, we're stuck in Southvale, so we're back to the horrid halls of Brookhaven. I just love it here. Getting out of the motel, there isn't much to find on the streets of Silent Hill itself. However, we can make a quick stop at Heaven's Night to find the same brochure from the second game, plus a poster mentioning a Lady Maria. Apart from this though, we can grab a few more items from here before heading back into the horrible hell pit that is Brookhaven once again. Once in the hospital, we can find its interior to be almost exact to how we left it in Silent 2. I'm also pretty certain that the entire town is exact to Silent Hill 2 and they just reused the old models. I don't know about that though. But either way, we can start our journey by exploring the first floor, finding almost all of the doors to be locked or broken, including the staircase. This is apart from the doors to the reception, visiting room, and doctor's office. There are also new nurse enemies which are kind of a blend of the other two nurses from the previous titles, creepy twitching included. Behind the reception, we can find ourselves a save and a map of the hospital. The visiting room contains a doll, which at first Heather reacts to with, "There must have been kids here too then. I played with dolls like this when I was a kid too." It really takes me back. However, after reading the note beside it, the day has finally come. That's right, the day when you and I will meet. I was always thinking of you, here in this gloomy cell. I never even knew your name or face until today. But now I know. I know you're the one I've been waiting for. And haven't you been waiting for me too? That's why you came to rescue me. Oh, how I love you, Heather. I want to give you my prized doll I made to commemorate our meeting. The start of this everlasting love. Ah, I can already see your smiling face. Stanley Coleman. Disgusting. Someone touched that with a 10-foot pole. Stanley is a reoccurring character throughout the hospital and also takes the title for most uncomfortable notes I've ever had to read out loud for a video. The doctor's office also gives us a few health items. Now entering a long hallway at the back of the floor, we can enter room C2 to find nothing but a group of nurses in C4, where another one of Stanley's notes is held. The organization has me shut up in here. They mean to break my will, to make me forget about all that. But I'll stay sane even if they throw me in here with lunatics. How about I stick this to the wall? That would be worthless. You can peel it off, can't you? With that junk those nasty wenches won't stop using. If a thing has no meaning, there's no reason for it to exist at all. Just as you exist for me. But why haven't you taken my doll with you? My gift must have embarrassed you. How cute you are, Heather. Stanley Coleman. The wall next to the note is covered in various items, one of which being a key. However, we cannot yet grab it due to it being glued to the wall, and as implied by the note, we need to go and find some kind of chemical to get the glue off. Which we can do by entering the elevator James comes up at from the end of his time in the hospital and traveling up to the second floor, where after making it up to the women's locker room, we can find some nail polish remover. And out in the hallway, another Stanley note next to a locked hallway door. You may have not yet realized your own true feelings, but you sense them unconsciously, and so you're trying to get closer to me. That's a virtue. The path to paradise. If the door is locked, open it. Use the password for the prison gates. Dr. I've forgotten his name. Anyway, that quack has it posted. He should be here too. I mean, 4 numbers would have been good enough, but he kept on going. Isn't it a shame? I'm not there? Aren't you irritated? I long for you, but you're so cruel. Still, I want you, Heather. Stanley Coleman. And if you are currently in the Discord server, which by the way, you should totally go and join if you're not in there already, then you already know what's about to come up. Next to the door itself is a note on how to get the code to open the door. The first is larger than the second twice the third smaller than the fourth is half the first 4 of the numbers are not repeated. 3 are not in the top row. 2 are not in the right row. One of the numbers is the final key. And whoever had algebra puzzle on their Silent Hill bingo board, you can cross that off. It's time for a math class with me, a college dropout who was in their top set in high school math class. You can also skip to get the code early, but it's fine, whatever, I guess. To start off, however, we can visualize the note by drawing a grid of the pin code's available numbers, along with the first section of the note. The first is larger than the second twice the third smaller than the fourth, and the fourth is half the first. It kind of looks like a face if you think about it. Anyway, continuing to the second half. 4 of the numbers are not repeated, 3 are not in the top row, leaving only 1 to be in the top row, 2 are not in the right row, once again leaving 2 in the right column. One of the numbers is the final key. I still don't know what that means, but it's not important. Seeing as the first number has to be double the final number, this locks the first number into being an even one, specifically numbers 2, 4, 6, or 8. And for the fourth number, it has to be either numbers 2 or 4, as if with it being 6 or 8, that would make the first number either 12 or 16, numbers which are out of range for us. And since the first number could either be 2 or 6, this also brings in the possibilities of the fourth number being either 1 or 3. And with these 4 possibilities set, we can now look into the possibilities of the third number. Since it has to be a lower number than the fourth, which in itself is either 4 or below, this restricts the third number into being either 3 or below, crossing out the possibility of the fourth number being 1, as in this situation there's no number lower than 1. And with the third number being either 1, 2, or 3, this leaves the second number to either be 2, 4, or 6, meaning that the first number cannot be 2, as it must always be higher than the second number, leaving us with the potentials of the first number being 4, 6, or 8, the second number being 2, 4, or 6, the third number being 1, 2, or 3, and the fourth number being 2, 3, or 4. And once again, taking into fact that all numbers must be differing and only one number being in the top row and 2 in the right column, we can begin eliminating possibilities. Starting with the first number being 4, as if so, that leaves the fourth number to be 2, the third to be 1, and the second to also be 2, leaving 2 numbers being the same and therefore being incorrect. This also crosses out 2 being the fourth number. 6 also cannot be the first number, as that subsequently leaves the fourth as 3, the third as 2, and the second as 4, giving us 2 numbers in the top row and therefore incorrect for our code. Which finally leaves us with the correct code of 8 in the first slot, 4 in the fourth, and since having 2 in the third would result in 1 in the second and having 2 top row numbers, our only available output is 3 in the third and 6 in the second, giving us the code 8634. Alright, math class is over, get the fuck out of here. Entering the second floor hallway, we can find the examining room to be open, revealing a dead body on the stretcher with a tattoo reading, "The start time is my key." Not much for meaning now, but it will soon enough. There's also a tattoo on his foot. Margaret, let's swear our love until death do us part. And we can also find a few medical records at the back of the room, presumably belonging to the guy in the stretcher. Background unknown. Name/age unknown. Not admitted patient. Found in poor mental state on hospital grounds and temporarily installed in room M4 at chief's discretion. Died late tonight from blood loss due to a severed carotid artery. Was grasping own kitchen knife in right hand. Assumed this was the cause of neck wound. Possible suicide, but wound angle suspicious. Sent to second floor treatment room for further investigation. Have received no proof or corroboration of event from patient residing in same room. Have not notified police. However, for future necessity, leave victim's bed and effects intact. Room M4. And of course, we can go explore the rest of the rooms in the hallway and find room M4 to contain the items of said dead guy. Blood still on the bed he died in, with the clock in his bedside ringing as we come into the room. Before that though, there's another Stanley letter. There was a tattooed guy in that rumpled bed. Not anymore though. That alarm clock and filthy bag are his. But don't misunderstand, I haven't done a thing. I didn't hate him, though he was a liar. Shall I write something of my own? On my chest, since I can't cut it open and show you my heart. I love Heather. No, something a bit more forceful. I love Heather isn't enough of what I feel. Oh, what tender emotion this image brings. Stanley Coleman. Going back to the items left around, we can find a suitcase locked by a number code. And remembering back to the tattoo note, we input the time left on the alarm clock and put it into the case to reveal an instant camera. And in room M5, there's only a few nurses guarding some health items, so it's best to just avoid that unless you're really in need of health. The elevator button to the 3rd floor doesn't work, so we can instead travel back down to the 1st floor and use the nail polish remover to grab the key stuck in the wall. Using it to unlock the staircase and making our way down into the basement, we can find it to be covered in various blood trails and bullet holes, with a bloodied and broken wheelchair resting in the middle of the room. The fate presumably being that this person was dragged down the elevator shaft by something unknown to us. But they did leave behind a very valuable weapon indeed. Following the trails into the only unlocked room, we can find a storage closet, in the corner of which is a scrape of blood on the wall. And of course, we can't fit around the closet to see what's on the other side, so instead using the stairs, we can now travel up to the 3rd floor, where we can first of all enter the special treatment room and find a nurse trapped in one of the rooms, plus a room at the end of the hall holding yet another Stanley note. Flowing freely your ebony hair like the night sky, scattering fragrance. My heart clamoring in my chest, like a storm you trifle with it. Your pristine glance, like a feast when you smile. My force disturbed, my breath like opium. It drives me mad. Eric, a great poet who conveys my feelings so well. I should never have let this place get to me, should never have gone crazy. But it's superbly enjoyable to drown in my love for you. But why wouldn't you accept proof of my love? Don't stand on my ceremony now. After all, you and I exist as one. What I give to you is the same as what I give to me. Stanley Coleman. On the wall outside the padded rooms, we can also find a note which hints at the managements of the hospital and the treatment of its staff and its patients to be less than savory. Punishment for brutality towards patient. 12 hours confinement in the special treatment room. Dismissal policy no longer in effect. Contact the chief if you have any questions. There's something handwritten on top of the typewritten sentence. The trick is to not leave any marks. And one other thing. This looks like it was written by a different person. The chief is a pervert. Christy would have been better off if she had been fired. Next to the special treatment room, we can find a storage room containing multiple useful items to stock up with. As well as... it's another Stanley note. It's another fucking Stanley note. Heather, my most sacred lover, I'm always watching you, no matter where you are or what you may be doing. I have never lost sight of you. I know you feel intensely lonely, yet with a single key to this door, those feelings won't stand in the way any longer. We haven't been able to see each other for so long. Be patient. It's just a little longer. I'll be patient too, even though I long to hold you in these hands of mine. The key is behind the shelves in the underground garage. Why there? Ask that idiot doctor. There's not a single person here who's right in the head. Not just in this hospital. I mean in all of Silent Hill. Except me. Stanley Coleman. And before entering the 3rd floor hallway, we can take a quick trip up to the roof. Oh, of course you're here too. I also like the rooftop. It makes me want to fly. You too? Stanley Coleman. I do not enjoy the rooftop. And of course the 3rd floor hallway is locked too, and this time we have to find our code back down in the basement, using the instant camera to take a picture behind the shelves to find our code to be etched in the wood itself. Using this code on the 3rd floor hallway door, we can begin to explore it, finding doors S1, 7, and 12 to be open, containing a bedroom with many health items and a gossip magazine containing an article about Hope House. Teaching Despair. Hope House. Hope House, an orphanage on the outskirts of Silent Hill. But behind its false image is a place where children are kidnapped and brainwashed. Hope House is managed by the Silent Hill Smile Support Society, a charity organization sometimes called 4S. It's true that 4S is a well-respected charity that takes in poor children without homes and raises them with hope. But at its heart, it is a heathen organization that teaches its own warped dogma in lieu of good religious values. Mr. Smith, temporary, who lives near Hope House, has this to say. Sometimes at night, I can still hear their weird prayers, and the sounds of children crying. I went there to complain one time, but they ran me right out. Since then, it hasn't changed a bit. In fact, this reporter was refused admission when attempted to take photographs of the facility. What exactly did the folks at Hope House have to hide? During my investigations, I was able to discover, however, a suspicious-looking round concrete tower, which appears to be part of their facilities. Unfortunately, no one was willing to tell us what the tower was used for, but it seems unlikely that it has anything to do with the business of raising orphans. It may in fact be a prison, or a secret place of worship. The cult religion that operates Hope House is known by the locals simply as the Order. It's a religion that is deeply interwoven with Silent Hill's history, but its worshipers' fervent belief that they are among the elite chosen people has a dark and dangerous side. I intend to continue my investigation of Hope House and the cult behind it. I've always believed that telling the whole truth and showing the children the true path is our most important duty. Joseph Schreiber. This Hope House will come in more in Silent Hill 4, so that can wait till then. Carrying on, we find a room containing our final Stanley note. Goodbye, Heather. I'm sorry I wasn't able to respond to your love. It's all over. Leonard despises me because I made fun of it, saying it would come to this. If it weren't for his meddling, I would have been able to meet you in just a little while. Then I would have taken you to my world. A world for us alone, more beautiful than this one. And I've been waiting for this day. For today. The day I'd see you. The day you'd save me. Today. Ever? Watch out for him. Leonard is no ordinary guy. Farewell. I loved you. Heather, my goddess. Heather, my lover. Heather, my... And in our final room, we find only a phone, waiting for us to answer it.
Hello?
Claudia.
No, I'm not.
Don't lie to me, Claudia. You're always trying to run from your responsibilities. Have you come to apologize? Or maybe you still don't realize how foolish you've been. The salvation of all mankind. Ah, what a ridiculous dream.
Wait, just listen to me for a second.
I've heard enough from you already. How did you turn out this way? Where did I go wrong?
Listen to me already. I'm not Claudia.
You're not Claudia.
My name is Heather.
Heather.
Who are you?
Leonard Wolf. I'm sorry. I thought you were my daughter.
Claudia is your daughter?
Oh, so you know her, do you? Are you one of her followers?
No, never. When I find her, I
can feel the hatred.
What?
Behind your words, the anger. You plan to kill her, don't you?
I'm sorry, but she killed my father.
She's a fool, but she's still my daughter. I was going to forgive her if she changed her ways, but I see it's too late. Heather, will you help me?
Help you?
I'm locked up in here, and I must stop Claudia.
Where are you now?
I'm not sure myself, but the door is at the end of the hall on the second floor. I think I can be of help to you. I have a seal. Please.
A seal? The end of the hall on the second floor.
We go just there, and as expected, on the other side of the door, which... Was that there before? we begin our transition into another otherworldly segment. And I will be so honest with you guys when I say that I wish I could say the ambience was freaking me out whilst playing, which granted it definitely is now that I'm watching it back to make this script, but god, I'm so grateful for my decision. And the Nintendo soundtrack. Horror be fucking darned, put me through the fucking Shipwreck 64 Plaza 10 times over. Hospitals are where I draw the line, especially if it's Brookhaven. After traversing the many shifting hallways, we eventually find ourselves at a seal of Samael from the first title, and interacting with it gives us a flashback to Lisa's tape.
Still has unusually high beat. Eyes don't open. I'm getting a pulse, but just barely breathing. Why? What is keeping that child alive?
Heather is remembering more and more about her past as we make our way through the game, and after climbing up a long ladder, Voltiel included, which... oh, I haven't talked about him yet. After the success of Pyramid Head in the second game, Konami really began to push for more Pyramid Head clones, especially in future titles. So, get used to this. Voltiel doesn't really exist that much in the game, but he's there occasionally. After coming back into the hospital, we can make a mad dash for the elevator, now avoiding the new stronger variants of the slurpers and nurses that roam the halls. After getting into the elevator, we can travel down to the very bottom floor, and find our first puzzle involving various labeled stretchers and a crematory. On the door, we can find etchings in Roman numerals of 1, 2, 3, and 4. The positions here relate to the layout of the stretchers, and combining them together, we can get the code 3974. Opening up the door reveals a singular cremated key. Coming back into the elevator, the buttons to the basement floors above don't work, so instead we travel to the first floor, where we can enter the big room at the south of our map to find a maze-like room, with a singular nurse and a doorway to the long hallway. A book is currently out of our reach. Avoiding the hallway for now, we can check out the rest of the floor to find a way to said book. On it reads, "The world is teeming with unnecessary people. It's God's decision that I fight, as a knight of honor, as a protector of the seal. I sacrifice myself to the blood of criminals." Who wrote this? Some twisted individual, eh? I see this and I want to ask him. So, you think you're one of the necessary ones? We can also find an examination room with a save inside and a memo on a desk. Dr. Midkiff, please use extra caution with the patient in room 312. He should still have his religious freedom here in the hospital, but he shouldn't push his face onto others. I'm a victim too. Rumor has it he got here by stabbing someone over a religious dispute. Please be careful. R. Crosby. P.S. It looks like the rumor is true, according to the head nurse. I do think he's a good person otherwise, though. Easy to deal with. Apart from that, though, we must enter the long hallway to find room C1 to be locked and C4 to contain a weird ritual room, fitted with candles and a knife and of course lots of blood, although that's not that much different from the rest of his place. And a book giving instructions. One characteristic mentioned only in rare documents and dying out in the modern age is that of the ritual sacrifice. Offering prayers, pierce a man's chest with a copper stake. Drench the altar in blood which spouts red from the heart. To praise and to show loyalty unto God. In another sacrificial rite mentioned in the same book, the victim is burnt alive. This was a more dignified ceremony in which prisoners and sinners were not allowed to participate. Only the clergy would be sacrificed. Similar to burning at the stake, no comparable rite can be found in religious practice nearby. It may have some connection with the main deity being a sun god. Even though this religion extols redemption, it brings to mind a dark and coldish history. Presumably, we must perform this ritual in some way to proceed here. But with the first floor cleared, we can travel upstairs to the second floor, where only the locker rooms are available to us. Firstly, the male locker room, where a phone can be found ringing in one of the lockers.
What's your name?
Who are you?
Oh, okay, thanks. Happy birthday, dear, who are you? Happy birthday to you. Happy 31st birthday.
Is this Leonard?
That's the murderer's name, not my name. I'm not your beloved Stanley either. He's underground now. His new name is Number 7. But don't worry about that now. It's time to celebrate your birthday.
You've got me mistaken for someone else. Today's not my...
I'm not mistaken. Today is your 24th birthday. And I have a present for you. Which do you prefer? To give pain or to receive it? You can have the one you hate the most. Happy birthday to you!
But you're wrong. It's not my birthday.
Funnily enough, combining the ages of both Alessa when the boiler incident occurred, that being 7, and when she appears in Silent Hill 1, 14, with Heather's age, 17, gives us the ages 24 and 31. So, there is a little bit of truth in the phone call. He just forgets the whole, reincarnating as, 3 different people part. We can also go back down to room C1 after this phone call for some items depending on whichever we have less of. We'll either get given ammo or health after fighting some nurses. In the other locker room, we can find Voltiel stuck inside of a weird locker along with a plastic bag. And finally entering the 3rd floor, we can enter a storage room, but not for long. If stayed in for too long, or if you don't exit at the right time, the nightmare sludge will come out from the other side of the mirror and kill Heather after splitting her from her own reflection. So, it's best to just stay away from it altogether. After unlocking the hallway with the cremated key, we can enter the examination room and fill up our plastic bag with some blood dripping from a hanging body. And after entering room C3 for a save point, there's this weird stairway at the end of the hall. But now with our blood bag in hand, we can go back to the 1st floor and use our blood for the ritual. After which, the back of the room empties up, and we can travel down to the bottom of the ladder.
Heather?
Yeah? Leonard, where are you?
Thank you. Now I can finally leave here. Now Claudia's ridiculous dream is over. Well, I guess it's time to dispose of her. The salvation of all mankind. Ha! Why must we reward even the unbelievers?
What are you talking about?
About our plans, of course. It's true that God is merciful, but first, one must be chosen. Only we, who hearken to the voice of God, will be given the keys to paradise. Don't you think so, Mother?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and think whatever you want.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that I don't think the way you guys do. I don't want any part of that kind of paradise.
You're an unbeliever. You deceived me.
I didn't deceive you. We were both just wrong about each other. I thought you were a normal person.
So you tried to trick me so you can run off with my seal, eh? Heretic! You plan to destroy God!
I told you I wasn't trying to trick anyone. What is this seal thing anyway?
Don't play innocent. You can't fool me anymore. The seal is mine! I was appointed by God to be its guardian! The only thing you'll get from me is a gruesome death.
Is that you?
Death to all who turn their backs on God!
Is every person here a mental case? Well, I guess you're not a person anyway.
And unfortunately, the highs from the missionary fight go back to being lows, as I'll be honest in saying that I had no idea what to do for this fight. I just kind of kept shooting him until he eventually gave up, but it costed me a bunch of ammo. With the big turning thing at the back of the room and with it being damaging, you'd think you'd have to force Leonard into it, but no. Just shoot at him until no more Leonard.
Leonard's not here anymore. I guess I should head back to the motel now. I hope Douglas is okay. Huh? What's this?
After beating Leonard, however, we're brought back to the regular hospital, with the only remnant of Leonard being the talisman left on the floor. And at this point, we can just leave. About time, too.
Why did you send her to my father?
Was that wrong?
It's your fault that he...
But surely it's a good thing. It means he was one of God's beloved, no?
Those who mock God will never receive salvation. You'll go to hell, Vincent. You'll never feel the joy of God's everlasting paradise.
And you think God is going to save you? Ha!
What do you know anyway?
I know about the pleasures of this world. And I want to find my happiness while I'm still here. You hated your father, didn't you? I saw the way he hit you, and kicked you, and made you cry. The memory of his cruelty is forever burned into my mind.
Yes, and that's why we need God.
What you call faith is nothing more than a child crying out for love. That's why you're all alone.
You don't understand. None of you do.
After exiting the hospital, we can make our way back to the motel ourselves.
Where's Douglas?
He went out. But he left a message for you.
Was there someone else here just now?
No, just me. Don't you want to know what the message is?
Yeah, what did he say?
The church is on the other side of the lake.
Church? I wonder what he meant by that.
You don't understand? That's where Claudia is. Across the lake, on the north side. If you're going, you better go through the amusement park. It's probably the only way in now. Go northwest on Nathan Avenue. It's a bit far, but closer than heaven.
Is that it for the message?
Uh-huh.
Thanks. Douglas really said that?
What's wrong? You don't trust me?
And now with a new task at hand, we begin to make our way to where things all began. To the Lakeview Amusement Park.
Oh, hell.
Now, the first set of events here are almost exact to our first nightmare at the start of the game, so I'll fast forward specifically to this star and the Souvenir Avenue, where after some scurrying around, we can find a key to the control room at the roller coaster, and making our way back up to the entrance, we can open it up and switch the coaster off. This time, instead of getting hit by the coaster, Heather jumps off the tracks at the last second.
I hired you to find the girl, and you performed serviceably. What is it now?
You lied to me about Heather, lady. I don't like being used.
Lie? What lie?
That Heather was kidnapped from you.
But it's true. She was originally one of us. That man, Harry Mason, stole her away and kept her hidden from us.
Yeah, but she says she was happy.
She was brainwashed by him, deceived, because her true self had not yet awoken. She carries God within her. But when a lesser Mother of God truly awakens,
Yeah? What's gonna happen?
she will usher in the eternal paradise.
What kind of place is that?
A place with no pain, no hunger, no sickness, no old age. There will be no greed or war, and all will live by God's grace alone.
No this, no that, no nothing. A paradise? For castrated sheep, maybe. Sounds pretty boring.
I pity you. You still don't understand. You're going to kill me? Is it really so easy for you?
I've done it before.
Then I truly do pity you.
After coming back to Heather, who managed to break the fall with the hard metal roof of a ticket booth, we get to adventuring deeper into the park. Specifically, we make our way to the Borley Haunted Mansion attraction, where things are gonna get a bit spooky.
Welcome to the Borley Haunted Mansion. We're so glad you came. Please come inside and look around. Help! Help! Do you hear those voices? A family of 4 was sliced into bloody pieces in this room. Do you know why he said he killed his family? Because I felt I had to! Anyway, I'm lying. It's all just a joke. I wanted to scare you, that's all. That's Danny. A quiet young man, but quite friendly as you can see. Oh, maybe you might know. Where is the path to heaven?
After the scare, the exit door now unlocks and we can continue through that way.
This mansion is quite old, so please watch your step. I'm so sorry. This place is just falling apart. The mechanism is broken, you see. It wasn't supposed to stop there, I assure you. Exit. I hope you enjoyed your tour. Please come back anytime. Or if you'd prefer, we could come and visit you instead.
After this room, we begin a short chase sequence where we must run from a strange red light through a looping hallway. However, we do eventually get out of the mansion, and after avoiding a few enemies outside, we make it to an outdoor theater, where we can collect a red shoe from the stage and a set of chains from one of the seats. Nearby, a gate is noted by Heather to be rusted but could still be opened with enough force, and with a rocket ride in close proximity, we attach the chain from the gate to the ride and activate it, ripping the chain off its hinges and allowing us to continue.
Douglas,
You're late.
are you hurt?
I can't move my right leg. I think it's broken.
I'll call an ambulance.
Hold it. I don't think one will come. Don't worry. I'm used to it.
You old fool! Getting yourself hurt like that?
Sorry.
Why did you have to do that for me? What'll I do if you die?
What'll we do if this god thing gets born?
Come on. How powerful could a god from a dump like this be? I'm sure it'll be no big deal.
Yeah, but anyway, something's gonna happen.
Who knows? Maybe we'd all be better off if it did.
But if this is how a god of mercy acts, I don't want to see any more of him. That's a pretty good reason to risk my life, don't you think? Plus, I'm just an old fool, right?
You think you're Superman or something?
You know, I always wanted to be him. Besides,
Yeah.
I want to help you out.
You don't have to feel responsible. I know it's not your fault.
remind me of my son.
You said nobody was going to cry for you.
Dead people don't cry. Stupid kid got himself shot robbing a bank.
But why?
Maybe because his pop was a penniless good-for-nothing. Who knows? Anyway, now I guess I'll never find out. Sorry. I shouldn't have said you reminded me of a guy like you.
Well, maybe if you had compared me to your daughter. Listen, I'll take care of the rest. You stay here and I'll be back when it's over.
You'll be okay by yourself.
Hey, no problem. Besides, my dad's not around anymore, so only I can do this. What are you doing?
Maybe killing you here is the only way to end this nightmare.
Yeah, you might be right.
Our reunion with Douglas is short, however we learn a lot about Douglas and his past, specifically about his son. But we don't have much time to think on that, as in the next room we can find ourselves entering a fortune teller's tent, inside of which is Douglas's notebook, along with a creepy doll head next to a save point. Examining the notebook, it gives us Client Claudia Wolf. Request searching for then infant Alessa Gillespie, kidnapped by man named Harry Mason. No word from police. Kidnapped location unknown. Old Silent Hill newspaper article. Alessa Gillespie 7 dead in fire. Links to current case. To be investigated. Priority low. Using alias Heather. Neighbors do not know real name. What is she hiding? According to records, 24 years old. Client says looks 17. Plausible? Lived in Portland till 12 years ago. Got wrapped up in a murder case. Harry shot suspect. Justifiable self-defense, so no punishment. Moved away immediately afterwards. Started to use alias. Apparently no connection with the criminal, just some occult freak. Slightly off from way back. Originally from Silent Hill? Apart from that though, we enter the neighboring building to find two life-size dolls resembling Snow White and Cinderella, with two photos on the tracks in front of us showing their silhouettes. Except, they're missing something. So giving the red shoe to the Cinderella doll and the doll's head to the Snow White doll, we correct their silhouettes. Unlocking the door forward and passing through brings us to the same ice cream stand from the first game, where we had our short standoff with Alessa and Dahlia. Still even being able to read the very note that Harry had written here. Dahlia is the one who said it. Said that the girl was a demon. That she took my daughter for a sacrifice. But it's not totally believable. I mean, appearances can be deceiving. When I saw that photo in the hospital basement, I thought, that girl looks like Cheryl. Is that why I feel this way? Something's not normal anyway. Nothing good will come of this. But I just can't think of her as a demon. Is it my imagination, or do I actually feel sorry for her? Why do I feel like she's looking for somebody to help? Cheryl's what's important to me. Everything else can wait until I've gotten her back. And much like back then, we must enter the carousel to proceed. The ride of course starts on its own, now blasting its music for the whole park to hear. However, we cannot proceed fully without first reading the note nailed onto one of the strangely living horses. When 13 turns count 4, you will die from their curse. If you wish to escape, there is but one way out. To kill before you are killed. You will be saved by the 12th death. If we don't get off this ride soon, then we will surely die, and since one of the horses is already dead, we just have to attack the remaining 11 horses, being careful of the toxic gas that they produce. This is our memory of Alessa, another stray reincarnation who wants us dead in order to prevent the birth of God. And let me tell you, this fight took me forever to beat. Much like with the missionary fight, the memory will block any attacks coming from the front, so our only option is to either get behind her somehow or to attack while she is mid-animation. There are 4 stages to this boss fight where the memory of Alessa will pull out many different weapons to face us with. Those weapons being a knife, then a handgun, then a metal pipe, and then a fucking submachine gun. I knew it wasn't just gonna be a cool item. However, the strategy for each stage remains pretty much the same with a few alterations for the long-range weapons. Looping Alessa around the horses is a really good method of getting behind her. This is a surefire way of getting some hits in. Or if you just happen to have a really good reaction time, you can risk taking her first hand by standing in front of her, merely backing away or blocking when she strikes. And the katana is probably the best weapon for the fight. It's usable for all of the stages, and the only difference is that during the ranged phases you can use the horses to block her bullets and avoid getting hit. But after this honestly really difficult fight, at least for me since I had no medkits or health items in general by the end, which definitely also came back to bite me in the ass later on, we get the relief of seeing our memory finally fade away, leaving us with a note. It would be better for myself to die. After all, it's nothing to be afraid of. That child. That demon. When I think of the endless pain it will bring when it is birthed, I decided that, instead of the suffering and cruelty I endured in that sick room, that I would like to bestow a more gentle and peaceful death on myself. Why do I resist? I never thought of myself as such a fool. And now, of course, it's time to enter the final section of the game, what everything has been leading up to. The church. Entering in, we find a few notes in the walls of a long hallway. Stained by the evils of this world, we hold our sorrows within us. Only you can heal these wounds. Each morning, afternoon, evening, and night, we call out your name and pray for the day of the miraculous descent. I give to you unreservedly my body and my eternal soul. Whatever darkness may befall me, I will endure with you beside me. As proof of your miraculous power, guide our obedient and willing souls to the road of paradise. O Lord, we will not give in to the power of temptation as long as we have you in our hearts. O Lord, save us with your compassion. O Lord, shower us with your blessings. O Lord, favor us with your abundance. At the end of the hall, we come up to a stairway, at the top of which is a door plastered with another note. This door is the gate that leads to the road of paradise. Embrace the bosom of the Holy Mother. Admit your sins and be forgiven. Eternal tranquility can be yours. Passing through, we come face to face with Claudia once again.
How did you get here? It was Vincent, wasn't it? He led you here. When will he cease his meddling? But it's just as well. Luring you here also serves my purposes.
Checkmate.
Not yet. The time is not yet at hand. The time when all will be forgiven their sins. When the paradise we have long dreamed for will arrive. After the judgment and atonement, an eternity of bliss. Oh, Alessa, the world you wanted is nearly here.
That's not what I want.
Not you. Alessa, your true self.
But I am Alessa. My little Claudia, my dear sweet sister.
Alessa, is it you? Oh, how I've missed you.
I don't need another world. It's fine the way it is.
But you said it yourself. The world must first be cleansed with fire.
But that's not what I want now.
Alessa, don't you want happiness? Have you become blind to all the hopeless suffering in the world? We all need God's salvation.
Listen, suffering is a fact of life. Either you learn how to deal with that or you go under. You can stay in your own little dream world, but you can't keep hurting other people. Besides, I'll never forgive you for hurting my father.
I wish only for the salvation of mankind. But for that to happen, the world must first be remade. And for that, we need God.
You self-righteous witch! No one asked you to help!
God is growing within you. You despise me, don't you?
You're damned right I do!
That's good.
After his interaction, we can pick up one of a group of tarot cards we'll be needing to collect in the area, needing 5 in total to enter the final room of the game. Much like in the Nowhere segment of the first game and the many items we needed to collect then. Entering the neighboring corridor, we pick up a map before coming to a confessional booth. Only one door is open, and once inside, the voice of another calls out from the other side of the booth.
Forgive me. I know I'll be put to death for the sins I've committed. And I'll go to my death gladly and with a peaceful heart. But please, grant me just a small piece of your everlasting mercy. Let me see my child once within your golden gates. Deliver me not to hell, but to purgatory. Allow me to atone for my sins there. I'll stand within the very flames of redemption, no matter how they burn me. Forgive me for my wicked act of revenge. And deliver the soul of my poor murdered daughter. Please, also care for the soul of the girl whose life I have taken. God, I am a child, trembling with fear as I stare at death. Soothe my tortured soul with your infinite mercy. Please, forgive me.
We are given 2 options here, however their repercussions are more important later on. Down the hallway, 2 more doors are present. One is currently locked, however, so we must continue for the open door, where we can find a new variant of the closer. One which is also a lot stronger, and therefore we must pass through quickly and enter a crossroads between 2 insane cancer monsters. Firstly, running past them to the south, we can find ourselves a cassette tape, some ammo, and a note talking about the mysterious symbol we've been saving at the whole game. Presents the deity known as the Halo of the Sun. In heraldry, symbolizes a religious group. The two outer circles are charity and resurrection. The three inner circles are present, past, and future. Usually drawn in red, occasionally drawn in black or other colors, but blue reverses the meaning into a curse on God and therefore is forbidden. The symbol turns out to be a symbol of resurrection and has been what's been allowing us to come back after death. Passing through again, we enter the northern door, where in this hallway we can hear the tears of a young girl, as bloodied footprints make their way towards a painting leading onto the wall. However, before we interact with that, we can go to the back of this hallway and find a large round room, with a larger version of the Halo of the Sun on the floor. After saving, we go back to the painting and push it aside, entering deeper into the church. Following through the hallway, we make it to a weird ledged hallway. An elevator is present to take us down to the lower floor, however we'll come back to that later on. Beginning to search the rooms on this floor, however, we can avoid a now slightly weakened version of the missionary monster, the Scrappers, and enter a small library, where we can find a book on tarot cards laid out in the open. Tarot was based on the 22 Hebrew consonants and is said to represent the entire world. Each card, numbers 0 through 21, has a particular meaning. By reading these cards, fortune tellers predict the future. For example, the first card, the Magician, signifies creation, wisdom, beginnings, or destruction and fraud. The second card, the High Priestess, denotes intuition, harmony, faith, or dogmatism and arrogance. According to some texts, the Gardner deck had more than 22 cards. The Gardner deck does not exist today, it is only mentioned in literature. It is said that these extra cards were based on lost Hebrew vowels and denoted an otherworldly, transcendental existence, i.e. God. And walking up to the table containing our second tarot card, we find that we aren't alone in here.
Hiya, Heather.
You show up everywhere, don't you?
You make me sound like some kind of unwanted pest.
Well, who are you anyway?
Haven't you realized that yet?
Yeah, you're on Claudia's side.
I told you not to put me in the same category as that mad woman.
Well, you're pretty loony yourself.
It's true. We believe in the same God. But I'm quite sane.
So why did you help me out then? Was that also part of trying to resurrect God?
It's not uncommon for people to worship the same God and still disagree.
God? Are you sure you don't mean devil?
Whichever you like. The point is that now I really am on your side. I don't want God to be born. Wouldn't be convenient. Much too unpredictable.
So you've been using me to stop Claudia, is that it? Do your own dirty work.
My dirty work? I think we both had our own interests in mind. You hate her too, don't you? You're the only one who can get it done. I don't have powers like you two. Besides, I always hated getting all hot, sweaty.
Oh, really?
I'm just looking out for myself. Everyone does it. Don't stand there looking so smug. You're the worst person in this room. You come here and enjoy spilling their blood and listening to them cry out. You feel excited when you step on them and snuff out their lives.
Are you talking about the monsters?
Monsters? They look like monsters to you?
Oh no.
Don't worry. It's just a joke. By the way, I forgot to ask you. Did you get the seal of Metatron?
What's that?
You don't have it? Leonard was carrying it.
You mean this thing?
Yes, that's it. As long as we have that, we're fine. Here, take this.
And after this sequence, an unfortunate event occurred. My single hard drive on my shitbox PC ran out of storage, and a chunk of the footage for the church got corrupted and lost. Thanks, OBS! However, for a really quick, shitty artist rendition, the book that Vincent gives us reads as follows. This magic square with strong protective and dispelling properties is called the Viren 7 Crest, or the Seal of Metatron. It'll bring results regardless of whether the target is good or evil. Its strength, therefore, places a very high burden on the caster, as it is also very difficult to control and is not usually used. This is why it bears the name Metatron, after the angel Metatron, or Metatron, also known as the Agent of God. After this, we took the elevator down to the lower hall and to the mortuary and found another tarot card. Then found the room that looks just like Harry's room back home, presumably being just a memory of it or a version of it from right after the events of the first game, inside of which was Harry's diary. Sometimes I have the sense even now that that girl is a reincarnation of Alessa. I don't worry about it much now. That's all forgiven. You were unloved, Cheryl. Or was that Alessa? Now Cheryl is Alessa again. No matter whose reincarnation she may have been, that girl was my most beloved treasure. But that name was a mistake. At the time, I thought of her only as a replacement for my lost Cheryl. When she knows the truth, will she feel bad? That's what worries me. Then, all the way down at the south of the lower level, we followed some more crying girl bloody footsteps, finding Alessa's old hospital room, including a book about Aglaophotis, and another tarot card. Aglaophotis, red liquid or crystals resembling blood. According to the Kabbalah, the name is taken from a herb with the power to dispel evil spirits. It is said to grow in Arabian deserts. It may be vaporized or applied as a poultice to guard against demons. It is powerful, but as it is rare, it is extremely difficult to obtain. And finally, getting back to the footage, we find ourselves in Alessa's old bedroom. On us are 4 of the tarot cards, those being the Moon, the Hanged Man, the Fool, and the Eye of Night. Only one more card remains. Oh, and we also found a brass key from a nearby photo frame, and unluckily for me, I had to traverse the whole entire church again to get back to that locked door in the confessional hallway, avoiding multiple scraper monsters, insane monsters, and closers, all while on the lowest possible point of health, and not a single health item to my name. And that took a while. Finally getting back up to the locked door, however, we unlock it to find Alessa's old classroom, where we can find a note from 1K Gordon. Sound familiar? There's a girl named Alessa in my class. If your memory is any good, you may remember her. She's the one I said they called a witch. Most likely her mother is abusing her. I've never seen her come in without some sort of scrape or bruise. Her expression is pitifully dark for a 6-year-old. Something like this may not be so uncommon. Rather than coming up with pointless ideas, it's best to just watch and wait. But isn't there something I can do to help? I'm considering consulting a lawyer, but I do have my reservations. That's why I thought I'd ask you, my friend, for your opinion first. We also find a set of 2 bedrooms, and one contains a cassette player.
Do you know about what happened here 17 years ago? You've been here a long time. You must have heard some details.
A group of pagans, blinded by earthly desires, spit in the very face of God. They tried to use the seal of Metatron to prevent God's awakening. But God drove the unbelievers away and threw them into the abyss. But due to their wickedness, God was unable to be born properly. And so, she has slumbered ever since, in the womb of the Holy Mother, until the time of the awakening. That's all that I know.
That's it, huh? Well, thanks.
Father Vincent, I heard that the Holy Mother has been found. Is it true?
Alessa has been found? Did Claudia say that?
Yes.
Then it must be true. Her sight rarely fails her.
Bless the Lord.
Maybe it's because of her great faith. But I could never be like her. I wouldn't want to.
Nor I. The truth is, Sister Claudia frightens me a little.
Well now, let's both show our faith by forgetting about this little talk, okay?
Yes, but does that mean this land will finally be the home of eternal paradise?
If God wills it, my sister. If God wills it.
We can also find a note on the desk. People are starting to voice their dissatisfaction about Father Vincent using the organization's money for his own personal benefit. I've also heard rumors that Father Vincent has been extorting donations from some followers. Is he really the right person for such a position? I'm in no place to deny all he's done to make the organization grow. Even though we believe in God, if there were some sort of gathering, shouldn't we be valued not for our limited talents or our talkativeness, but the depth of our faith? Also in this hallway, we can find a room presumably belonging to Claudia, since we can find her diary in here on the shelf, alongside our final card, the High Priestess card. On the desk, we can also find a birthday card that Claudia had been seemingly holding on to. But now with all the cards present, we re-enter Alessa's bedroom, and in a sketchbook on the bed, we can find a hint to the puzzle. Oh, and before I forget, because I forgot to write it into the script, there is another note from Harry in here from the first game. She's just beyond this door. I don't know how, but I can sense it. But she's not the only one there. I sense the presence of something extremely dangerous, even sickening, or maybe what they call God. Nevertheless, I will open the door. Enough of this idle chit-chat. God, I'm not, but I fully intend to save her. No, them. Okay, now the fucking hint. The door sure does rattle, but it's stuck tight. The secret is hidden, out of your sight. You may be thinking, what could it be? You'll need 5 magic cards if you want to see. What to do then, with all these? I'll tell you straight and I won't tease, just as long as you say please. Now the first thing that you must know is that there's something in each row, but that is not the half of it. 3 would be too hard to fit. The upside down man on the ground. To his right, to his left, there is no one around. Leave him alone though. His tears are profound. The moon is up above the sky, fuller crescent floating high. Twinkling light sits like a crown on the head of a crazy clown. Your Excellency, praying to God Most High, do you think you can tell me why you always look up into the night sky? Do you have it now? You didn't forget. One major point you must not omit. And now at the last, before you take a whack, there's one more hint to help you keep track. Scary and hateful, that thing in the night. Better be careful, it's not on your right. Turn to the left and you'll keep it in sight. So you'll open the door? I'm just sure that there'll be nothing beyond it but frightening peril. Forget about that. Just stay and play, or else I'll be left here alone all day. Now the first 2 phases only inform us that we need to insert the cards into the door slots, however it's the 3rd verse that hints that there is a card in each row, but no row can hold 3 cards. Meaning that we have 2 rows holding 2 cards and 1 row holding 1 card. The upside down man under the ground, to his right, to his left, there is no one around. Leave him alone though, his tears are profound, shows us that the hangman card, which is displayed as a man being upside down, is the first card row. Specifically, he is at the bottom because he is on the ground. The moon is up above the sky, fuller crescent floating high, twinkling light sits like a crown on the head of a crazy clown, meaning that the moon must be above the full card and must also be in the top row. Your Excellency, praying to God Most High, do you think you can tell me why you always look into the night sky? Excellency referring to the High Priestess card looking up into the night sky, that being the Eye of Night, which will also go above her. However, we still don't know which side these 4 cards go on. That's where the final hint comes in. Scary and hateful, that thing in the night, better be careful, it's not on your right. Turn to the left and you'll keep it in sight. The thing on the night being the Eye of Night, putting both it and the Priestess on the left with the moon and the Fool on the right. solving our puzzle. And through this door, Team Silent really begins to throw all of the horrid sounds they have at us. However, we finally reach our last standoff.
What do I want? Well, for the two of you to die, that would be nice. Then I could relax.
When did you stop believing in God? God lives. Just look around you.
But I do believe in her. In my own way. I fear her, and I adore her. But I haven't lost my mind like you. You think that this is the work of God? Isn't this all nothing more than your own personal nightmare? Just like Alessa 17 years ago? If this really is the work of God, then I'd say she has lousy taste.
You mock God? Traitor. You will go to hell.
Not that again! Who do you think you are, claiming to know God's will?
Go home, Vincent.
Home? This church is my home. I built it with my power. The power of money that you view with such scorn. Although I admit that this atrocious scenery is all yours.
If you continue to get in my way,
then you kill me? Well. Well. The guest of honor has arrived. Let's get this party started. Heather, go ahead and kill this crazy bitch. This demon who claims to speak for God. The time has come. You can kill her now.
you'll go to hell!
What did you do?
Nothing important.
You're not going to run? I guess this is the end.
No, the beginning. As Vincent said, the time has come. Alessa, I'm saddened that you didn't agree to this on your own. But I thank you for nurturing God with all the hate in your heart. It's time for mankind to be released from the shackles of sin which bind them.
But a God born from hatred can never create a perfect paradise.
Happy people can be so cruel. Is it so hard to believe that sympathy could be born out of pain and suffering? Why do you reject God's mercy? Why do you cling to this corrupt world? You know that only God can save us.
And save you too? Happy ending? I'd rather go to hell.
No, I don't expect to be saved. And that's fine. Alessa, my dearest. For the pain that I've caused you, I deserve no mercy. Even if it was to save mankind. It was too deep a sin. It was hubris for me to try to hasten the day of her arrival.
feel so guilty about it. Why don't you go to hell? Heather, use the seal.
Vincent? The seal of Metatron?
Now your stupid dream is over.
Oh, that's just a piece of junk. What do you think you can do with that? Do you really think it can kill God? I'm sorry to see you fell for my father's foolishness.
What?
You're pathetic. But God loves even you. Now, Alessa, there's nowhere else to run. Just accept it, Alessa. The pain will disappear. I've been waiting so long for this. Even as a child, I knew I would see the coming of this day. I knew I would be a witness to it. Judgment Day. Alessa?
Shut your stinking mouth, bitch!
During this moment, we use the Aglophatus that has been stored all this time in Heather's necklace.
What are you doing?
Dad.
She is nearly here. Alessa, what have you done? What did you swallow? What is this?
Looks like God didn't make it. Stop!
God is...
Claudia!
Alessa,
And with nothing else left to lose, we jump down after Claudia.
Can't be dead. I was gonna kill you. This is God?
The boss fight is a pretty decent one, depending on how much you've supplied so far. This fight can either be a cakewalk or a grueling fight, trying to avoid God's many swipes and flame attacks that it'll throw at the player throughout the fight. It doesn't really have any kind of second form or transitional phases, but it will change between standing upright and laid flat on the ground. Either way, probably one of the best strats, if you have enough ammo for it, is to stand behind this semicircle in the ground and fire bullets into it until it falls dead, making sure to avoid any fire attacks coming your way, since at this distance, its other attacks won't be in range. It definitely could be a better fight, however with the 7-month time frame this game had to be developed in, I don't really blame the kinda shoddy aspects of it. I mean, hey, Silent Hill 2 saw stand there and shoot at it until it falls dead is a pretty good bar for its fights. And this fight is also the reason why how many handgun bullets does it take to kill God is now in my search history. It's about 134 if you're curious. However, eventually God falls and we end off the third title with another reunion with Douglas.
Is that the end? I guess it's time to roll the credits. Not yet. You're still alive. Oh! Just a joke.
You've got terrible
I'm
taste.
sorry.
Heather, did
You
you...
don't have to call me that. I'm not hiding anymore.
Want me to use your real name? What was it again?
Cheryl. The name my father gave me.
You gonna let your hair color go back too?
I don't know. Don't you think blondes have more fun?
And as a remade rendition of the original Silent Hill track begins, we see our first ending, the normal ending, where Heather kills God and presumably goes on living her life normally, now without the threat of the Order. And this is also the canon ending, as we'll see in other future titles. And unfortunately, unlike the other games, Silent Hill 3 doesn't have as many endings as after unlocking the New Game Plus, because trust me, there is a lot to unlock after your first playthrough. For replayability, I'd say Silent Hill 3 takes the cake. We only have 2 other endings to look at. Starting off with the Possessed ending, where we must accumulate enough points throughout any secondary playthrough. To get points, we either kill monsters, which gives us 10 points each, take damage, which gives us 1 point each time, or forgive the Convessor in the booth for a whopping 1,000 points. If we manage to sustain 4,000 by the end of the game, we get the Possessed ending, where Heather instead kills Douglas after fighting God. And of course, since all of the games need one, the UFO ending. However, unlike with the other 2 titles, we don't shine gems in certain places now. Instead, we use an unlockable weapon called, I shit you not, Sexy Beam, or alternatively, Heather Beam. After killing at least 31 monsters with this weapon before Harry's apartment and entering with no weapons equipped, which is also the way to have the beam a weapon equipped, we get this. I can't even explain.
I'm home, Dad. Listen, something crazy is going on.
Cheryl, you're back. What happened?
Well, it's like this. And that's about it.
Oh, my poor little Cheryl. I can't believe that. I'm going to Silent Hill, and I'm gonna bust some heads.
Oh, Dad, you're the coolest!
さあ、良い子のみんな、集まれー。
Silent Hill 3 is, as I've stated, my favorite game in the franchise. To me personally, it has the best style, especially in the Otherworld segments where it feels as if the walls themselves have come alive due to the new rendering effect that Team Silent uses for the title. It has some of the best bosses, specifically talking about fights like the Missionary and the Memory of Alessa fight, which had me feeling genuinely fulfilled after finally making my way past them. Some of my favorite characters, which I felt a strong connection to, and of course on top of it, it has one of my favorite soundtracks in the series. I wasn't kidding when I said that Silent Hill 3 was a switch up for Akira Yamaoka's previous work, who was also the producer for this title specifically. While yes, some of the tracks still had that uneasy melancholy that the previous games had, combined with that industrial aesthetic that the series is known for, the whole thing just seems a lot more aggressive than what's been shown to us previously, and I personally feel that that is because of just Cheryl as a protagonist. Unlike Harry or James, Cheryl isn't willingly searching for someone. Cheryl was brought into this whole mess out of her own choice, and throughout the whole game, she shows her frustrations on this. Even in the little notes, like when saving, which can essentially just be chalked up to "this thing makes my head hurt and it's pissing me off." She doesn't want to entertain the ideals of the Order, she just wants to go home and be with her dad and be just a normal but hormonal teenager who's probably got a lot going on in her life anyway. But now she's having to deal with this cult from 17 years ago, which she had no idea about, now bothering her. She's gonna be a bit pissed about it, and the game definitely reflects this. One complaint that a lot of people had about the game was that it was too action-packed compared to the other two titles, which is not wrong. The game gives off a far bigger variety of weapons than the previous titles, and the monsters are definitely further ramped up than ever before, but this matches the style that I feel Team Silent was going for with Cheryl. While yes, throughout the later parts of the game, she is mourning the death of her dad, which another complaint was Team Silent killing Harry off so suddenly after his valiant actions of the first game. Personally, I don't really care that much, but I could see why other people would get pissed about it. But instead of whining about it and having her whole world collapse in front of her, she turns these emotions into rage towards Claudia and the Order. Cheryl is a more aggressive character, and so the game being more action-packed makes sense. But just overall, at least for me, Cheryl was a character that I could personally attach myself to more than any of the other protagonists. And it's honestly one of the reasons why Silent Hill 3 is my favorite. And going back to talking about the monsters, I'd also say that in terms of just scare factor, the monsters of Silent Hill 3 make it the scariest out of the first four. Or at least the most panic-inducing. The issues that I had with the second game are vastly reversed, and we go back to the mobility of the second game's monsters. They'll start lunging and sometimes flying at us, they work in packs now, they'll drag us down to the ground, and of course, once again, make it into the books for worst sounds to ever grace my ears. In the best way possible, this game stressed me out almost the whole time I was playing, and at its most, Brookhaven even forced me to have to cut out its most vital strategy. That being its audio. And even then it still scared the shit out of me. I'll say it a million times over, audio is one of the most vital things any horror media can pull off, and Silent Hill 3 strikes the chords perfectly. I mean, all of the Silent Hills do, but something about the third title specifically will just forever stick with me. Even in situations where we're just talking to characters like Vincent or Douglas, the environment is still tense due to the tracks playing. Even the puzzles are just ramped up. They can range from either, oh, give the dolls their silly little items, to solve a fucking algebraic problem, and I found them to be the most fun out of the series. If we choose to disregard Team Silent's knocks at Cheryl being our first and only female protagonist. Don't think I haven't forgotten. The game gets the tricks of what we've seen before and shines them in a whole new light. We have the industrial scenery, cool camera shots, stupid UFO ending. It's got it all. And honestly, even with the parts of the game that were of course affected by the game's short development time, because as much as I want to say Silent Hill 3 is a perfect game, it of course doesn't go without its shallow spots, and certain bosses, puzzles, and environments were of course weakened by Team Silent's time limitations. And otherwise probably would have been better expanded upon if Konami didn't decide to randomly switch the game trajectory mid-development. But even with its broken elements, the game still has its little tidbits to make up for it. While previous games did have unlockable secrets for the player to find in repeat playthroughs, it definitely is not at the level that Silent Hill 3 has. But to encapsulate it all into one statement, Silent Hill 3 will forever be my favorite game in the series, possibly even my favorite game of all time, due to its style, characters, horror, and the connection that I can personally bring myself to it. To get a bit real with you guys for a short moment, Silent Hill 3 covers a lot of symbolisms involving maturity, femininity, and sexuality, especially in its monster designs and the whole situation that Cheryl finds herself in. Topics which I myself have struggled with a lot growing up, and still even now. Especially in more recent times where I was literally Cheryl's age only a few months ago. And because of that, I can really connect myself to the game and its cast in a way that I couldn't do with the others, and if anything is going to show how much I love this game, that would be it. Cheryl struggles with being told that she's going to birth God and having little to no say in the matter at all, forced to either adapt to her situation and life changes or die trying. And the many nods to real-world situations that women have to go through and struggle with, even down to Cheryl having a literal taser in her dresser. her carrying a knife on her at the mall, and her remark towards Douglas when escaping to the bathroom being, "Do I have to scream?" Even in the monsters themselves, they have the opposite symbolisms of James in the second game. In Silent Hill 2, James's monsters all resemble his views on Mary in the female form, being these somewhat sexual figures that James is basically free to kill due to their lumbering slowness. Their only real backlashes being related to that of Mary's verbal outlashes at James during her time at the hospital, with Pyramid Head being the only stronger masculine figure there to have his way with the other monsters and punish James himself. On the other end of that spectrum, though, we have Cheryl's monsters. Big, brooding masculine figures that either climb all over Heather, knock her down with ease, or are just shaped to resemble parts of reproduction, with the more feminine figures being connected to actual figures in Cheryl or Alessa's lives, with the nurses being slight resemblances to Lisa or being another form of Alessa herself. Now, of course, some monsters in the game don't even have any symbolism purely due to the crunch time of the game and the multiple monster designers present for this game, but the point still stands. Throughout the whole game, these themes are shown, and for the most part are done in a pretty good light. But aside from that, I think it's about time we got onto the final game in the Team Silent era. Silent Hill 4, The Room. And finally, for today's video, we're gonna be moving on to Silent Hill 4, also known as its full title, Silent Hill 4, The Room. And originally Silent Hill 4 began its development alongside Silent Hill 3 with the release of 2, and for this time it had the title of Room 302, which is also the room of Henry's apartment in the finished game. And popular myth about this title was that it was never intended to be a Silent Hill title, which is wrong. Silent Hill 4 was always intended to be a Silent Hill title. The only major thing that was meant to be different about the title was that it was going to switch up the mechanical format of the series, which is what has led 4 to be one of the more controversial titles in the series. Instead of taking place in Silent Hill, it instead takes the concept that your home is the safest part of your life. But what happens if that isn't the case anymore? And while a lot of the game is still similar to Silent Hill's format, it introduces a lot more to make the game feel unique, which makes it even funnier that this title is so controversial, since the lack of fundamental change is the main issue that players had with Silent Hill 3. Like, do you want the change or not? Hello? And once again, we have our inspirations: Jacob's Ladder, House of Leaves, if you're unfamiliar, inspiration for My House.wav, the novel, Rosemary's Baby, Twin Peaks, Stephen King, Coin Locker Babies, and The Cell were also inspirations. The soundtrack was once again composed by Akira Yamaoka, and this game once again has some of my favorite vocal tracks in it, even having the track Your Rain, or at least a remix of it, being used in DDR Extreme. The release dates for Silent Hill 4 go as June 17th, 2004 in Japan, September 4th, 2004 in America, and September 17th, 2004 in Europe. And of course, it was included in the Silent Hill collection later on. However, earlier on, Silent Hill 4 was shown at E3 2004, where they actually had a real-life set of Henry's apartment, Room 302. And for trailers, I can only seem to find a few. However, these are all YouTube re-uploads which don't tell me where they originally came from. If you know, let me know. I'm sure they were most likely used at E3 or some other exhibition, but if I'm being honest, out of all of the games that I've talked about today, for scare factor, The Room had it nailed to a fucking T.
Silent there before me, your tears, they mean nothing to me. No wind howling out the window, the love you never gave, I give to you, really don't deserve it. But now there's nothing
In this first trailer, we can kind of see that Silent Hill 4 is doing a bit of a combo between Silent Hills 2 and 3. We also have this other trailer, which from what I could find, at least from the comments, Silent Hill 4 was a lot of people's first introductions to horror, or they stumbled across it as a kid, and I'm sure that's the same for a lot of the other titles. But if your first introduction to the series slash horror media as a whole was this next trailer, that's all I can say. I don't think you'd be getting off as easily as thinking you were gonna see Freddy Fazbear in the middle of the night, which set off the Wolfram lore alarms. As a kid, the first game that I played, not watched, that's a different story, played that really scared me was FNAF 4. So I used to have a fear that I'd wake up in the middle of the night and I'd have to play FNAF 4 in my room. Now imagine that, but with like, the twin victim. I'd like to say that I got off easy with thinking Foxy was in my closet. Like, hello? The sound design is cranked way the hell up. I think I'd even be scared hearing these sounds whilst in, like... Whilst in... Well... I don't know any cutesy places, okay? You get the point. They sound scary. The visual design of the monsters and the ghosts, which we'll be getting into later, are just multiplied by the graphical look of the trailer, really bringing in the grime and grunge that the series is known for. I also managed to find the American TV advert for the game.
Silent Hill 4, The Room, rated M for mature. From Konami.
Once again, it shows off the monsters, which we'll learn about as we go on, and finally, before we head into the gameplay... Is there any competition? The Japanese box art wins. Look at that grime. This is probably the grimiest cover art that we'll get to see for the whole series. Like, this looks like I'm gonna contract a disease just by holding it. But, for the final time today, let's get into some gameplay. First of all, before actually getting into any gameplay, it's heavily suggested to go around and mess with almost any of all of the settings in the options menu. Specifically the control schemes, as it is drastically different from any of the other titles, and if you're playing the game on the GOG PC port, to go to the gamma settings and set everything to 1.0 instead of 1.5 to prevent the game from looking really washed out. If you do, you can always just change the brightness yourself afterwards if it gets too dark for you, which I wouldn't blame you since we don't get a singular flashlight throughout the entire game. After making sure all of your settings are how you want them to be, we can start the game and be greeted by a wall of text. Hello! I can see Team Silent's brilliant genius definitely hasn't faulted at all. It was 2 years ago that Henry Townsend moved into room 302 of South Ashfield Heights, an apartment building in the medium-sized city of Ashfield. Henry was happy and enjoying his new life. But 5 days ago, something strange happened. He began to have a reoccurring dream each night. One other thing. He couldn't leave room 302. Waking up, we find ourselves in said room 302, except we can note that something is insanely wrong. I mean, first person? In my Silent Hill game? This is absurd! The walls are caked in the familiar fleshy stylings of the Otherworld, and we make multiple notings of how things are not how they're supposed to be. Even questioning at times if this is even our room anymore, and that there's even this creepy looking face object in the wall. Nothing is really interactable, however after backing away from the front door, which seemingly won't open, we're pushed into another cutscene.
What a dream.
Coming into control of Henry, we can either choose to interact with the phone ourselves, or Henry will just do it for us.
cord's cut.
We are then put back in control, and taking a look out of Henry's window, we can see a small chunk of downtown Ashfield, specifically viewing a woman stood outside of a subway station before she makes her way down. We'll be finding ourselves at this window quite often throughout the game's runtime. Taking a quick look around the rest of what we can see, we can look at a billboard for a nearby bar. Calling the number written on the board, however, only leaves us with this strange noise. Nothing else on the phone works for now. Exiting our bedroom, we can go across the hall to our bathroom, however there's nothing here for us right now, and so taking a trip down the hall we can enter our living room, where we come face to face with our front door again. 5 days ago. That's when I first had the nightmare. I haven't been able to get out of my room since then. The phone doesn't work, the TV doesn't work, I can't even get anyone to hear me when I yell. My whole world has suddenly turned insane. My door's chained up, my windows are sealed shut, and on top of that, someone chained the door from the inside. How am I gonna get out of here?
What the hell? What's going on here?
Oh man. Hope my luck changes before the party.
After this cutscene, we can find a paper to have been slipped over the door. Mom? Why don't you wake up? Once this is all played out, however, we can begin to look around the rest of the apartment. Specifically our laundry room with nothing in it, the kitchen which will become more important later on, and our living room where we can find our new save bug. Our only point of saving throughout the game, by the way. And another note on the ground by our bookshelf. Through the ritual of the Holy Assumption, he built a world. It exists in the space separate from the world of our Lord. More accurately, it is within, yet without the Lord's world. Unlike the world of our Lord, it is a world in extreme flux. Unexpected doors or walls, moving floors, odd creatures. A world only he can control. Anyone swallowed up by that world will live there for eternity. Undying. They will haunt that realm as a spirit. How can our Lord forgive such an abomination? This part of the book is too damaged to read. It is important to travel lightly in this world. He who carries too heavy a burden will regret it. The book is too damaged to read anymore. And of course, the Order is up to something once again, or at least, is involved in what's going on here. If walked by in close proximity, Henry will also point out the chest next to the TV, which could hold a lot of stuff, quote unquote. For this title, our room is the main point of safety and the main location that we'll be returning to a lot. I mean, it wouldn't be Silent Hill 4 The Room if The Room wasn't a key aspect of it. And after seeing everything there is to see here, we hear a loud noise come from the bathroom.
Somebody in there? I wonder if I can get out this way.
After taking the loose pipe weapon from the hole, we make our way in. Throughout the game, we'll visit a lot of different worlds, with this first one being Subway World, and already the lack of tank controls is a sorry sight after playing through the other 3 games. I know times were changing, and in the ripe old year of 2004 I would not expect them to be there, but I've just come so used to them being there whilst making this video that coming to this game, it's a weird thing to get used to, along with the game's weird, funky first-person sensitivity. Making our way into Subway World, we can find the woman from the window to be waiting at the end of the corridor. And she is forward, to say the least.
Who are you? What's your name?
Henry. And you?
This is my dream, and you don't even know my name. It's Cynthia.
Your dream.
That's right. This is just a dream. And a really terrible one, too. I hope I wake up soon.
So you think this is a dream, huh?
Well, if it's not a dream, what is it? Anyway, I want to get out of here, but I can't find the exit. Say, will you help me find it? I'm kind of scared all alone. I'll do a special favor for you later. It's just a dream, so I might as well have some fun.
Cynthia believes she's in a dream, and we are now escorting her to the way out. However, not for long, as after only passing by a corner, she leaves us on our own.
Wait a minute. I think I'm gonna puke.
This is our first monster for the title, the Sniffers, very similar in nature to the Doubleheads from the previous game. They work in packs and lunge at Henry if in their line of sight. For this encounter specifically, we can just pass straight by them and head into the bathroom after Cynthia. Except she's now suddenly nowhere to be found, with only another hole in the wall. These holes will now be called as portals and will only ever bring us from the world we're currently in to our apartment. After heading back home, we can view a short cutscene.
What? Another dream. But it seems so real. Or could it be? Was I really inside that woman's dream? Oh, that's just stupid. What am I thinking?
Before coming out to our living room and noticing part of our furniture to be shifted. This furniture has been here since I moved in. Huh? That's weird. Somebody moved it. Who could have done it? Behind the piece of furniture, we find ourselves a gun and what appears to be a note next to a hole dug into the wall. The faint hope I had is slowly changing to despair. I've somehow managed to tunnel this far, but no matter what I do, I can't get any further. The hallway, the window, the walls. It feels like this room is stuck in another dimension. Eileen never noticed. This hole allows us to see into our neighbor's apartment, and we can find her just going about her day. After this discovery, we get another phone call from Cynthia.
Where did you go? Hurry! Save me! If you need a token, there's one here.
Cynthia is in trouble, however, before going in to find her, we can quickly take a peep at our front door to find Eileen brooming. Brooming? Just sweeping the hall, with 15 bloody handprints on the wall behind her, which she seemingly doesn't notice. After this, however, we can go back to Subway World and look for Cynthia. And once in Subway World, we're greeted with this mannequin replica of Cynthia holding coins for the nearby turnstiles. And after avoiding a sniffer, we can either use the coin to get down to the Lynch Street platform, or we can carry on ahead past the turnstile to find some extra ammo and health items. However, they're not all that important for now since we heal in the apartment anyway, and the game's melee weapons are so much more valuable due to Henry's limited inventory. And ammo doesn't stack anymore, what the fuck? On our way down to the platform, we find ourselves yet another enemy. The ghosts. Unkillable enemies which will follow Henry through the many rooms of the worlds. And are of course better to just run away from for now until we're given another important item later on in the game. After making it to the platform, however, we can find Cynthia to be trapped behind one of the doors of the train. And in order to get her out, we must travel to the south of the train and open the doors up via a control switch. After this, she'll come running to us, and now our next section of the game is to make our way through the maze of the two trains, going car to car for any open door we can get to make our way to the platform on the other side, taking note of a vending machine and a toy box while we come through, which will come into play later on down the line. Finally, on the other platform, however, we travel down south to the maintenance closet, one which has another portal inside of it. And of course, Cynthia is suddenly nowhere to be found. We can take this portal back to the apartment to of course save and to dump away any unnecessary items, however, there's no important events happening here right now. Going down the ladder in the maintenance hallway, we can firstly shoot across this little crossroad and enter the other maintenance hallway and unlock it from the side. Trust me, you're gonna thank yourself for that later down the line, before making our way past a few ghosts in a narrow hallway. After traveling down another flight of stairs, we can quickly take out the sniffer before making a choice to either ignore the train for now or enter it and find a golf club weapon waiting inside. It's a powerful weapon, however, it breaks easily. The choice is yours to make. Passing by it, however, we can find another portal before entering an escalator, where you'll find one of the more irritating monsters throughout the game, the Wallmen. Monsters which will lunge out of the wall to swipe at Henry, oftentimes sending him barreling down the escalator if hit, forcing you to time your passings correctly or sustain a bunch of damage. And this section originally took me so long I had to shut off my recording till I got to the top of it in order to actually save space on my PC. Because God forbid I lose any more footage throughout this video. After making it to the top of the escalator, however, and don't worry about Henry's new ghostly look, I've found throughout playing this game that it very much does not like you tapping out of it. Something which I had to do anytime I wanted to stop my recording or start a new one. At the top of the escalator, however, we make it to the other turnstile where many belongings are scattered around on the ground. After taking a placard from the door, we enter and find a truly haunting sight.
Are you okay?
dream, right? I think I drank too much last night. I never got to do that special favor for you.
Cynthia? Man, what's that noise out there?
Outside the subway, an investigation is underway, with an ambulance and police car now next to the subway. Going out into the living room, we hear a transmission of what's going on down there.
Hurry up and get that ambulance. Quit yapping and move her already.
Damn, she's got numbers carved into her chest. I wonder if...
We now save and can find another note wedged under our door. Although the cult itself is gone, I'm sure the spirit of it is still alive. There are too many strange things happening in that town. I'm investigating 2 people. Or maybe I should say just one. I've just about discovered what's going on. April 8th. Afterward, we make sure to dump away any unneeded items, including the placard we just got and the turnstile coins, before checking through the peephole and coming back to the bathroom hole, to find that it's now grown in size. Entering it, we are taken somewhere new. We find ourselves at Forest World, a section of woods just outside of Silent Hill, and also where we can run on down the path, noting the many unreadable notes along the way to get to a small building. Coming through a portal on the side of a door, we can hear ringing at our door.
going on in this room?
What do you mean?
I heard weird noises coming from inside there.
Help!
Hey, Richard, can you see anything from your window?
No. Everything looks pretty normal to me. The guy who lives here, what's he like anyway?
I know his name and face, but that's about it.
Well, I'm gonna go call the super.
Yeah, good idea.
Damn it. They can't hear me.
Then we quickly do our regular checks before coming back to Forest World. Continuing into the building and down some ramps, we find another new enemy, the Hummers. Bug-like swarms which come to life when we come near and need to be squashed once on the ground. Past the building, however, we can find an abandoned running car. In the driver's seat is a scrap of paper and a memo pad. It's been a while since I came here to Silent Hill. Maybe I'll meet the devil this time. But whenever I come to a cool place like Silent Hill, I always get real thirsty. Jasper Gine. I'm not sure what that nosy guy meant when he said, "This home is the orphanage, in the middle. The lake is northwest, so the opposite is southeast." The nosy guy said one other thing I don't understand. If you bring the dug-up key, you can't go back. Put it away somewhere before you return there. Going through a nearby fence, we can meet Jasper himself, babbling away when we come close.
So you came to investigate this stone too. There was another guy here before, a real nosy guy. But I was the one who found the stone first. In the old days, the natives called it Nakihona. They used it in a ceremony for talking with their dead ancestors. And now those guys are using it too. Call it the Mother Stone. They're just up ahead in that weird building, operating some kind of crazy religious cult. They used to collect orphans and did things to them. Kind of gives you the chills, huh? This stone.
And finally, down at the bottom of the path, after evading some sniffers, we find ourselves at Wish House. The orphanage we heard about in Silent Hill 3, except Konami decided to change the name for whatever reason from Hope House. Once inside, we can find a note by the door. The outside is filled with dangerous things. If someone goes outside without an adult's permission, the master is sad. Along with another portal, where we don't find much of importance except this guy absolutely breaking it down. Oh my god, look at them go! Oh. We can also find the guy living across from us trying to look for the peephole. Once again, not much important. Coming back to Wish House, we can start by finding the front door to be locked, forcing us to go and look for some kind of key, which you can start off by doing by heading to the southeast door and passing by some Hummers and Sniffers. We eventually get to a more densely wooded area, in the middle of which is a set of roots in the shape of hands reaching out of the ground, which Henry is relieved to find aren't real hands. In the next section, we find another golf club and another portal. There is no reason to go back to the apartment, and so we go back to Wish House. This time traveling down the northwest path, where at the end of which is a cave. And after passing through some Hummers, we find ourselves at the edge of Toluca Lake, where a new health item, the portable medkit, can be found along with another portal. Once again, there's nothing new at the apartment. Back at Wish House, we finally take the southwest path, where after following, we come to a graveyard.
Hey, little boy, what are you doing here?
You're finally the third revelation. Something's gonna happen. That nosy guy that was here, he said it too. Something big is gonna happen. Finally, it's gonna happen!
After this short interaction, we can explore the rest of the yard, coming across an inopenable door bearing the halo of the sun and an open grave with a coffin inside, one bearing the numbers 11121, much like with Cynthia's 16121. Apart from that though, it's time to go back to Wish House to find Jasper now standing outside the front door.
The door won't open. That nosy guy gave me something really good. I could let you have it, but not for free. I'm really thirsty. I'm so thirsty. Oh, chocolate. Oh, chocolate.
I wouldn't really say chocolate would quench a thirst, but luckily for Jasper, we just so happen to have a fresh bottle of chocolate milk waiting for us in our fridge back in the apartment. Out of the 5 days of seemingly rationing whatever Henry had left in his fridge, cause a man's gonna eat at some point, cursed apartment or no, he just so happened to hold on to some chalky milk and white wine. Those are some good priorities. We of course take the milk to give it to Jasper and do our regular checks. Where I don't know if it'll be there in every single run, but I managed to catch a Robbie the Rabbit hot air balloon flying about, before going back to the forest world to give our trade.
Oh man, that was awesome. Here, take this. There's something written on it.
Reading the spade, we find a note, opposite where the lake and house meet, inside the hand holding onto the ground, implying that we need to travel back to those hand-shaped roots. We dig, and as expected, the key is found there, also bearing a note. He who holds this key shall wander for eternity. While holding the key, we'll find that the player can no longer make it back to Wish House, and as the note implies, we will wander forever whilst holding the key. So going back to the apartment, now dodging a ghost to get back to the portal, we dump the key in the chest, and now we can make our way back to Wish House. Then picking the key back up through the portal that's there. After unlocking the front door, we enter the orphanage and find a few notes scattered around. Have you found Alessa yet? How is Walter's progress coming along? Send me a report. The second sign, and God said, offer the blood of 10 sinners and the white oil. Be then released from the bonds of the flesh, and gain the power of heaven. From the darkness and void bring forth gloom, and gird thyself with despair for the giver of wisdom. The third sign, and God said, return to the source through sin's temptation. Under the watchful eye of a demon, wander alone in the formless chaos. Only then will the 4 atonements be in alignment. After reading the notes, Jasper scurries off into another room, and after taking the placard off of said room's door, we can enter to find him in quite the heated scenario.
I finally met him! The one the nosy guy talked about! The devil!
A special news report. In a forest near Silent Hill, the burned corpse of a 30-year-old male was discovered earlier today. The police have ruled it a homicide and are investigating. The numbers 17121 were reportedly carved into the man's body. Due to the marks on the victim, the police are investigating possible links to the Walter Sullivan case 10 years ago.
I told you to remember his name. Walter Sullivan is a name referenced in the other games and now finally is making his appearance. However, before we can dwell more on that, we have another ring at the door.
This is the superintendent. Are you in there, Henry?
Help me! The
something wrong with this room! Help! Let me out of here!
Is anybody home?
What's going on here?
That's strange. That's the right key. I'm sure I heard something in there. Yeah. That sound. It's the same one as back then.
Our superintendent, Frank Sunderland, yes, father of James Sunderland, our protagonist in the second game, seems to know something more about our situation. And of course, after ending off Forest World, the hole has grown bigger once again. Entering, we find ourselves somewhere new. Water Prison World is shaped in a circular pillar with 8 cells on each of its main floors. So just for clarity, going in a clockwise formation on the map, I'll be referring to each cell as cells 1 through 8, respectively. On this floor, we can firstly find a note. Lucky, I finally escaped from the cell. I decided to take a careful look around this building. The scariest place is the first floor basement. There's a kitchen in the northeast, but next door in the northwest is a death chamber. To get in there, you have to punch in the right numbers. I don't know the numbers and it was too dark to even see the panel, so I didn't go in. And a man is calling out for help, however we cannot help him right now. And in cell 2 we can find some ammo along with another short note. I'm being watched from the middle room. And in cell 8 we find a new enemy type called the toadstools. They don't move but will grow out of the ground and will hurt if we touch them. However, apart from that, we can exit through some double doors to the south and find a room containing a portal, next to which is a note from a guard that used to work here. To get to the surveillance rooms in the middle of this complex, you have to use the corpse disposal chutes in the cells. However, on the first and second floor, these cells are locked. That's so the kids wouldn't discover them. So you have to get to the first floor from one of the cells on the third floor. I know how to do it, but it's really a pain. Lots of the lights only work on the third floor. And coming back to the apartment, yet another note is slipped under the door. Lately, I've been feeling like my life is in serious danger. I've been put through a lot in my life, but I've never felt this kind of pure animal fear. In case something happens to me, I've decided to write down what I've learned for whoever you are that's living in the apartment now. I've been investigating the mass murder that took place 7 years ago, in which 10 people were killed in 10 days. They were killed in a variety of ways, but the one thing that they all had in common was that each corpse had the following numbers, in the order of their deaths, carved into them. 01121, 02121, 03121, 04121, 05121, 06121, 07121, 08121, 09121, and 10121. The name of their killer. It was carved in as well. His name was Walter Sullivan. April 4th. And Eileen is watching her shows like a goddamn cocomelon baby. You may also find the super waiting for the peephole, presumably waiting for us to come out or any sign of our existence at all. The right door in the portal room is locked, so instead we head left to use the ladders to travel down to the lower basement floor, avoiding some wallmen by using the ladders. However, you can find a useful saint medallion if you begin walking down after the first ladder. Luckily, there's no wallmen this far down. In the lower basement floor, we can find a large water well. Closest to us is a sign with a key attached. To turn on the lights in the third floor cells, turn this water wheel. Remember that the water must flow in the direction of the water wheel. Of course, you also have to open up the sluice gate on the roof. There's also a generator room through a door down here, however there's nothing for us here right now as the door is too big to continue through. There's a portal down here, but there's no need to go back to the apartment, so with this key we can begin to make our journey to the roof. Coming back up the way we came down, now unlocking that right door and taking the ladders to avoid activating a bunch of Hummers. On the second floor of cells, we can find a new enemy called the Tremors, specifically their blue variant, which, once again, only hurt us if we walk in them and can simply just be stomped away. In cell 8, we can find a diary, however, apart from that, there's not much of importance here. I've been watching the surveillance room's peephole the whole time, and sometimes he's there. I can tell because I see a shadow move or hear his footsteps. And coming up to the third floor, since we haven't opened up the roof yet, it's a bit dark, however, it doesn't take a lot of light to find another new monster. The twin victim. Twin victims only charge after being approached, however, it doesn't make them any less scary. If anything, it only makes them scarier. And on this floor, we can find holes in cells 2, 6, and 7. However, once again, apart from like a note and a diary, there isn't really much here, so we can just go up to the roof, where we turn on the water flow and allow light to seep into the third floor, where then upon trial and error, we jump down the hole in cell 6 and then repeat for 2 other floors to get into the basement. Quickly getting away from the 2 twin victims, we dash for the nearby double doors leading into the basement's main hallway. And with the doors across from us being locked, we head up the ladder in the center of the building, making it into the observation rooms we've been hearing about this whole time. In the first floor, we find a note. This place continues to deteriorate. The doors to a number of cells no longer open, as a result, the kids inside can no longer go outside. But the less they know about that, the better. I can't open the doors, but from this room I can watch them get more and more emaciated each day. With no food and never showering themselves, they turn into these smelly little grey lumps in there. Following the suggestion of an engineer, we've disposed of the corpses by digging a hole below the cells. Since each floor of this building can be rotated independently, we can dispose of the bodies without the others noticing, by aligning each cell with a body in it vertically. P.S. Chief, I bet you're just dying to see the interrogation room behind the kitchen. I understand your feelings, but have you noticed? There are 3 rooms with bloody beds. One is on the first floor, one is on the second floor, and one is on the third floor. If you line those 3 rooms up, then it's bingo. And looking into the peepholes, we can see into each rooms themselves. There's another note on the second floor along with a new valve to turn the floor as we cannot do so on the first floor. To keep a close eye on the kids, it's important to keep the cells well lit. The lights on the third floor were originally bought as searchlights. As a precaution against a blackout, they were set up to run on a private generator. There's a hydroelectric generator in the basement. To light up the first and second floors, use the corpse disposal chutes. Since each floor of this building can be rotated, you can light up any of the cells by matching up the holes. Repeating this periodically is an effective way to keep the kids fearful and well behaved. P.S. Chief, if you turn the handle in the middle of this room, you can easily rotate the cells. You can't rotate the first floor, so align the second and third floors with the first floor cell that has the bloodstained bed. By the way, if you use the peephole in this room, it's easy to make sure you're doing it right. Give it a try. Also, please don't forget to open up the sluice gate on the roof. Much appreciated, Chief. And finally, on the third floor, one more note is present along with another valve. The secret number for getting through the door in the back of the kitchen this month is 0302. Thanks for your cooperation. To solve the puzzle here, we simply use the peepholes to align the cells with the bloody beds on each floor, doing so by turning the second floor 4 times and the third floor only 2 times. After all the cells are aligned, we can go back up to the third floor. However, we first of all encounter another cutscene after descending the center ladder.
Make me stay in there. God, please. Come on, let me out of here. So boy? And who are you?
His name's Walter. Walter Sullivan. I used to work at the orphanage watching the kids. I'm Andrew DeSalvo. They tried to make it seem like an orphanage, but according to that town's holy scriptures, it was actually the center of their religion. And that kid Walter, he was really into that mumbo-jumbo. Especially that descent of the Holy Mother business. It was scary. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Once at the 3rd floor, however, we can now jump down the holes for each floor's first cell, making it into the kitchen, where after passing through some toadstools, we grab our 3rd placard. And entering the code we grabbed earlier into the door, we unlock the room behind the kitchen. And as the sun is beginning to set, we can take a quick look around before heading over to the sound of rushing water in the bathroom, where we find blood coming out of the shower. The hole is also already larger than before, however before we enter the next world, we head to the front door for some more notes plus another peephole interaction.
How's it going with room 302?
Well, I just tried to open it up, but it looks like something's blocking it from the inside.
Huh.
Anyway, it's not the first time.
You mean the guy who lived here before?
And it wasn't just him either. There's something wrong with his whole apartment.
Don't say that. You're scaring me.
Well, anyway, I just slipped a note under his door. Don't worry about it too much. There are a lot of strange things in this world. The umbilical cord I keep in a box in my room. Lately it's started to smell terrible.
Huh? Umbilical cord?
Oh. Well, forget I said anything.
But still. Those noises.
I found something that's extremely effective against the ghosts. It saved my life. It was stuck into the huge rock in the woods near the orphanage. It's a sword blade with a handmade triangle-shaped wooden handle that has some kind of spell written on it. As a weapon, it's heavy and hard to carry, but somehow it seems to change in response to ghost victims' powers. Strike when the sword is energized. If you don't reduce their power, your attack will be repelled. As far as I know, there's only 5 swords in existence with that kind of power. It's extremely valuable. After entering Building World, we begin to travel down the corridor with some fast-looking monsters up above. And after we come around the corner, we find another new enemy in the form of the Gumheads, ape-like monsters which sometimes can be found to hold their own weapons. And later on, we find another variant which will actually steal our weapons. After either beating it up or just walking past it, we continue down the stairs to find Richard from across the apartment. Also noting that we're currently on top of the roof of Hotel South Ashfield, a location viewable from our window.
Ouch! Damn it. Where the hell am I? You're a real person. Hey, you're the guy that lives across from me.
Yeah, my name's Henry.
I'm Richard Braintree, from 207. What the hell's happened to us? That hole in this freaky world. But if you're here too, then there must be something wrong with the whole apartment building. That must explain what happened to that other guy too.
What other guy?
The guy who lived in 302 before you. A journalist. He disappeared one day. He got pretty crazy towards the end. Shut himself up in his room and wouldn't come out. Anyway, I'm getting the hell out of here. You should too, if you know what's good for you.
Wait. Watch out for that kid.
After Richard leaves, some more Gumheads come down to fight us, and after clearing them out, we follow after Richard, finding a room filled with birthday decorations complete with birthday cake, birthday streamers, birthday ghost. And coming up to the ghost, we can pick up a key in its hand before we have the option to take out the sword, currently pinning it down. Now, picking it up will free the ghost, and we'll just have to deal with him being a nuisance in here later on, but the sword is a very, and I mean very, valuable item later on. So I suggest taking it. After taking the key, however, we use it on a door nearby and find a new red variation of the tremor monsters in the stairway, with the only difference being the color variants. At the bottom of said staircase, we enter through a door into a sporting store, where we can find a new metal bat weapon along with another golf club. Although these weapons break easily, there's quite a lot of them, so you might as well use them whilst you have them. Around the room, we can take note of a basket of volleyballs and a portal which, coming through, we can hear a knock at the door. Checking the peephole, a message is left for us. Better check on your neighbor soon. Viewing the pattern of all the other people we've met in these worlds, it's most likely that something bad is going to happen to Richard soon. As always, we dump any items we won't be needing for right now and re-enter the portal. For right now, one of the doors is locked, so we instead travel through the one next to it to find another stairway. The growling sounds of something lurking beyond our camera view being present here. At the bottom of these stairs, we find a pet store where multiple sniffers and hummers are present. After fighting past them, we can pick up a key to the sports store's locked door in one of the aisles. And at the far end of the store, we find a door leading to an upside-down room with an old rusty clock inside. And for now, there's nothing we can do with it since it's completely rusted shut. So returning to the sports store, we unlock the door and enter another encounter with some more Gumheads. This time, that new variant can be found which has a chance to steal your items, specifically weapons, upon attacking. After making our through the many Gumheads that enter this zone, we round the corner into another hallway, where we're able to enter one of two elevators.
Kid he was talking about? You live in that apartment too, huh? Say, You look a lot like a little punk that I once caught sneaking around there. Do you know something about what's going on? Hey, you! Stop!
Now, the game has a few pathways that reward you for backtracking, and while I personally didn't go back for these routes because I didn't need to, and honestly, at this point in the project, I just wanted to be done with this game. However, if you choose to, you can use the elevator again after this cutscene to travel to B8 and follow a winding path to find yet another Sword of Obedience and a spade, which is honestly one of the best weapons in the game. However, the best is still yet to show towards the end of this world. So back in B12, after the elevator cutscene, we exit the elevator via the ladder, where in the shower room we can find another health drink, before making our way past the Toadstool's other variant, the White Stools. Much like with the Tremors, the only difference here is the new color. Once past them, however, we go up another ladder and make our way along a fence, passing by some sniffers and gumheads, one of which can be found holding another golf club weapon which can be taken after beating it. After getting it away from the door or just beating the shit out of it, we can enter the door it was guarding and run down 2 stairways and enter Bar Southfield. Yes, that same bar we called previously. And on the table in front of us is single-handedly the best weapon in the game, the Rusty Axe. It's pretty fast, strong, and with the game's charge-up attack mechanic will come in very useful to us for the rest of the game. At the bar itself, we find a memo that's been left behind. The boss said that the number this time is the last 4 digits of the store's phone number. But the phone number is written right there on the sign on the roof. Anyone could see it from South Ashfield Street. Is that really okay? If you need a reminder, a portal is nearby in the room, so you can just go back and check the billboard there. However, if you remember it from back then, we only need to input 3750. And entering into an absolutely massive stairway, we hear a scream up from the top floor. And beginning our ascent, we need to run and don't stop running as many ghosts begin to chase us during our way up. And believe me, it is a long way up. However, once at the top, we grab our 4th placard and enter the room and find a pretty shocking interaction. Back out of Building World, we can hear another transmission on the radio.
Looks like another one, Captain. Got 1121 on his head. It's just like that case from 10 years ago. Yeah, that Walter Sullivan case. But Sullivan's dead. They even got the body. Must be some crazy copycat. Yeah, but even so...
And looking out the window, it seems that the victims here are only getting closer, as a mysterious figure begins to point towards Eileen's apartment. And checking in on Eileen, she looks as if she's now ready to head out for that party she mentioned previously. And of course, as always, we dump any unneeded items at this point, only really needing to hold the axe and a health item if needed, before returning to the bathroom and spotting a quick reference to a previous title. There's something in the toilet. Should I grab it? I'm not brave enough to do it.
looks like my apartment. But what the hell is this?
Before going anywhere, it's valuable to head into room 301, where we can find a diary alongside a red piece of paper on the living room table. The last few months, Joseph, the guy next door to me who gave me the rare magazine, looks like he's been working super hard. He said if he found another rare one, he'd give it to me, but he hasn't shown his face around much lately. He said he was a journalist, and he's always investigating stuff, but I think something strange is going on with him. He's been shut in his apartment, and I can hear all these weird noises coming from there. July 1st, Mike. Oh, my beautiful Rachel. What's with the note on the red paper? I thought you'd written a note back to me. But I guess maybe it was somewhere else. He took it, along with my clothes. Those were my best clothes. July 2nd, Mike. And as the note implies, the resident of 301 is definitely a collector. That's for sure. Down the hallway, we can find a room containing 2 tinted photos, which contain the superintendent and a nurse. Behind both these photos are 2 keys, one to the superintendent's room and one to locker 106, corresponding to room 106. Where, back in the real world, we can sometimes find a resident occupying it who looks a lot like the nurse in the photo. In the same room, we can also find the same note about Wish House from Silent Hill 3's Brookhaven Hospital lying on the bed frame. After seeing all of this, however, we can head back to our apartment, hearing an absolutely horrid noise coming from our laundry room. We go to investigate and find the washer to have sprayed blood all over the room. And doing our regular checks, we find that the same figure that was across in Richard's room is now at our door, along with another note. I figured out the riddle behind the numbers. 01121 is actually 01-21, or in other words, 1 out of 21. So, Walter was planning on killing 21 people? But he never finished the job. He was convicted for the murders of Billy and Miriam LeCain, the 7th and 8th victims. Afterwards, he committed suicide in his jail cell. The grisly mass murder of 10 people shocked the world and came to be known as the Walter Sullivan case. There are 2 big puzzles here. The first is, what was the motive for the murders? The second is, why did he kill himself before completing his task? Was he simply insane? However, apart from that, we can return to apartment world and begin heading down the hallway towards the kid at our door, who fades away once we get close. We can also slip the red paper we found in room 301 under our door, as well as any others we'll find here for more notes back in our apartment. Since the rest of the doors here are locked, we simply pass through, noting the many dead sniffers lying around on the floor. Once out in the stairwell, we come across that figure that was outside our door, sitting down on the steps. If we stand close to him for long enough, he begins to speak to us.
I got this from Miss Galvin. A long, long time ago. She was younger than me back then. She looked so happy, holding her mother's hand. Here. I'll give it to you.
Now, making the decision of taking this doll isn't a very important one. However, choosing to take it will open up a special haunting later on. Now, since all the rooms on the second floor are locked, we can head down to the first floor, where we can take note of a portal in the lobby in case we need to travel back to the apartment. In the lobby, we can also find a set of lockers which we can use our key on to find a flood of love letters being sent to a woman called Rachel, the nurse in room 106, from a guy called Mike, the occupant of room 301. And funnily enough, with the connection between the superintendent, Frank Sunderland, and this nurse, Rachel, who works at St. Jerome Hospital in the nearby area, it's theorized that Mary was possibly hospitalized there, as Masahiro Ito has confirmed that she did not stay at Brookhaven, and that Rachel was most likely her nurse. Entering the west segment of the first floor, we can unlock the superintendent's room to find keys to the rest of the apartment, noting that the key to Eileen's room is missing, along with another red paper and a torn red paper. In the bedroom at the back of the hallway, we can also find the superintendent's diary, speaking more on that umbilical cord he mentioned previously. The red box seems even stranger today. It's giving off a terrible smell, it's disgusting. But I just can't throw it away. It must have been around 30 years ago. That young couple was living in the apartment. But one day, they just suddenly disappeared. Ran off just like thieves in the night. I don't know why, it must have been money troubles or maybe they got themselves in some kind of danger. The problem came after that. They left their newborn baby when they took off. I even found the umbilical cord. I called the ambulance right away and I heard the baby survived, but I don't know what happened to him. Although, a few years later, I saw a young kid hanging around the apartment. One day, he just stopped coming by. Now that I think of it, I bet he was that abandoned baby. It's a horrible story. Abandoning a newborn baby. That all happened in room 302. And the umbilical cord I found there? Well, I just can't get myself to throw it away. Box with the umbilical cord can also be found in the living room, however, it's not important right now. And beginning to search each of the apartment rooms, we can find a medkit in room 106's bedroom along with a nurse's uniform as well as a phone which we can choose to ring. This phone call isn't all that important, however, it just adds an extra layer to the strange love triangle that's going on here at the apartments. It also causes a ghost to appear, and since there's nothing for us in room 107, we return back to the lobby. And since we'll be doing a lot of exploring here, it's a good idea to make a trip back to the apartment every now and then to drop off some items. And while I would suggest running all the way up to the 3rd floor to use the portal in room 301 so that we can slip through those red papers under room 302's door, we're gonna be coming back up there later, so we might as well just drop them off then. But for now, we can enter the 1st floor's east side. Room 104 only has Hummers in it and room 103 is empty. So entering room 102, we find a horde of tremors all surrounding the fridge. Stomping through them, we open it up and find a dead cat wrapped in some jeans and another torn red paper in its pockets. And in room 101... it's not real. Nor are any of the other weapons in here. We can't have any fun. Starting on the 2nd floor, we start on the east side. 204 is empty, so coming into room 203, we can find some bug spray, which is effective on only the Hummers. So it's honestly kind of a useless weapon. In the back bedroom, we can find yet another torn red paper in the pocket of a shirt. 202 contains the phone, which has still been ringing this whole time. Turn it off. Well, I mean, what did you expect? You made the call, Henry. But at least now we know that the occupant of room 202 was caught up in this weird little love triangle. With the occupant of room 202 and Rachel possibly being in love, meanwhile Mike was just kind of... there. 201 once again only contains Hummers, so moving on to the west side, we can find a tape labeled Skinned Mike in room 205. 206 just contains sniffers, 207 contains the remnants of Richard's death site along with his revolver, and upon closer inspection, the figure at the window disappears, but Henry notes that he was looking at Eileen's room. And of course, another golf-like weapon can be found in the bedroom. And finally, coming back to the 3rd floor, we can quickly enter 304 to find some ammo, and passing Eileen's room, we can hear her call out for help. Passing by quickly, we slip our red papers under the door and hop through the 301 portal. Back in our apartment, we can read the notes to be, Rachel, love you always. Watching, window. Protect you, with love, Mike. I picked up the key that Eileen from room 303 must have dropped. I thought I'd return it, but she wasn't home. I guess I'll give it to the super. May 20th. I lost the key to Eileen Gavin's room. I gotta find it and bring it back. Let me think. The last place I saw it was 4 years ago that they discovered the body with 12 out of 21 carved into it. Right away, I had this terrible feeling and couldn't stop shaking. The victims had been murdered 6 months earlier, but Walter had been dead for 7 years, after committing suicide 3 years before the murder. The police thinks it's a copycat crime, and are calling it the Sullivan Case Round 2. But something about it bothered me. May 14th. And finally, the other part of the torn paper telling us where Eileen's key is. Oh yeah, I had a really wicked headache that day and just collapsed on the bed. Maybe if I look near the bed in my room, 302's bedroom, I'll find it. I get headaches every day now. It's terrible. What am I going to do? May 22nd. We can also quickly listen to the tape that we found.
How do you like that, you sick little freak? You had it coming to you. These clothes are disgusting. Get them out of my sight.
I know. It'll be perfect to wrap his body in.
Hold it.
You!
Hold it, I think
You snooping around again?
myself. Get your ass out of here before you really piss me off.
Hold it. I think I'll keep that one for myself. Hold it. I think I'll keep that one for myself.
Coming over to the side of the bed, the key is in fact there, so grabbing it, we rush to Eileen's room in the apartment world. However, we're too late.
Thanks. Did you find your mommy? This place? It's dangerous. You need to hurry. Get out of here. Night has fallen, and coming over to the window, we can see Eileen being rushed off to the... Please don't tell me, please don't tell me, please, no. The figure is gone from Richard's window, and coming into the living room, we can check Eileen's peephole.
So they took the victim to St. Jerome's, huh?
Yeah, she's not gonna make it. She had numbers in her back, too. Walter Sullivan copycat. Round 3, huh?
Well, they never got the scumbag behind round 2 a few years back. Maybe it's the same guy.
What if 1, 2, and 3? What if they're all the same guy?
What the hell are you talking about? You know Sullivan killed himself. The weird thing is, there were no clues. Crime scenes were always spotless. No fingerprints, no fibers, nothing. Just the numbers. 20121. I've been a cop for a long time, but I never seen a case like this one. It's almost like they were killed by a ghost or something.
At our door is a note and a strange talisman. I don't think I can protect myself. He's truly insane. I can't hold on any longer. His power can't be measured. I was so scared today that I sealed off the back in the storage room. I wonder if Eileen Gavin is okay. She has no idea what's going on, but she's in danger nevertheless. July 13th. Looking out of our front door, a very faint handprint can be seen. And coming into the bathroom to find our next world, we can find the hole to be blocked up. Checking our laundry room after prior events show a weird demonic looking face. Using the talisman on it opens up 4 squares in the wall, each one corresponding to the 4 plates we found in previous worlds. Inserting each one into the holes opens up a new portal, and entering it, You'd never guess where we end up. It's a hospital. It's of course, it's a fucking Silent Hill game. Why wouldn't it be a hospital? It wouldn't be a Silent Hill title without a hospital. After exiting the room, we can stomp down all of the Hummers in this hallway before coming across Eileen's handbag. And starting our search for the first floor rooms, we can find an emergency room containing a health drink. In the room which Henry exits at the start, we can find a new enemy called the Patients, which, despite looking pretty scary and imposing, are immediately the funniest thing in the whole area and ruins the fear factor of this zone for me. Are you kidding me? You made them burp when getting hit? And you thought that was a good idea? And this isn't even the best part. That comes later on. In the northeast, we can find an office containing a paper cutting knife, and through a side door enter the reception where a nurse's memo can be found alongside Eileen's x-rays, which can be found on a whiteboard. I lost Eileen Gavin's hospital room key. She was a patient brought in with severe injuries. I wonder if I left it in one of the other hospital rooms. I really hope not. Next in the hallway is a bathroom containing a portal and a doctor's lounge containing a medkit and a baby's medical chart. In a storage room, 2 patients can be fought past to find an ampule, which only exists in 2 separate instances in this game and should only be used if you really need it. And I personally suggest saving it till the end of the game. The elevator that is present isn't working, so taking the stairs, we enter into a long hallway filled with wheelchair enemies. Like as if they haven't been enemies from the start of the games. They cannot be killed and deal damage if you're near them, much like with the ghosts, and as we traverse through each room, which by the way are all laid out completely randomly between runs, however the main goal here is to just find Eileen's room, which will also be the only locked room in the hallway, what a change. And the room which contains Eileen's key we can just grab in a room which ensnares us into a cage. Using the key, however, we can just leave back into the hallway. In this hallway, we can also find a variety of different items such as health drinks, saint medallions, and holy candles, which are going to be very valuable very soon. Coming to Eileen's locked room, however, we can finally talk to her face to face.
Eileen! Eileen, relax!
Henry? From next door? What are you doing here?
I don't know where to start. There was this strange hole in my room. I saw people getting killed. All these weird other worlds. And I saw you get attacked too.
What are you talking about? I'm supposed to believe that?
But it's true. And there was a kid with you.
The boy protected me from the man with the coat. I'm sorry I didn't believe you. I guess there's something wrong with me. I just feel so scared. This place. Where is it anyway?
I don't know either. But I do know that if you get killed here, then you die in the real world too. Anyway,
is through that hole.
Okay. Okay, take me with you.
And for a majority of the game from now on, Eileen will be by our side. We must make sure to keep her safe and nearby, as she will only follow us through doors if she is with us by them. Keep her alone for too long and it will have some pretty nasty side effects later on. She can't really die, however if she's beaten up she'll walk slower, meaning it's easier for her to get left behind, which once again we do not want. For now, however, we bring her over to the portal, arming her with her handbag so she can at least fight for herself if she has to. We should also make sure to call up the elevator whilst on the second floor to free it from the first floor for reasons we'll find soon. On the bottom floor, there's only a locked gate behind the elevator shaft, however we now return to the portal room to help Eileen back to room 302. Eileen is nowhere to be found, much like with Cynthia, she cannot return with us. And this isn't the only bad news. Coming into the living room, our ceiling fan has smashed onto the floor, and as Henry begins to note, the air feels heavier, and the room no longer heals us. And a new mechanic of the game opens up. The hauntings. Hauntings are a variety of events which can happen in the apartment from now on and must be cleansed using holy candles. Depending on how many events are cleansed at the end of the game will affect our ending. At our door is an envelope with a note and a key inside. You've seen that world as well. That horrible nightmare. If you get sucked into it, it's not just a nightmare. Don't get lost in there. If you get pulled in, you'll be killed. But there's still hope. Maybe this small key will guide you. If you've seen the door with the placard set in it, look on the other side of the door. Then keep going down to the deepest part of him and look for the ultimate truth. July 20th. Joseph. After reading this, 3 more notes appear at our bookshelf. Walter Sullivan did kill himself. He died in his prison cell of blood loss after he stabbed himself in the neck with a spoon. His body was buried in a cemetery just outside his hometown of Silent Hill in an unmarked grave. After that, his name became famous all around the world, and it looked like his string of mass murders was finished at 10 out of 21. But 3 years later, they found a corpse that had 12 out of 21 carved into it. The corpse was from 6 months earlier. In other words, the person was killed 2.5 years after Sullivan committed suicide. The MO was exactly the same as Sullivan's. Except for one thing. All 10 of Sullivan's victims were found with their hearts cut out and their chest wounds sewn together expertly with thread. On the other hand, the 12 out of 21 victims still had their heart. Naturally, the police think it's a copycat and are proceeding on that basis. But they haven't made any progress and recently discovered victim number 13. The corpse also had their heart intact. The police still haven't even identified a suspect. I've got a working hypothesis. Very few people knew the details of the original crimes and would be able to copy Sullivan's MO so precisely. First, I'll head to Silent Hill, to the graveyard near that beautiful little lake. Maybe I'll find the answer there. June 11th. How long has it been since I left this room? I can't tell if it's been days or hours. But during that time, they found the body of the 14th out of 21. I've been having hallucinations lately. I think I'm losing my mind. No date written. The weather that day was strange. Even though I avoided the earlier storm, there was still a thick fog clinging to everything. Fortunately, that allowed me to avoid being seen and get right to work. The police are still stubbornly acting as if it's just a copycat case, so I figured things probably hadn't even been touched here. But I was wrong. I should have come sooner. The cemetery was in such bad condition it was almost sad. The storm must have raised the sea level. Anyway, that's how it was when I found Walter Sullivan's grave. The diary is pretty damaged around this point and I can't read anymore. I'm still in shock. There was no body in the grave. And on top of that, written on the coffin were the numbers 11 out of 21, June 14th. After dealing with this, however, we return back to Eileen in Hospital World.
Henry.
Have you been here the whole time?
Yeah? And I didn't see any hole either. You just disappeared all of a sudden. I can't stay here by myself. I'll be cursed. I know it. What am I gonna do?
I might know a way to save you. Do you know about someone named Joseph?
Yeah. He was the guy who lived in your apartment before you. I think he was a journalist or something. He disappeared about 6 months before you moved in. But toward the end, he started acting really weird.
Yeah. He was doing an investigation about a religious cult and a man named Walter Sullivan. I got this letter from him. He told me to go down into the deepest part of him, and to look for the ultimate truth. Let's do that. There must be something down there.
Okay. I'll do it. You're the only chance I've got. I'll stick with you.
Using the key on the gate behind the elevator shaft, we begin to descend a staircase. And remember that noise I mentioned the patients have? Well, monsters can also fall downstairs if knocked down, and they make the damage noise every single time. Great idea on Team Silent's part. Before entering the door at the bottom of the stairs, we can take note of the quoted "ever downward" next to it. After passing through, we come to a spiral staircase, which will become very familiar to us towards the rest of the game's runtime. And each time mainly just involves descending, entering back for the portal to room 302 to drop off any items, clear hauntings, and do our regular checks. However, we don't need to do much of that now. And once both Henry and Eileen are at the bottom door, we proceed into the second time, revisiting the worlds previously explored. After Hospital World, we loop back around to the subway, forest, water prison building, and apartment world. This time, our journeys are shorter, except certain puzzles are now put into play, or as we'll come to see, new monsters make their appearances. Entering Subway World, we grab another holy candle and make our way into the familiar location. Of course, since the worlds are the same, bar for a few changes, our maps still remain mostly filled out. Now just slightly faded so that Henry can retake notes over the original map. The portal in the women's bathroom is still there, granted now guarded by tremors, and returning to room 302, we grab the coins we'll be needing to get through the turnstiles. We can also find another envelope slipped under the door. I found two mysterious and powerful artifacts that seem to be very effective for evading the ghost victims: the Holy Candle and the Saint Medallion. Not only are they effective against the ghost victims in the otherworld, they also seem to prevent them from invading my room. Just light the candle near where they're coming in and its holy power will activate. The Saint Medallion seems to repel unholy energy when it's worn. I'm starting to gain some hope. Mommy? I'll give you this, so please wake up soon. It's inside my toy train. When coming back to enter the concourse, trails of long hair litter the floor. And if you hadn't before, I greatly suggest grabbing one of your swords of obedience, as the souls of those we had met before begin to rise once again in the form of stronger ghosts. Those being the victims of Walter Sullivan. Victims 16, 17, 18, and 19. With their own new stylized forms dependent on both their own characteristics and the way that they died. We will track down Henry and proceed to attack him throughout the many different worlds with various new powers. How to stop them, you ask? Well, since once again you can't kill a ghost, our only way of preventing their attacks is to beat them down until they don't get up as fast, and stake a sword of obedience through them, pinning them down to the floor. If you hadn't been collecting the swords so far or used them on other ghosts, you might be shit out of luck here, unless you feel like backtracking to go and get them. Victim 16, or Cynthia, is the first of this type of ghost we'll encounter. She's reminiscent of characters like Sadako or Kayako from Ringu the Grudge because of the long hair flowing in front of her face. And for that, she's personally the scariest ghost for me. And this is even referenced in the game, with her oftentimes crawling about, even appearing through portals if given the chance. And this hair isn't just for show, as she'll use it to wrap Henry up and prevent his escape when fighting. And while the fighting is optional, you can just run from her, it's for the best that you stake her down so that she doesn't bother you later on. Ahead, you'll find some gumheads in a hallway with some ammo, specifically a silver bullet, which drastically weakens the ghosts and makes it a lot easier to fight them, and a health item. Down the Lynch Street turnstiles, we'll get to the platform and enter the train carts to get to the toy box from the last time we were here, which can now be opened with the toy key we were given. Inside is a dirty old coin which can be washed back in the apartment, which the closest portal is in the 7 maintenance room, which you definitely unlocked the last time you were here, right? If not, then you have to go through the maze again. Eileen will give us a short cutscene about how she can't join us down the ladder due to her arm, so she'll have to stay here for a short while. However, we use the ladder to cross by and get to the other maintenance closet where the portal is present, allowing us to get to room 302 and wash the coin. While here, we can also find another note by our door. A few days after Walter killed himself in his cell, several residents witnessed a long-haired man with a coat here. Through his window, Richard Braintree in 207 saw the man moving something heavy and doing something in room 302. Even Sunderland, the superintendent, saw the man with the coat hanging around room 302, and confirmed there were signs of someone having been in there. But now the coin can be used on the vending machine on the platform, which gives us yet another key. Coming back to the 7th closet, we need to continue to abandon Eileen as we open up another route for her to be able to pass through. We make it back to the King Street platform, and on the stationary train, Henry notices that the handle at the front is missing, and that the train could possibly be moved if this is found. And after another quick round of wall-man escalators, we get back up on top, and now at the turnstiles we can pick up Cynthia's commuter ticket. Unlocking the ticket booth, we find the train handle inside. And now we simply go back and grab Eileen and bring her through the turnstiles, and after another wallman segment, get on the train and insert the handle, allowing the train to move barely anywhere. This small movement, however, does open up a gap on the train, and we can go through, grabbing another sword along the way. And in this hallway, the figure that's been following us makes himself known. This isn't a fight, however he will now begin to follow us and Eileen for the rest of the world, often firing at us when getting the chance. And at this point in the game, it goes without saying that this figure is Walter Sullivan, somehow returned from the grave to fulfill whatever killings he couldn't finish whilst he was alive. We encounter another spiral staircase, and as always dump all of our stuff into our apartment that we don't need, before continuing down back to revisiting Forest World. This time, starting in the cemetery, we can find a torch on the ground by a flame. This torch will run out quickly, so it's heavily suggested we go back to the apartment and soak it in oil in the laundry room. That being whenever you get the chance. Walter may also join us here in the cemetery, however what's important right now is that Eileen can read the strange writing that's laid about the place. Most of what is written is explained later on, and it's mainly just Walter's diary about his childhood, and his time being with the Order and at Wish House. After lighting the torch, we can quickly exit the cemetery and investigate a well, which previously was too dark to look into, however now we can find a doll's head inside. This will be useful soon. Walter will follow us in the outside pathways of Wish House Forest, however once inside of Wish House's walls we are safe from his pursuit. At Wish House we find the remnants of it burnt up in flames. A burnt memo from Jasper can be found within said remains. Something's here, but nothing's here. I feel something from the well. Something's missing. It has begun. Alongside another holy candle and a note pertaining to this next puzzle. Though my body be destroyed, I will not let you pass here. To prepare for the receiver of wisdom, I cut my body into 5 pieces and hid them in the darkness. When the body is once again whole, the path to below will be opened. If you are the receiver of wisdom, you will understand my words. The ritual has begun. In each of the paths we'll find the limbs of the doll, and with its head already in hand, we place it on. Before setting out on another path, however, we quickly grab another weapon for Eileen in the form of a chain next to the climbing frames. Taking the portal back to the apartment also gives us another note. The theory is that Walter never died at the prison. It may have been somebody else who committed suicide. Either that or the person the police arrested was not the real Walter Sullivan. I'm in no position to investigate what really happened in the prison, but in any case, Walter didn't die at the prison. The man with the coat that showed up here was the real Walter. 7 years ago, he did something in that apartment. I'm certain there's a link between that and the bizarre things that have been happening here. Just a little bit more and I'll have this whole thing figured out. I may even find that the real Walter is somewhere nearby. July 18th. While here, we can also soak the torch in the oil, which extends its timer from 30 seconds to 3 minutes. Back in Wish House, we take the southeast path, quickly passing by some Hummers and Walters before passing through another gate, with another silver bullet behind it past a tree. And through another gate, we can find our next well between 2 stairways, the flame for which being present in the center of the area. Looking down it gives us the doll's left leg. Turning to Wish House, we attach the leg and take the northeast passage, where 2 twin victims are waiting for us. Here we can grab another holy candle and find another well. In the next passing area, we meet our next victim, Jasper, also known as Victim 17. He can be taken out the same way as Cynthia, and using a nearby saint medallion helps out a lot, as well as using possibly one of the silver bullets if needed. However, he's overall not that much of a threat. He only really has an area of effect damage due to his flames. After beating him though, we can use the flame here and grab the limb in the well we just passed, and then carry on through Jasper's area again to find yet another well past a set of ramps, and light your torch in a neighboring forest area and grab the doll's right arm. After attaching both limbs back at the Wish House, we make our final trip down the northwest path. Fighting through 2 more twin victims, we can note the well to be here in this first part, however we'll grab the part on our way back. Entering the cave, we grab a new weapon titled the Pickaxe of Despair, which is similar to the big knife in the second game. Slow, but powerful. Now at the lakefront, we get a short interaction with the younger version of Walter.
Are you Walter Sullivan?
That's what everybody calls me, but I don't really have a name or a home either.
Well, what about a mom or dad?
Yeah, but I never met them. They left South Ashfield Heights right after I was born. But soon I'll get to see my mom.
Do you know where she is now?
Yeah, of course. Right where I was born. Lots of people tried to stop me, but it's fine now. It says in the scriptures that I'll be with her. I gotta hurry. Mom's waiting.
After this, we grab the crested medallion, and using the flame that's here, we grab the final doll part on the way back to Wish House. Now putting the final piece on the doll, our puzzle is cleared. Under the doll is a hatch, which once entered leads us to some kind of ritual room, where we can note a hole in the door which Henry estimates to be about 10 inches in diameter. Good thing Henry is a human tape measurer, as we just so happen to have an object that's 10 inches in diameter. That being the crested medallion, which we insert into the door, allowing us to exit Forest World and descend further. At Water Prism, we unlock the door to the roof and are immediately confronted by Walter. Passing him, we make our way down to the cell floors, keeping in mind that Eileen cannot use the ladders and that it's not too good of an idea to have her running around on her own with Walter about. Entering the third floor, we once again have to fight through some twin victims. However, in Cell 5, we can find a health drink past some toadstools. Cell 6 has some ammo and a holy candle is present in Cell 2. Most of the other two floors are similar to the first time but can easily be explored again. But I suggest doing this after revealing this part of the next puzzle. After getting to the first floor, we can find that the door, which would usually lead to the basement, is now locked. So in order to get to the basement, we must leave Eileen somewhere safe and use our lined up cell holes to get to the basement once again. Where after landing in the kitchen, we go into the back and find a prisoner's shirt on the floor, which Henry states maybe if you soak it in some kind of colored liquid, when viewing the item. Important for later. And before heading back up to the first floor, we can climb up the center ladder to find another weapon for Eileen, that being the nightstick. The lower basement door is locked, so instead getting back up to the first floor, we unlock the door and come into the apartment, soaking the shirt in the blood in the bathtub to reveal, my room is on the second floor. I had to drink something that had black things in it. I hid the sword with the triangle handle under my bed. That guy, the fat one, took the basement key. Next time I'll stick the triangle sword into that pig and take the key. Before returning to the prison, we can find yet another note at a door. I'm going to summarize everything that I've learned about Walter Sullivan so far. He was born right here in room 302 of South Ashfield Heights. His parents abandoned him soon afterwards and disappeared somewhere, leaving the baby alone. He was discovered and sent to St. Jerome's Hospital. He was adopted by Wish House, an orphanage in the forest near Silent Hill that's run by the secret Silent Hill religious cult. When he was 6 years old, someone from the cult showed him where he was born. Since then, he started to believe that room 302 itself, in other words, this room, was his mother. Every week, he traveled from the orphanage to South Ashfield Heights, a pretty long trip for a kid his age. Sometimes he took the subway, and sometimes the bus. I'm tired. My head is already killing me. I'll write more tomorrow. July 28th. Now going back to grab Eileen, we begin to explore the second floor, finding the black powder room to be in the 5th cell, where you can find a Sword of Obedience. Apart from this, ammo can be found in the 4th cell and a holy candle in the 8th cell. And the first floor is completely optional, but if you need the items, you can grab them here. Items include ammo in the 4th cell, holy candle in the 7th cell, and a health drink in the 5th cell. And with the sword in hand, we go down to the basement, and past some toadstools we encounter our next victim. Victim 18, also known as Andrew DeSalvo. This fight can be a pain in the ass due to him floating up into the air of a staircase, and with him being the only mandatory ghost fight, I suggest using a silver bullet on him. But after piercing him with the sword, we grab the key and enter the lower basement, specifically using the new key to enter the generator room where the door is now at its normal size. However, another issue arises. Six twin victims await you in this room. However, after a harsh fight, we pass them by and descend again to Building World, where we encounter my personal favorite out of the 4 victims, that being Richard. Richard will follow us around the world with this laggy teleportation effect he has, making him a pretty unique ghost to fight. I also just kind of think that the sounds used for him sound pretty cool. On the ground of this first area, we can find a note as well as a health drink and a portal back to the apartment. I want to go back to that time. Things were so good then. The day of my birthday, the cute cat in that pet store, all those balls in the basket. Playing pool was fun too. The door of time was wide open. Coming back to the apartment, we can also find another note slipped under our door. Continuing from yesterday, I'm going to summarize everything that I've learned about Walter Sullivan so far. Naturally, it was a long way for a kid his age to travel, but he made the trip every week by subway or bus. Unfortunately, somebody else was living in his apartment and he couldn't be reunited with his mother, room 302. For years, he'd continued to come here, almost like he was possessed, just to peek into the apartment. Eventually, the tenants began to complain and treat him badly when they saw him hanging around. Walter began to fear the tenants and see them as obstacles, preventing him from seeing his mother. As the years passed and Walter matured, he began to be more and more influenced by the teaching of the cult. Furthermore, his obsession with his mother and his feelings of resentment towards the other world became even deeper. Walter became preoccupied with one particular tract from the cult's Bible, the Descent of the Holy Mother, 21 Sacraments. By the 21 Sacraments the Holy Mother shall appear in the countries of the world, and shall bring salvation to the sinful ones. After Walter left Witch House, he moved to Pleasant River, a town neighboring Silent Hill. For a while he lived the life of a normal student, but he was still filled with bitterness and resentment towards the rest of the world. Several years later, he launched his Plan Bear, the 21 Murders. The first note of the area details a few items which must be returned to their proper places in order for us to proceed through past Building World. Specifically, the candles need to be returned to the cake, the cat to the open cage in the pet shop, a volleyball to its basket in the sports shop, and the pool ball to the pool table in Bar Southfield. We can begin this checklist off by rushing away from Richard, at least for me since I ran out of swords at this point. We enter the elevator where we descend to B12. We leave Eileen behind as she can't come through the ladder, and we need to open up a path for her once again. We retrace the path over to Bar Southfield by entering the shower room, picking up a billiard ball along the way. We then enter up the other ladder into the alleyway where we spot an interaction with both Walters.
I'm going to see my mom. Stay out of my way. Who are you, anyway?
My name's Walter. Walter Sullivan. It's time to complete the 21 Sacraments.
But that's my name. And what are the 21 Sacraments?
Don't worry. You'll know soon enough. Well, let's go and see Mother.
Let me go, that hurts.
At the end of this alleyway, we can also find the volleyball we'll need before entering back into the buildings, finding ourselves in a big staircase at the bottom of which is 5 wheelchairs which we must time well enough to not get hit by, running over to the bar door. Once at the bar, we can place the billiard ball at the pool table and read the new note that's been left behind. The boss said we had to change our phone number because of all the complaints about the weird noises. Now we have to change the store sign on the roof. What a pain. By the way, the number is the last 4 digits of the new phone number. Not too smart if you ask me. The phone number is changed, but unfortunately the billboard has not, so re-ringing the old number we are told of the new one.
The phone number you are trying to reach is no longer in service. The new number is 555-4890.
Inputting 4890 opens the door, however we still have to go back for Eileen anyway in order to proceed. So we go back to the elevator and send it up to BA. Exiting out of the 7 doors, we head over to the staircase, and after dealing with some sniffers, we ascend up it. Entering into the sports store, being able to now place the volleyball down and picking up the birthday candles from the front counter. We then make our way through a short hallway and staircase to get back to the birthday room, where you might be pestered by the ghost from before if you took the sword out. So quickly we place the candles and get out of there, grabbing the stuffed cat by the door along the way. Heading down the steps leads us to the pet store, where we can quickly place the cat in time for clock chimes to be heard. Returning to that upside down room from before, the clock is now working and we can enter the door it is placed on, entering into a large zone filled with many doors, none of which actually open. Many ghosts haunt this area, so it's best to just shoot through the southern door at the bottom of the stairs. On the other side, 4 gumheads with golf clubs are ready to be fought. After making our way past them, we come to a narrow staircase, which, if not taken care of previously, Richard will bother us here too. However, once at the bottom of the stairs, we unlock the door and make it back into the path towards the bar. Retracing our steps, we get to the bar, and after going for the keypad door, we're once again faced with that long staircase. Except, unlike before, we're now traveling downwards whilst being swarmed by Hummers. Once at the bottom, we pick up a medkit and are faced with a boss fight. The one truth. In a giant room, many wallmen surround us, elevating and de-elevating in a wave pattern. On the other end of the room, a note is written in the door. To reach the deepest part, you must defeat the one truth. Do so and this door will open. The trick to the fight is to find the real wallman and kill only him. We do so by looking for the wallman that makes the rest flinch when hit. After doing so, we simply whack them till they fall. The fight can be a pain to traverse and is a bit tedious just due to how the wallmen are. However, once the real wallman is found, it's a piece of cake. Once the wallman is killed, they all flop down and the door unlocks, allowing us to leave Building World, where down at the bottom of the spiral staircase, we can enter our apartment again to find another note. Number 1, 10 heart. Number 2, 10. Number 3, 10 hearts. Number 4, 10 hearts, Steve Garl. Number 5, 10. Number 6, 10 hearts. Number 7, 10 hearts, Billy LaCane. Number 8, 10 hearts, Miriam LaCane. Number 9, 10 hearts. Number 10, 10. Number 11, Assumption Walter Sullivan. Number 12, Void. Number 13, Darkness. Number 14, Gloom. Number 15, Despair, Joseph Schreiber. Number 16, Temptation, Cynthia Velasquez. Number 17, Source, Jasper Gine. Number 18, Watchfulness, Andrew DeSalvo. Number 19, Chaos, Richard Baintree. Number 20, Mother, Eileen Gavin. Number 21, Wisdom, Henry Townsend. August 7th. Once at the bottom, however, we find a part of the superintendent's diary. I had that weird dream today. The one with the man with the long hair and coat. He was crying and looking for his mother again. I saw that man with the coat 10 years ago at this apartment. He was going up the stairs carrying a heavy tool, an odd-looking bowl, and a bag that was dripping blood. I never saw him again after that. But a few days later, the neighbors complained that they heard strange noises coming from the supposedly empty room 302. So I took a look around room 302 and found signs that somebody had been in there. But nothing odd other than that. But that's when it all started. I still hear strange noises coming from the window of room 302. Before we enter the final segment of the game. We're back in room 302, except the whole thing has a monochrome coating to it. In front of us, we find an old picture book and a crimson tome. There was once a baby and a mother, who were connected by a magical cord, but one day the cord was cut, and the mother went to sleep. The baby was left all alone. But the baby made lots of friends at Wish House, and everyone was very nice to him. The baby was happy. His friends told him how to wake up his mother, so the baby went right away to go and wake her up. But the mother wouldn't wake up. No matter how he tried, she wouldn't wake up, because the one that he was trying to wake up was actually the devil. The baby had been deceived. Poor baby. The baby cried and cried and cried when he thought of the mother. He remembered the feelings of being connected to her through the magical cord. Just then, a ray of light came down from the sky. The light was very warm and made the baby feel good. When the baby looked into his hand, he saw that the magical cord was lying there. With the cord clutched in his hand, the baby went happily to sleep. She who is called the Holy Mother be not holy one whit. The descent of the Holy Mother is not but the descent of the devil. Those that be called the 21 sacraments be not sacramental one whit. The 21 sacraments be not the 21 heresies. To give birth to a world of wickedness within the blessed realm of our Lord be blasphemy, and the work of the devil. If thou wouldst stop the descent of the devil, you must bury part of the conjurer's mother's flesh within the conjurer's true body. Thou must also pierce the conjurer's flesh with the 8 spears of void, darkness, gloom, despair, temptation, source, watchfulness, and chaos. Do so, and the conjurer's unholy flesh will become that which it once was, by the grace of our Lord. The laundry room doesn't open and there's nothing in the kitchen, so we follow the candles to the bedroom, where on the desk is an array of notes. What's with this room? It's covered in blood and rust. This is my room, but what the hell has happened to it? This room. Is it really my room? It's in terrible shape. The air is so heavy. My head hurts. Creepy. Looks like a face. What the hell am I writing? August 2nd, Joseph. I can't break down the wall. August 3rd, Joseph. When the bell rings, Eileen equals mother's body. Blood. August 4th, Joseph. The Crimson Tome. Bury part of the conjurer's mother's flesh within the true body of the conjurer. Part of the flesh equals Super's room. August 5th, Joseph. This also implies that we did not play as Henry in the start of the game, but rather we were playing as its previous occupant, Joseph Schreiber. The person who's also been leaving us all of these notes and who is investigating into everything that's going on. Inside the bathroom is a portal, however there's nothing new in our apartment, so we head back into the living room to trigger a cutscene.
It's him.
You've done well to make it this far. Let me tell you something about him, Walter Sullivan. When he was a little boy, he began to believe that my apartment was actually his birth mother. He decided to free her from the stains and corruption of this world. At the orphanage, he learned of the 21 sacraments, the only way to purify her. He then performed the ceremony of the Holy Assumption and created this twisted world. Now, he's become nothing more than an inhuman killing machine. Well, he's dead now, but he's still trying to complete the 21 sacraments. His boyhood desire to return to the bosom of his birth has divided him. Now his child self has manifested itself in this world. And soon he's planning to finish his work, the 21 sacraments. Number 20, the Mother Reborn, Eileen Galvin. Number 21, the Receiver of Wisdom, Henry Townsend. Even now, it may not be too late. Follow the crimson tome. Stop him. If not, wherever you run, he will catch you. Find him. His true location. It must be nearby. You must kill him. You must kill him. Kill. 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 Hurry. She's taken over. She's number 20. The mother was born. The Crimson Tome. Obey the Crimson Tome. Kill him. Must kill him. Kill. Kill. Kill.
Taking note of the pickaxe that has now appeared, we take it and use it to break down the wall back in our apartment. In the coat pocket of Walter's body, we can find the keys of liberation. But before using them, we quickly head to our laundry room for one final letter. He used this place as the locus for the creation of his world. I'm certain he must have performed the ritual of the Holy Assumption near here, but I'm just not strong enough to stop him anymore. He locked me up in this room and played with me just like a toy. My eyes are starting to go blind. The pain. I can feel my body starting to die, but things are taken care of. Whoever lives here after me, you will be the 21st, the last of the sacrifices. I leave it up to you. When the bell tolls, the ritual begins. Eileen equals the mother's body. Blood. Part of the mother's flesh is in the super's room. That's all I've been able to figure out. I hope this letter gets to you in time. Joseph Schreiber. And after everything the game has led up to, I think you can guess what these unlock.
Eileen?
We aren't out of this yet, as the other world is starting to infest the real one. Eileen joins us in this cutscene, and remembering back to Joseph's last note, part of the mother's flesh is in the super's room. And that is our goal. Our way south is blocked off by bars, so we instead enter room 301, where a twin victim can be fought before descending down a new staircase into room 201, where another variant of the twin victim, the bottom, can be found. Exiting 201 into the hallway, we enter room 202, taking note of Walter, who will be shooting at us from the other side of the bars. Once inside, we can find the last sort of obedience in the game before passing through a hole in the wall, into room 203, where Cynthia's ghost might be present if you didn't deal with her before. Now on the other side of the bars, we can head to 204, where a health drink is present but nothing more, so it's an optional trip. In the staircase, we fight a few patients before heading up to the other side of the 3rd floor, where health can be found in room 304 and ammo in 303. Now going over to the other side of the 2nd floor, we find health in room 205, and since we are otherwise blocked off, we enter 206, where Walter can be found but avoided by traveling through another hole in the wall to get to room 207, where Richard's ghost will be hanging around. Exiting through the front door, we descend a staircase to the 1st floor, finding a bottom along the way. In 107, there's a health drink as well as DeSalvo's ghost. If you for some reason decided to take the sword back after grabbing the key in the water prison world. 106 is a holy candle, a medkit, and an ampule, so it's a very worthy visit. However, once back in the hallway, a new problem arises. The superintendent's room is boarded up. To be specific, it's bound by 6 chains, and in order to unlock them, we must find 6 hanging bodies which will fade away once interacted with. To start finding them, however, we first enter the lobby where a sketchbook can be found on the floor. This also prompts Eileen to stay here for a while, so we don't have to worry about her for now. Entering the 1st floor east side, we can find our first body of Walter hanging in the hallway.
Oh, shut the hell up. You can't blame it all on me.
We can also find another body hanging in room 104.
I told you we shouldn't have a baby, didn't I?
In room 103, past 2 bottoms, another body can be found.
Get out of here. Stand it anymore.
Room 201 also has a body.
If that super hears him, we're in trouble.
Same with the corner of this hallway.
Little crybaby.
And finally in room 101.
Hurry up. Get back.
Once all the bodies are gone, we return to the superintendent's room, where we can collect the umbilical cord.
Eileen?
My head hurts. That boy. He's coming in. His pain. I feel it. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. That boy. He really thinks that room 302 is his mother. Oh, my head. Oh. Oh, God. I've got to help him. Henry? You okay? Walter, he's crying. Even finishing the 21 sacraments, it won't help that boy. I'm going back, Henry Townsend. To the room where Walter
Walter Sullivan is. We're the only ones. The only ones who can stop him.
This cutscene might be slightly different depending on how well you've treated Eileen so far, and therefore how cursed she is. As the bell begins to toll, we retrace our steps back to room 302, with new enemies waiting for us along the way as a final standoff. However, we eventually make our way back to now find Walter to be missing from the back room, and through this hole is the final fight of the game. So for my advice, I say dump everything in the chest that isn't a main melee weapon, 5 of your best remaining health items if you even have that, and the umbilical cord. Having at least 4 spaces clear will come in very handy for this fight. But after clearing any remaining hauntings, or however many we can, we jump down into the hole. After recharging your health fully in this room, we jump down again.
Hey there, little Walter. Just a little longer now.
Henry, you're it. The last of the 21 sacraments. The final sign. The receiver of wisdom.
Now, main things to note in this fight. Depending on how well you've treated her so far, Eileen will begin to make her way towards this giant biblically accurate death ball in the center of the arena. The more fucked up she is, the faster she'll go, and unfortunately for me, at this point she was pretty fucked up. Secondly, in this first stage, Walter is more of a shadow and cannot be harmed, so we take our free inventory slots and pick up the 8 spears of the Holy Mother from around the room, and pierce them into the physical body of Walter. After all 8 are in, Walter becomes killable, and from this point on, it's just a case of, if you have the health and damage for it, tanking shots until he falls dead. Or you can choose the route of actually dodging too, but tanking bullets is more in fashion for the series. Once he falls, however, depending on if Eileen survives the fight or if Henry clears at least 80% of the room's hauntings, we come to the end of Team Silent's era, and specifically the end of our 4th installment. And as always, starting with the ending I got, you'd never guess it, the bad ending again. If Eileen dies and Henry does not clear 80% of all hauntings, we get the 21 Sacraments ending.
I'm home. I won't let anyone get in my way. Gonna stay with you forever.
And now the news. Yesterday, in Ashfield and the woods near Silent Hill, the bodies of 5 apparent murder victims and a 6th severely wounded female were discovered. The woman was immediately rushed to St. Jerome's Hospital, but died a short time later of her injuries. She has been identified as a Miss Eileen Galvin of Ashfield. The last body discovered was found in room 302 of the South Ashfield Heights apartments. It is believed to be that of its occupant, Henry Townsend. The body was reportedly disfigured beyond recognition, making identification impossible. Once again, we've got late-breaking news. 5 unnamed police officers have been found dead for reasons unknown in the South Ashfield Heights apartments, along with its superintendent, Mr. Frank Sunderland. All other residents of South Ashfield Heights have been rushed to St. Jerome's Hospital, many complaining of severe chest pain. These strange incidents are similar to the ones which occurred in Silent Hill some years ago. More news to follow.
In this ending, Walter succeeds with his plan and gets into room 302. If Eileen dies, but Henry does clear 80% of the hauntings, we get the Eileen's death ending.
Mom! Mom! Let me in! Mom!
And now the news. Yesterday in Ashfield and the woods near Silent Hill, the bodies of 5 men and women were discovered. The police reported that all the murders appeared to be the work of the same perpetrator. They are continuing their investigation. 4 of the victims were found dead at the scene, and the 5th victim, a Miss Eileen Galvin, was transported to St. Jerome's Hospital, where she died a short time later. Police say that Miss Galvin's injuries matched exactly those of the other victims.
Eileen.
Probably the shittiest out of the endings. If Eileen lives, however, we get to see the good endings. Questionably. If the hauntings aren't cleared, then we get the mother ending.
I guess I can go back to South Ashfield Heights now.
After recovering from her injuries, Eileen goes back to the apartment, where it's presumably still haunted and it puts her in danger once again. But finally, if all of the hauntings are cleared, then the escape ending is shown.
Thanks. Aww. Guess we'll have to find a new place to live, huh?
This is the best case scenario ending, where both characters are safe and from the looks of things have grown closer together after the incidents they've been through together. None of the endings are ever confirmed to be canon though, and unfortunately for the first time in the series, no joke ending exists in the game. Silent Hill 4 is a controversial game to talk about for Silent Hill standards. I personally really enjoyed the game. After playing the others, it was a bit of a hassle to get used to its new control scheme and mechanics, and yes, something can be said about the use of "to get used to it." But where I think the negative reviews come from is just how different it is from the other titles. Like I said before, Silent Hill 3 was criticized for being too similar, whilst 4 was criticized for being too different. Lots of new mechanics were definitely introduced in this title, but they were all really fun mechanics, and even though Eileen's constant escort mission did get tedious at times, that's the only real problem I found with the game. Yeah, it'd get a bit tedious at parts, but overall it was a good experience, and I fully believe that if it wasn't marketed as a Silent Hill title, people would have been all over this game, as if it was just another good survival horror title. The characters shown in this title feel like they have their own lives, and for the most part are pretty likable. And the ones that are killed off fast have some amazing designs when they're brought back for vengeance. Connections are made to tie together the previous titles, and the references made me happy to see them. While it might not be on the same level for me personally as the other titles, I wouldn't say that it's particularly bad. The game even has a large majority of my favorite soundtracks and monster designs. The monsters keep up the pace of the third game, feeling like real threats, even with the game continuing on the tradition of having many weapon types to choose from. And even while we don't step a single foot inside of the town of Silent Hill itself, unless you account for the forest world leading to Toluca Lake, it still keeps the same familiarity of Silent Hill's look and vibe. Even if the only really otherworldly looking segments take place here and there, the otherworld's fleshy, industrial presence is definitely toned down in this title, but the locations that we do have are still really unique. They have their own sense of style, and especially in a location like Building World, where you notice that you're in the locations hinted at previously, or where you can see them from across your own apartment window. I just think the locations are pretty neat, and just once again, I think the only thing that really brings down the room is people's inability to handle change. What people love about Silent Hill is the really grungy looking, fleshy, tetanus-inducing environments, or other-handedly, the foggy, calming, melancholy ones. That's what people really think about when they look at Silent Hill. With this is its symbolic designs behind every little detail. The characters are slow and clunky to control, but that's because they're just regular people who aren't used to a situation like this. The mechanics aren't all that intuitive or mind-blowing, but the people love the strangely specific puzzles. The story, the limited item supply, having to live with whatever you have on you, and the horror its claustrophobic situations and interacting with the monsters put you in. So being put into a game with brand new mechanics, a character capable of various attacks, specifically charge attacking, a first-person controlled segment you return to quite often, no tank controls, even I'll say that I've gotten very used to tank controls whilst making this video. The hauntings and having to cleanse them, no UFO ending? What the fuck, Team Silent? The limited inventory and having to store things at the apartment, breakable melee weapons, unkillable enemies, and a long escort mission, something which was previously already kind of annoying in previous titles. And on the other end of the spectrum, some parts that fans had grown used to, such as the flashlight, which is just kind of a general horror thing. I don't know why people were so pressed specifically about the flashlight. And the radio were taken out entirely. It takes a while for people to get used to these things. However, Team Silent wanted change with this title, and I think it worked out pretty well and gave a fun experience. A few criticisms that I can kind of agree with is the quote-unquote lazy reuse of previous environments, which, yeah, no other title beforehand has made you return to the same place twice, and with only a few areas being present in the game. It does kind of feel like Team Silent was pushing for more runtime. And some parts of the game has been noted as being tedious and needless backtracking, which I found myself also complaining about whilst playing. And even in certain parts of the game, I had to look up what the hell I was meant to do because parts weren't shown properly or hinted at enough. Mostly because of either a small oversight or the clunky camera work, but overall it didn't affect my experience too much, and as a final hurrah to the Team Silent era, I think it stands up alright. Silent Hill 4 is a pretty good addition to the series, and as Team Silent's final game after bringing us 3 other classics to the genre, what more can we ask for, really? And there you have it. The first 4 Silent Hill games and in total Team Silent's era of the franchise. Obviously since then, the series has only grown and had more ups and downs. Mostly downs, but we don't worry about that part. The journey I've been on to get this video to you guys has been a long one, and after playing each of these absolute relics of the horror genre, showing you as much as I can possibly find, and of course for you, watching me talk about them, I hope you can now see why the series is as influential as it is even today. While this journey definitely isn't over, and sometime in the future I'll be making many returns to the town of Silent Hill to talk about its downfall in the hands of Western companies, or to do deeper dives into specific characters, or the many spin-off titles the series has, because trust me, it has a lot. Why are there so many pachinko machines? But I'll say it 1,000 times over, this series will probably be in the ranks of my favorite media for forever, and it holds a very special place in my heart. It got me through single-handedly the toughest times in my life, and I came out of it with a series that I wouldn't trade for the world and dug me even deeper into my love for the genre. There will of course definitely be things I've missed. I'm sure there will be a lot of very informative comments waiting for me. But not before I go and take the biggest nap in all of Southvale, because as much as I love this series, I think I've had enough of it for a good while. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me.